Happy Friday, people. I am back. Mm-mm-mm. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'll let y'all get in here. Y'all need to hurry up. Maverick is asleep. So get in here, child. The boy's asleep. What is this? This girl is crazy. Y'all get in here, y'all. Let's start this video. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. And then, I'm like, I hope YouTube hasn't shadow banned me. I'm good. Happy Friday. I'm good. I'm excited. Hey, Susan, I missed you. Mr. Boo. I hope you're good. What happened? You hope not what? Hey, Valent. He's asleep. He's asleep. Ninja, what's up? Hey, Boo Boo. Hey, Soul. He's asleep. I was like, let me go live real quick while he's sleeping. It's too funny. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, shadow ban me. Child, after. No one cares. No one cares. So, today's video, y'all have to be ready. You have to be ready not to be triggered. This video, I hope this live is funny. Hey, Gav. Yeah, he's quiet. He's so quiet. Like, ooh. Oh, he's asleep right there. So they say, oh, well, I don't know. Anyway, he turns like 3 months or so. Like in 2 weeks or so. I was thinking about that. Hey, Ham. Hey, Brown Sugar. Right. Like, thank you, Maverick. You guys, today's live. You better be ready. Today's live. You cannot be sensitive today. You cannot be sensitive. It's about to get real. Hey, man, it's about to get real. It's about to get real. You cannot be sensitive today. You can't be a water sign. If you're a water sign, you can't be a water sign. You cannot be sensitive today. Oh, that one. That girl is crazy. Maybe I'll play it also because I think it ties into this. I'm like, if y'all think like this, I can see why nobody wants to marry you. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. But today's live is going to be funny. Hopefully it's funny. Don't get triggered now. Do not get triggered. Do not get triggered. Because you are here to learn. Okay? So today we're talking about what? Why men don't want to get married. What role does your dad play in your dating life? And then that girl, Talitha, I'll get to her, right? Okay. So we'll start with this video. Okay? Here's the first video.
One of my friends sent me this Reddit post after I had done my block of Reddit posts. But once I read this, I was like, this needs to be its own video anyway. It's so important. So this was posted in the narcissistic spouse subreddit. And this one is a doozy. So prepare yourself, get a beverage. She says, what he left for me this morning on the kitchen table. She says, we've been married for 20 years. In 2022, he asked me to quit my job as a nurse. Admittedly, I was burnt out. So I could focus on one, losing weight, getting healthy, and two, our SMEX life and intimacy. To be frank, I gained weight, 50 pounds, since COVID due to both work and marital stress, and wanted to lose some weight for my health. I have lost weight, 40 pounds, but I'm not working out with a personal trainer like he wants me to, and he doesn't think I'm committed enough to losing weight. As for my job, I've been wanting to go back to work for the past year, but he doesn't want me to, and it gets angry when I discuss it. He likes me being at home, he says, but then he holds my lack of income over my head and says I'm not meeting my end of the obligation. He says I don't need to work because he makes enough money for the household. He makes more than 2 times what I did. But if I don't meet his sexual requirements, then I'm not making any contribution and he's losing income because I'm not working. I can't win. She really can't win. He wanted her to quit. She quit. She's not bringing in money. Now he's talking about the money obligations. Y'all have got to see this next part. Hold your horses, y'all. In bold letters, the request. For nearly 20 years, I've asked you to accept some facts about me and male sexuality. Number one, sexual consistency. Maslow's hierarchy places sex as a basic, ongoing physiological need alongside food and breathing. I will have to look that up to see if if sex is a basic, ongoing physiological need. Number two, there is a well-researched, documented evolutionary need for sexual variety among social male mammals called the Coolidge effect. And then he gives her 2 links. The investment. This aspect of my life is so important that I've continued to make significant investments in it. And you, for the past 27 months, you've been relieved of the responsibility of working outside the home. The monetary value of this investment is large. In lost wages alone, this has already cost us over $119,000. At conservative rates of return, this means we have already lost over $461,000 that would have been available at your retirement and $1.7 million at your death. This amount uses conservative assumptions and doesn't factor in any additional costs we've incurred over the past 2 years. The cost of the past 27 months easily exceeds $2 million in lifetime value. Return on the investment. One, has there been a significant positive improvement in the consistency of our sexual activities? No. Number two, has there been a significant and positive improvement in the variety of our sexual activities? No. Another week of total failure. Last week, we had another long discussion, and you gave another full commitment to make improvements this week. There was absolutely no creativity, thought, or effort put into helping me navigate my trip. I had to send a text to you to give me a thought for self-satisfaction purposes. When I got home, there was no sexual activity on Wednesday or Thursday night. There was no communication at all Wednesday or Thursday night about weekend plans or activities. The request in defeat yet again. For yet another week, you've made it abundantly clear that you do not care about making any of this work. How do we move together? How do we move forward together in a loving way? But wait, there's more before we discuss this. He put together your investment return estimates. He put together a chart and everything. This yellow chart with an initial investment of $119,000 invested over 40 years, assuming a 7% rate of return. You will have over $1.7 million in the future. Your total contributions will be $119,000. So then he gives this chart and everything. This is wild that he did this to this woman, and he is the one that wanted her to quit her job. This letter to this woman is wild, and this right here would be grounds for divorce for any person. But the fact that he took the time to like make bullet points and details in all of what he is considering her failures is wild to me. How they put so much emphasis on their peen. That's wild to me. But let's get into some of these comments. I do want us to look up. Maybe you guys can look up in the comments Maslow's hierarchy, placing SMEX as a basic ongoing physiological need alongside food and breathing.
The most powerful writing often comes
She says, this letter would turn me off so badly, I'd never be able to have sex with him again. I meet with an attorney and leave him a divorce petition on the effing kitchen table. And then the OP says, exactly what happens to me, talking about I never want to have sex with him again. She says, exactly what happens to me. These tantrums where he legitimates why I need to have sex with him have the exact opposite effect of what he wants. He yells, he does the silent treatment, and he pulls out scientific studies about bonobo monkeys to try to convince me that non-ethical monogamy is natural and monogamous marriage isn't, blah, blah, blah. Of these tactics, I gotta say, I like the silent treatment the best. Haha. She honed in on this part. I'd meet with an attorney and leave him the divorce petition on the effing table. And the OP says, LOL, that's a great idea. I'm trying to work up to that. I'm in counseling. We're in marriage counseling too. I may show this to our marriage counselor. I swear she is charmed by him and thinks I exaggerate how he acts at home. And then this person, great Dr. Ruth of Peel, says couples therapy is not recommended with narcs for exactly this reason. I would quit it immediately. Needs and Flower says, I can vouch for this. I didn't know mine was until our marriage counselor emailed me privately to tell me my partner has MPD. At least I got one that recognized it. That's good that they recognized it, but the whole, being able to take therapy terms and weaponize it against people, this is one of the reasons why you do not take narcs to therapy or counseling. Minwiggle says, they always charm the counselor and make you the villain. I swear this letter made me a combination of furious and nauseated. Give him some variety and smecks by poking him in the kidney next time he orgasms. I'm kidding, not condoning violence, but this will never improve. Counseling always fail. You live once. You'll spend at least 5 years after the marriage learning how not to live in fear and anxiety and being free and content. Don't let him rob you of any more time. This person says 100. Mountain Paper says, give him some variety and smecks by poking him in the kidney next time he orgasms. I just spit my coffee laughing so hard. Mine got fixated on sodomy. He wanted that route. I wasn't interested in any way, shape, or form. So I started responding with, you first. Let me stick something up yours. He eventually dropped it. I do wonder if he secretly isn't a man-loving man. I Send the Dream says, this. Minwiggle says, I don't know if you should show it to the counselor because he will weaponize that somehow. He will lose control. And once that happens, if they can't somehow turn it around, their anger is scary and unpredictable. And people like this who would never do that are violent when losing control and power. It can get unsafe. I think you need to decide to leave. And while you're deciding, set up your escape plan slowly. It's hard because they destroy your sense of self. But if you survive this long for 20 years, you are a strong, strong woman who can do this. And when you do it, you will feel like rock bottom, but you will need a rock at the bottom to build up a solid house. That right there is some bars. Slowly, you build back up. You discover you make your life slowly how you want it, how it always should have been. Look up how they behave when you leave. It's unique to individuals, but always follows the same pattern. If you know what's coming, it's easier to navigate. And one day you will have amazing smecks that is beautiful and exciting and intimate and not a goddamn burdensome chore. And you won't even think of him. This person, Minwiggle, said a word on today. She said a word on today. And you do have to plan carefully and get out quickly because, like she said, this person has robbed this woman of so much life already. No need to fall into the sunk cost fallacy. Okay, so here's the OP saying, you are right. Showing it to the counselor would make him feel out of control and he would lash out. I think he believes he controls the narrative with our therapist, and this would make him feel defensive and in a corner. Thanks for the insight. This is the reason why social media is so powerful. Women are sharing with other women and helping them game plan. And I love this because she might have made a misstep and it would have caused further issues in her home and her escape plan. I'm going to end that there. This has been a great post. I really want people to know and understand that dealing with
Hi, everybody. Since all of you guys came late, I'm going to replay the intro. As I said, today's live, hopefully it's funny. Do not be triggered. Okay? We're here to have a good time. With Maverick, my co-host. This is funny. This video cracked me up. I was like, ladies are funny. Y'all are so funny. Hold on. Let's go back. Where we at? Let's start over.
Sent me this Reddit post after I had done my block of Reddit posts. But once I read this, I was like, this needs to be its own video anyway. It's so important. So this was posted in the narcissistic spouse subreddit. And this one is a doozy. So prepare yourself, get a beverage. She says, what he left for me this morning on the kitchen table. She says, we've been married for 20 years. In 2022, he asked me to quit my job as a nurse. Admittedly, I was burnt out. So I could focus on 1, losing weight, getting healthy, and 2, our smecks, life, and intimacy. To be frank, I gained weight, 50 pounds, since COVID due to both work and marital stress, and wanted to lose some weight for my health. I have lost weight, 40 pounds, but I'm not working out with a personal trainer like he wants me to, and he doesn't think I'm committed enough to losing weight. As for my job, I've been wanting to go back to work for the
Well, baby, be quiet. All right, you guys. Okay, so let's start here, right? Let's set it up, right? Oh, Maverick, please. Okay. So this lady is alleging that she's been married for 20 years, right? So 2022, it was, okay, 20 years. So 2022, that probably was like what, 18 years, right? Okay. Assuming it's 2024 that she wrote this. So in 2022, she's at 18 years of marriage. Okay. Her husband asked her to quit her job as a nurse. And she says, I was also burnt out. So she could focus on losing weight and getting healthy, right? Their sex life and intimacy. Yes, Pony, I did. I did. Okay. And so she says, so she recognizes that she gained 50 pounds because of COVID. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. If she says she gained 50 pounds, most women have a tendency to undervalue how much they gain. Don't come for me. Do not come for me. Do not come for me. Do not come for me. I told you this live. Do not be triggered. You cannot be emotional on this live, okay? You have to be honest. You have to be honest. Okay? You got to keep it 100. Most women don't weigh themselves. Okay? A lot of women have an averse relationship with the scale. You have a lot of women who have not weighed themselves in 5 years. So this 50 pounds she's telling us, I'm like, yeah, it's probably a rough estimate. Because like she said, she don't work with a trainer. So she probably did not get on a scale. Hey, Abby, right? So I'm going to say it's not really 50. Yeah, it's probably 80 pounds. Exactly. Okay, she lying. I'm a woman. Most women think they're size 8. Low-key, high-key, they be a size 12. Okay? When it comes to bodies and body weight, women have excessive, like, body dysphoria, is that how you say it? They are completely unhinged. They are completely delulu when it comes to how much weight they've gained. Hey, babe, when it comes to how much weight they've gained and what size they truly are. They're delusional. So I don't believe it's 50 pounds. Hey, T, for the man to tell the wife to quit her job so she could lose weight, I don't think she put on 50 pounds. I think it's like 80 to 100 pounds. But she ain't going to be honest, though, because she wants us to talk bad about this man. Hey, T, what's up? Right? So the husband said, wife, we've been married for 18 years. I would like for you, or I need you to quit your job so that you can lose weight. Hey, Lacey, you can lose weight and get healthy. Then we can focus on our sex life and our intimacy, right? So she said, I reckon I was tired with her job because it's a lot. You know, most nurses work 12 hours or more. And then she said she gained weight 50 pounds. I say I'm going to double that. You probably get 100 pounds since COVID due to both work and marital stress. So she admits that she is stressed. Okay. And wanted to lose weight for her health. So she also wants to lose weight for her health. I have lost weight, 40 pounds. I'm going to bring that to about maybe she lost 30 to 40 pounds because most women do not weigh themselves. But I'm not working out with a personal trainer like he wants me to. Okay. So you were supposed to work with a personal trainer. And I will assume that he offered to pay for it. And I'm going to assume that the reason why he wants her to work with a personal trainer is that she's not consistent. So he wants someone who knows what she needs to do and someone who's going to hold her accountable and make sure that she's on a schedule, right? All right. Y'all got this, right? Or should I say it again? If you need, write some notes. Because I'm like, this live, you cannot allow yourself to be triggered. We cannot be triggered today. I will not allow you to get triggered today. Okay? I will not allow you to get triggered today. Because I think, me, Marlene, one thing. Because you ladies, y'all love to hit me with, Marlene, he doesn't communicate. These men out here do not communicate. I think this man right here is pretty lucid. He's very concise. Okay? This is to me, it's it seems like he knows what he wants, right? He set a path for her. Because he said it's been 20 years. Well, that's, I guess, 18 years, right? Hey, Val. Val just got, okay, let me play it over because Val just got here. But let's start over. Because of you. Okay? Since Val is here, Lacey's here, we'll start over, okay? People, ladies, okay? You cannot be triggered. If you are a water sign, I need you to be in your Aquarius bag ASAP. Okay? I love you, boo. Okay? No. I don't need no water sign behavior. Number one, I don't need you to be triggered because you guys always say that you are meant to communicate. So now they're talking to y'all straightforward. They coming to you. They telling you what they want. Okay, so you cannot be triggered. We're going to be logical and we're going to be rational. All right, so I'm going to start over.
He doesn't think I'm needs to be like this needs to be its own video anyway. It's so important. So this was posted in the narcissistic spouse subreddit. And this one is a doozy. So prepare yourself, get a beverage. She says, what he left for me this morning on the kitchen table. She says, we've been married for 20 years. In 2022, he asked me to quit my job as a nurse. Admittedly, I was burnt out. So I could focus on 1, losing weight, getting healthy, and 2, our sex life and intimacy. To be frank, I gained weight, 50 pounds, since COVID due to both work and marital stress, and wanted to lose some weight for my health. I have lost weight, 40 pounds, but I'm not working out with a personal trainer like he wants me to, and he doesn't think I'm committed enough to losing weight.
Sorry. I'm sorry, you guys, because I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. So let's start the recap over, right? If you need a piece of paper and a pen, go for it, right? You need to write this down. If you're able to write it down or pull out your phone, you have to write this down, because we are not going to allow ourselves to be emotional people today. We will not be emotional people today. We will not be emotional people today. Okay? If you're a water sign, I need you to get into your Aquarius bag ASAP. All right? So, assuming this note was written in 2024, right? 20 years. So in 2022, she had been married for 18 years, right? Mark 18, the husband goes to his wife. He says, wife, I want you to quit your job, or I would like for you to quit your job, because I need you to lose weight and get healthy. And 2, we need to work on our sex life and our intimacy, right? The lady says, I recognize that I was also burnt out. So she does want to quit her job. So it's not like it's a bad deal off the bat, right? It's a lot. Then, what you say? Right? And then she tells us that she gained 50 pounds. So she recognizes that she has put on some weight, right? She knows she's gained weight. And she also knows that she's tired. And I'm assuming the husband also saw the same thing. So he goes to her for an upfront adult conversation, right? So then she said she lost 40 pounds. Now, what I said initially is that most women have a tendency to not weigh themselves. So when she says that she gained 50 pounds, I don't believe it. Do not be triggered. Do not be triggered. Do not be triggered. I don't believe it, right? Because women have a tendency of always underestimating their weight or underestimating their weight gain. It's an ego thing. The same way with their clothing size, right? They tend to size down instead of sizing up. A lot of women have body dysphoria, okay? They are completely delusional about how much weight they've truly gained. A lot of ladies have not weighed themselves in the past 5 years. So how would you know? She's assuming. So she doesn't have to actually reckon with how much weight she's truly put on. Because I refuse to believe that her husband told her to quit her job over 50 pounds. I think it's probably 80 to 100 pounds. She put on a lot of weight. She put on so much weight, he had to talk to her about it. Okay? Oh, Tina, you're good. All right? Then, right? So now she's telling us, I know I put on weight. I put on 50 pounds because of COVID and work and marital stress. No problem. And I do want to also lose weight. So she's tired and she wants to lose weight. And then she says, I've lost 40 pounds, but I'm not working with a personal trainer like he wants me to, which means her husband knows she's not consistent. So he wants her to work with a personal trainer so she can get on a schedule, show up, and do what she has to do to lose the weight. And I'm going to go ahead and assume that he's willing to pay for it. right? And then she said he doesn't think I'm committed enough to losing weight. So that's another issue he has with her, is that most likely there is a lack of consistency. We got that? Right? Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
I'm committed enough to losing weight.
Okay.
As for my job, I've been wanting to go back to work for the past year, but he doesn't want me to, and it gets angry when I discuss it. He likes me being at home, he says, but then he holds my lack of income over my head and says I'm not meeting my end of the obligation. He says I don't.
Stop right there. Okay. So she's saying that she wants to go back to work. That's what she's alleging. Sure. And the only reason why she has not gone back to work as an adult, okay, is because he doesn't want her to. Sure. But then when he says go work with a trainer, then you decide what you're going to do and what you're not going to do. There are inconsistencies here. I hope you're paying attention, right? Okay, cool. She said, the man says, I like for you to be at home. But then he holds my lack of income over my head and says I am not meeting my end of the obligation. Now, this part for me, I had a hard time understanding why she wasn't understanding that she was not meeting the obligation. Because what were the rules here? Like, what did this man ask for her? Right? Quit your job. Right? Lose the weight. Okay? Lose 50 pounds, whatever it is, right? Lose the 50 pounds, right? Work with a trainer. Right? Work on our sex life and our intimacy. What has she done so far? So what is that, right? Number one is what? Quit your job, right? Number two is what? Lose weight and get healthy, right? Number three is work on sex life and intimacy, right? Is that it? I think so, right? And then, okay, lose 50 pounds. So that's 4. So far, she quit the job. So number one, she did that. Losing weight, kind of, but she hasn't lost the 50 pounds. She lost 40 pounds, not 50. Okay? Gotta be serious here. Okay? She's also not working with a trainer. So far, she's done 2 out of 4. So that's 50%. So if this was actually an exam, she's getting an F. Okay? Because you have 4 obligations. You only fulfill 2 obligations out of 4. Exactly. Right? Okay. Let's keep going.
Need to work because he makes enough money for the household. He makes more than 2 times what I did. But if I don't meet his sexual requirements, then I'm not making any contribution and he's losing income because I'm not working. I can't win.
Okay. This part also, I didn't understand what she's not getting. Okay. Part of the reason why he said you could quit your job was for what? To lose weight. You have to lose 50 pounds, work with a trainer, and become more sexual. Right? You quit the job. That's one. You lost 40 out of what? Out of 50 pounds, right? So that's 80%. Let's assume she's telling the truth, right? That's 80%. You still owe him another 20%, right? You're not working with a trainer. And then you're not having sex with him. So what does that make you? You're his roommate. And unfortunately for him, you are a roommate that does not pay. I don't know why. I really do not know why. A lot of women who are married do not understand that sex is part of the deal. Okay? She's free to write her own letter, right? If you are married to a person and you don't have sex with your husband, what exactly is that? What would you call that? People, please tell me. If you're married to your husband and you don't have sex with your husband, y'all don't have sex to the point that the man has to write you a letter to tell you that he needs to have sex with you, right? Because I'm assuming, when I saw this, I'm assuming this man doesn't want to cheat. That's the way I looked at it. I'm assuming, he's very like, pop, 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 pop. It sounds like he's an air sign because he's very like, pop, pop. Okay? Right? You're married to someone and you're not having sex. You guys have not had sex in such a long time that the man now has to write you a letter, right? To let you lazy love, to remind you that you two need to be intimate. So he says, maybe it's your weight. Maybe that's why we're not having sex. Maybe because you put on so much weight, you don't feel sexy anymore. You don't feel beautiful anymore. You might think I'm not attracted to you anymore because you think I have an issue with your body, right? Maybe we're not having sex because you're so stressed from work, right? That your body's tensed up. I don't know. So sis, here's what we're going to do. You're going to quit the job, right? Then you're going to focus on your body. You're going to lose that weight. And hopefully your sex drive is going to come up. Right? Me, I understood. He might be an Aquarius. I understood exactly what this dude meant. Because he could cheat. Right? He don't have to. Because for me, that's just me. That's just me. Don't come for me. Do not come for me. I respect somebody who lets me know what time it is up front. Tell me, if you have a problem with me, tell me to my face. I respect it. That's why I told you I love Trump. Because that's who he is. You don't try to be fake. You know what I'm saying? He's like a clumsy ass elephant. I love it. Be yourself. He's not like a polished politician. No, he ratchet. I love it. I get it. Okay. So my thing is, would you prefer you gain weight, right? You don't have sex with your husband for months. Maybe it's been a year because she hasn't told. This is why when these ladies be saying stuff, right? You got to go for what they're not telling you. Because for this man to write you a letter like this, how long did y'all go without having sex? Because it could have been 3 days. It couldn't have been 2 months. And that's why I don't believe that he told you to quit your job over 50 pounds. I don't believe that. And I was talking to my other sister today, right? Kumba called me. So I was talking to her. And I told her about that. So she was cracking up. I said, and also, one thing I don't know that I would have loved to know is how tall she is. You'd be like, oh, Marlene, why does it matter? Because it matters. Let's assume she's being honest, which I don't think she is, right? If you put on 50 pounds and you're like 5'9" or you're 5'10" like Valor, like you're 6 feet tall, it probably won't hit the same because you're so much taller. It's not going to look like you put on 50 pounds, right? Let's say now this lady is like 5'3", 5'4", 5'5". Do you know what 50 pounds looks like on a short person? I'm going to say it again. I would have loved to know how tall she is. Because let's say, I have 2 scenarios, right? Let's say she's actually being honest, that she actually weighed herself. And she's like, okay, I honestly gained 50 pounds. No problem. I'll give that to you, right? I would love to know how tall she is. Because if she's like 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", and 6 feet and up, it's not going to hit the same because she's taller. So you might not see it as much, right? Because it's enough height to distribute the weight gain. But if she's 5'3", if she's 5'2", if she's 5'4", 5'5", oh my gosh. Do you know what 50 pounds looks like on a short person? Ain't gonna make you wider. I'm talking flat screen type of wide. I'm talking like you don't been stretched out. Girl, it's giving flabber. What is going on, sis? You see, height is everything. That's why a 50 pound weight gain on a woman like that's 6, like Val is like 6, 5'10", right? Val is very tall. Her putting on 50 pounds versus someone who's 5'3" putting on 50 pounds ain't gonna look the same. That's why 2 people can weigh the same and it don't look the same because height matters. That's a real thing, y'all. Don't be mad at me. But we need to start being honest. So how tall are you? I mean, I don't know how to lie. Like, we just got to get to the point. That's real. And because we're women, I can, sometimes girl, oh, a man should not come in a woman's body. That's fine. I'm a woman, you're a woman. Let's talk about it. Right? I've told y'all, a lot of women do not weigh themselves. They don't want to know. They truly do not want to know. Right? Because they don't want to see how much damage they've caused. A lot of women avoid the scale. They don't want to know. And then, like, you expect your husband to stay attracted to you as you keep blowing up and blowing up and blowing up. And I respect this gangster. I'd rather tell you before you end up on my 600-pound life. I'd rather let you know, sis, the way you put on weight, I'm not attracted to you no more. But because I love you, because I married you, because I made a vow to you, your family, and God, I'd rather come to you, let you know, so that way you can try to fix it. I respect it. But you think Keon went and told his wife, Shawnee tested me. Maybe I need more guac guac. You know what I'm saying? He didn't. He indulged with the Shawnee. Then he filed for divorce. So even though certain things might be hard to talk about, I'd rather we talk about hard conversation than get cheated on. People got to grow up. So he's saying, maybe because you put on so much weight, you don't want to be naked and have sex. I can see that. I can see how a woman might say, you know what? I don't like what my body looks. I don't like my belly. I don't like my titties. I don't like my ass. I have dimples. I have stretch marks. I have fat. I have cellulite. You know what I'm saying? I get it. So he's saying, wife, if that's the reason why you don't want to have sex, quit the job. I'll get you a trainer. Okay? Maybe it's also your job. Quit the job. So that way your mind can be free and your body can be stimulated. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. I represent Brooklyn. Okay? Okay? Maybe that's that. Or maybe it's both. Either way, quit the job. I will subsidize your lifestyle just so you can lose the weight, be more confident, right? And then become more sexual so we can rekindle our marriage, because you do need to have sex in a marriage. You cannot have a sexless marriage. Then at that point, y'all just roommates. It's real. It is very real, you guys, right? And so I'm a bit confused why a lot of women do not understand that they need to give it up. You need to have sex with your husband. Before Shawnee O'Neal's, find your husband. Learn something out here. If you have a husband who's not a cheater, if you have a husband who's trying not to cheat and he's letting you know, please, my pipes is clogged up. Understand the brother, okay? And start becoming a plumber. Guac guac 3000, okay? Declog the pipes, okay? It's real, you guys. It is real. And I'm like, this is another reason why many men don't want to get married, because they feel as though once you get married, your sex life is over. So if you're married at 30 and you promise to marry and stay faithful for eternity, nah, we got to be honest, Val. We have to be honest. You cannot excessively tax a person. I'm not saying you should have sex every day, because the body got to rest. And then you also have your menstrual cycle. So you can't be doing it every day. But I'm saying be reasonable. You cannot go 3 months, 6 months, a whole year, 2 years, and you don't have sex with your husband. At that point, you are no longer married. You guys are just roommates. And it's more likely that something bad is going to happen, right? But if a husband comes to his wife and says, wife, I feel like we're not having enough sex. I need more sex from you. You should be able to respect that. And my thing is, if we're being so for real, okay, whoever has sex and be like, oh my gosh, I regret having it. Girl, you might not want to do it, but when you're doing it, ooh, I remember why I kind of liked it. Okay, ooh, yeah, ooh. You understand? And I told you this is another reason why, okay, the hoes be winning. Because a lot of these 3 or 4 people, they highly hypersexual. They are very sexual. Okay, they truly care. They truly care about pleasing a man. It's a real thing, though. It's a real thing. You know what I mean? A lot of these, the mistress will do what you don't want to do. It's not just the guac guac 3000. It's the slurping. Okay? It's the choking of the okay? It's a whole lot of stuff that the mistress is going to be doing. Next thing you know, he's like, married to who? Married to what? I'm filing for divorce. Because sex does something to men. You have seen men lose their careers. You have seen men lose their job, lose their money, lose their life behind some vagina. You really want to sit here in 2024 and pretend that you don't know the importance of having sex in a marriage? You don't deserve to have a husband. Okay? You hear, I mean, 3 or 4, they dedicate to the clientele. The more you pay, the nasty. Alicia, where you been, baby? Where you been? I gotta talk about the nasty stuff for you to come out the woodwork. Child, look at you, girl. Telling on yourself. Okay? I'll tell the nasty stuff for you to come out the woodworks. It's real. And a lot of you black women, I don't know. No, let's be honest. Oh, black men love dating white women. Black men love being with white women because white women love to give the guac 3,000 with the white girls. They start doing that since middle school. By the time she married, she a professional, international on the radio. Is giving microphone. Okay, it's giving microphone. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, you cannot be married and not speak into the microphone. Hello, hello, hello. It's me. Okay. How you think Adele? Y'all need to stop playing with me today. Y'all need to stop playing with me today. How you think Adele got with Rich Paul? You think Adele denying Rich Paul the guac 3,000? That's probably one of the best things she do. Don't you see how deep and strong these vocal cords be? Hello, it's me. Where you think she learned to sing like that? Why you think make her vocal cords be so dang strong, girl? You gotta speak it to the microphone. Speak it to the microphone. Hello, it's me. Ooh, what does that say about me? I got some good vocal cords. I got 3 kids. Okay, you mofo. What you think? How you think we got here, Chad? How you think we got here? Okay, God is good. Okay, all right. Look at Maverick. The Song of Song. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this little cute baby. Okay. It was probably a really powerful guac 3,000 that made a beautiful baby, okay? And gave a beautiful sperm. Yes, Maverick. Yes, Maverick. Yes, stretched like the sperm that made you, baby boy. Go ahead, baby boy. Better go ahead. Let them people see how pretty you are. Let them see. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Okay, go back to sleep now. Come on, that's enough. Okay. So I really don't. I hope you guys didn't see my boobs. Sorry if you did. My bad. You know what I'm saying? We got to be honest today. You hear me? Yes, y'all. Yes, 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 yes. Do you want to have an ugly baby or a pretty baby? You better find some fresh sperm in there. Hello? How old are you? What kind of sperm are you? You cute? Okay. All right. It's a beautiful sperm. Okay. It's a beautiful morning. All right. When he sees this video when he's older, he's going to hate my guts. Poor Maverick. No, this needs to be a real conversation. You cannot be married and not have sex. Do you really think that most men who are married are not thinking about how much sex they're missing out on? You think your husbands and stuff, they don't go on social media and see what's out there and what these little girls be talking about? Okay, you think your husband never heard Carisha Brownlee and be like, ooh, how you do that? They be doing that kind of stuff, right? Okay. How you think Drea got a baby by a 21-year-old? Okay. How you think Miss Nikki Baby got a baby by a basketball player? How you think these things happen? How you think Vanessa Bryant got to marry Kobe? Make it make sense. Even Eve. Let's talk about Eve. Eve and her white husband. How you think Eve got the white husband to forgive her past as a stripper? Okay, because she be doing things he ain't never seen. Like, ooh, girl, I'll put you on my will. We ain't got to sign a prenup. I just don't get it. I truly, truly do not get it. How are you going to be married and not have sex with someone? You're not his wife. You're just a roommate. And you are a roommate that pays no money. They're saying welfare food. This is not Section 8. This is not Section 8, baby. Okay? This is not Section 8. So the man is like, hold up. She's staying at home. She's not working. She ain't got no trainer. Okay? She's dragging her feet to lose this weight. She's lost 80% of the weight I asked her to lose. And I'm paying all the bills. Says, wait a minute. And we still not having sex? Girl, what? Nah. Ooh, nah. Okay? That's not the deal that the Fugees made. Ooh, nah. You better give it up before I throw you out my house. Ooh, nah. To the hell, nah. It's giving. Okay? Mm-hmm. Girl, you know you better put out. Some husbands really want sex. Nothing. What Lauryn Hill said? Who you gonna blame when the repercussions spin? Talking about you a what? You a gem when you truly is a what? Some girlfriend. You better put it out before he throws you out. Okay. Girl, you know you better put out. Mm-hmm. Because, girl, your man, he really wants that thing. Because repercussions of you not putting out, they're going to spin the block. Okay? But we got to be serious. You cannot be a kept woman and a selfish woman. No, ma'am. Yes, no, ma'am. If you're going to be a kept woman, you must be a generous queen like Nicki Minaj. Okay? If you're going to be a kept woman, you better be a generous queen like Nicki Minaj. Because Nicki is a generous queen. Chung Lee. Okay? Hey, Nicki. All right? She's a generous queen. You a stingy queen. That was not the agreement. This dude, if he's not Aquarius, he's a Libra. He gonna let you know something. Okay? No. That was not the agreement. You have to lose 50 pounds and you got to become more sexual. Instead, you quit the job. You're taking your time to lose this weight and you're not sexual and you're doing other things. So he got to come back to you because y'all made a deal. Okay? All right? Is everybody good? Is everybody all right? I told you that this live, you cannot be sensitive. Okay? You cannot be sensitive. Because I'm not going to be one of your little friends that you be gaslighting into calling everybody a narcissist. No. There's a contract. You agree to it. He's fulfilling his part. You're not. You've done 2 out of 4 things. And of those 2 things, one of them, you only done 80% of it. We asked you for 100%, not 80%. Because when it comes to him and what he promised he was going to do to you, he's doing it at 100%. You're cheating. And that's not okay. Okay? You're cheating. And I don't like that, friend. I don't like it.
She really can't win. He wanted her to quit. She quit. She's not bringing in money. Now.
And this is what these girls do. This is what these dishonest women do. A lot of women are dishonest. And they are seriously dishonest in their marriages. And they are dishonest in their relationship. They're like, well, I did what you told me to do. You want me to quit, so I quit. You asked me to lose weight, so I lost weight. Hold up. Wait a minute. I don't like the way you're summarizing it. I told you to quit. Yes. You quit? Yes. Was that all? No. Okay. But you told me to lose weight. I lost weight. I told you to lose how much? 50. How much you lose? 40. Almost. Ain't good enough. 90 and 100. Right? If the bank says you owe $5,000 and you pay $4,999, honey, we need $1. Okay? We need $1. Because $5,000 is not $4,999. Okay? I'm not mean. Money is not free. We got to stop socialism. Money is not free. Okay? If you do $4,999.99, we still need a penny. Right? Because if he told you to quit and he didn't do what he's supposed to do financially at 100%, you would have a problem. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Don't cheat people. That's why I said yesterday about Keon. If you agree to take these people's money to play basketball full time, you got to show up, you got to train. Because the people you're praying for, they're not the ones who paid for your college. Don't take people's money. If you're not going to go through all the way, it's integrity. She ain't got it. So what you're going to do is you're going to gaslight us by trying to give it like a little summary. Oh, I quit. You know, I can never win. I can never win. No, you can never win when you don't do right. That's true. You can never win when you don't read the fine prints. Right? You agreed to this. You didn't. It's not you quit your job and then try your best. That was not the agreement. Your agreement was you quit your job. I'll take care of you. I'll subsidize you. Don't worry about the money. Even the trainer, I got it. But you have to give me 100% of what I asked for. Not 90, not 80, no, nothing else. Because even on her job, she wouldn't dare. She would never go to her job and give 80%, 70%, or show up when she feel like it because she get fired. So why you give your job 100%, but your husband who subsidizes your life, he gets 80, 70, it depends how you feel. No, that's not okay. That's not okay. Okay? All right. Because a lot of people, they go to work, they stressed out, and guess what? They're skinny. There are people who gain weight. They have babies. They're smaller than me. I was like, damn, how y'all do it? Y'all good, right? And they still put out. She got to tell him. And then when he told her this, she also should have said, this is what I want. But you cannot not say anything and then wait until you get confronted about doing 80%. And well, I also don't like the way you have sex. Why didn't you say something in the beginning? Integrity. I'm telling y'all, it's lack of integrity. Right? Oh, I like what he's offering me. Let him do it. Let him pay for everything. But when it comes down for me to put my part, I'm gonna be like, I lost 40 out of 50. Well, I don't really like the way we have sex. Well, you should have said something the moment he also said something, right? It's the same thing with a prenup. When you have a prenup, the husband say, this is what I want in the prenup. You say, okay, let me go read it. You read your prenup with your lawyer. You say, okay, I agree with this. I don't agree with this. Or I would like for us to add X, Y, and Z. Talk, say what you need. But when you don't say how you truly feel and you agree because it's more beneficial to you to agree because now it's like, wow, I don't have any financial stress, right? But then once he agrees, I said, okay, you shake hands with someone. And once we make the deal, you decide to do whatever you want to do. At 60%, 80%, why don't you have a trainer? You don't work. I'm making sure you're not working. I'm paying for you not to work. Why have you not called the trainer? Especially if you're not going to pay for it, he's paying for it. So now you're free. You don't have to wake up early. You don't have to stress for your scrubs, whatever. No, you're free. He paid to free your time. Why haven't you called the damn trainer? It don't take that long. If her job asked her to find something or go call a specialist, she wouldn't do it. She would do it promptly. Okay. Your husband says, I will subsidize your lifestyle. Don't worry about going to work. Don't worry about paying groceries. I take care of everything. Just lose weight and then become more sexual. Don't do anything else. But you got to have a trainer because I want to make sure it gets done. Why haven't you called the damn trainer? You're not paying for it. Explain that to me. But somehow he's a narcissist. And what you is. You little thieving ass. You're a thief. Right? Because if you knew that you're not really going to do it, or you want to take your time to do it, tell them, no, I can't quit my job because I don't really want to do it, or maybe I want to lose 40 pounds, or I don't work with a trainer. Say it. Don't agree to all the terms and then turn around and do whatever you want. You're stealing from the man. Or because he's your husband, it's okay. Okay, sure. So now you're stealing his money and you're denying him sex. But if he cheats tomorrow, they're going to be over here crying on the TikTok. Who the hell did I marry? Okay? Make it make sense. So calling him a narcissist, like, why are you calling him a narcissist? You are the narcissist. You lie to people. You agree to stuff. You don't do it. Then you come on these blogs and you write things in a way that makes you look like you're a victim. You're not a victim. You're not a victim. You actually have a very honest husband. And you agreed to it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Matthew, wait a second. Let's keep playing this.
He's talking about the money obligations. Y'all have got to see this next part. Hold your horses, y'all. In bold letters, the request. For nearly 20 years, I've asked you to accept some facts about me and male sexuality.
Okay. So you see, it sounds like for 20 years, he's been telling her sex matters to him. 20 years. But somehow he's a narcissist. I'm like, these girls are crazy. That's why most women should not give advice to most women, because they give horrible advice, because most women don't take accountability. So they encourage other women not to take accountability because, oh, I'm a woman, I'm always right, a man's always wrong. And when a man tells me to step up, oh my gosh, he's being oppressive. Girl, shut up. Okay? 20 years. Girl, he's been telling you that he needs sex. Like, he's telling you, I'm a sexual person. So when you married him, you knew he was sexual. In the marriage, 20 years, he's been telling you, I'm someone, I need sex in my life. 20 years. 20 years. Hold on. We spent 20 years in this marriage and you still have not listened to what this man needs. But when it comes to your financial need, when it comes to how stressed you are, he takes care of it. I'm like, this is a wicked woman. She's wicked. She's really wicked. Okay? Because when you need money, the mere fact that he noticed, because you said you were stressed, but he also noticed that your job was stressing you out. So he said, hey, wife, let me take that load off of you. You wanted to lose weight. He also recognized that you wanted to lose weight. He said, wife, get a trainer. I'll pay for you. Right? So he pays attention to what you got going on. So how come you don't have the same look for your husband? To be like, when was the last time we had sex? Maybe he's a little angry today. Maybe he's a little snappy today. Maybe he needs sex also. Why don't you have the same regard? Why don't you have the same empathy for him? I'm asking you a question. And sometimes I feel like some ladies, they marry guys, they marry men that they're not attracted to, who are high achievers, because they know he's going to make a lot of money. He's very determined. He's very focused. He's clear-minded. He knows what he wants. Obviously, he knows what he wants because he writes it out. And I'm like, for me, I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Okay? So you see that in him, and you don't want to have sex with him. For 20 years, I'm like, this is like, you like, let's say you guys, let's say you say you want a man to give you sex, and you've been asking for 20 years for sex. What would you do? Okay? Let's say you have a husband, and for the past 20 years, you've told him that financial stability, it matters to you. 20 years later, you still don't have it. You gonna keep staying with this man? I don't know why it's really hard for ladies to have empathy for men sometimes. Or is it because they think that a man is also not a person? Then if he's ugly, let him go. Because if you don't want to sleep with him, there's another woman who will gladly sleep with him. There's another woman who, there are some women out here, and I'm being very honest, right? Don't be grossed out, but it's the truth though, right? You have ladies out here. If a man says, I will subsidize your entire life, just have sex with me and keep yourself small, they will lick that man from the top of his head all the way down to his toes. Someone as pretty, when you have somebody, hold on, give me a second. Right? When you have, I told y'all, don't be offended, right? When you have someone as beautiful as Gabrielle Union, she's very beautiful. She's not my favorite, but she's very pretty. Gabby is very, very pretty. When someone like Gabby pays 50% of the bills, and she still eats the groceries. She eats his groceries. She be putting his leg up in the air like this. Okay, sorry, Maverick. Okay? Put his legs up in the air just like this. This woman, she eats the groceries. Can you imagine? Look how pretty she is. Right? You're 50 pounds overweight. No one's even asking you to eat groceries. They're just saying have sex. You don't want to do it. But this right here, not only she has sex. No, stop. Y'all need to stop. We're gonna be some serious people. You're not even as beautiful. I don't know who she is. I ain't trying to be offensive, but Gabby is seriously beautiful. She is seriously beautiful. I don't think she got a good heart, okay? But I do believe that she is gorgeous. Okay, she's a very beautiful woman. So if a woman like that, not only she pays half the bills, she puts out, she forgives him when he has babies on the outside, and she eats the groceries, and she helps him to raise the baby. Yes, boo-boo. Like this. Like this. Okay? When he gets older and he sees this video, he might denounce me as his mother. But I have a long ways to go. He might never see this video. Okay? So I'm like, we got to be serious. If a woman as beautiful as her pays half the bills, forgives affairs, she forgives the fact that he has children on her, okay? She puts out, and she eats the groceries of a giant because he's tall. He's very tall. Okay? She's like, she put her face all up in there. Okay? Who are you? Who? You, with your whole 50 pounds and your most likely 100-pound overweight ass. Who you is to say that you not going to bust it wide open. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like if you like Naomi Campbell fine, if you Beyonce type of fine, and you say you don't want to put out, I'm like, yeah, no, you not Beyonce fine. You are not Gabby Union fine. On top of that, you are overweight, and we still don't know how tall you are or how short you are. But I have a feeling, I have a strong feeling you might not be that tall. So imagine you is wide, okay? You wider than my TV. Can you even fit through a door? Make it make sense. A lot of ladies need to be humbled. They need to be humbled. And me, I will humble you. You need to, like in your head, right here, you need to sober up. Somebody needs to recalibrate your mind. You are not that girl. You are truly not. And yet, you have a husband who makes twice what you make. So you mean to tell me if you make 100, he make 200? If you make 200,000, he make $400,000? You're married to a high achiever. You're overweight. You're short, and you're stressed out. And you have the audacity to say that you're not going to put out. But yet your husband knows that Gabby, who is fine AF, she pays half the bills. She works. She forgives affairs. She forgives babies out there. She puts up and she eats the groceries. Blah, 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 blah. Stuffs her face all up in there. Okay? So you can go. It's never that deep. You're free to go. Because he got money. You are replaceable. Because what makes a man attractive is not just how much money he has, but the fact that he can provide. If your husband goes out there and say, hey, I want a wife who wants to have sex with me and I'll pay her entire life, she ain't got to work. Do you know that by 12 p.m., if he puts it out by 8, if he puts out the announcement at 8 a.m., by 12 p.m., he going to have 500 applications. Trick, do you see the economy? Do you see the economy? And I'm sure you have a nice house and you drive a nice car and you live real good and you got good sheets and a good bed with some good, like the good, put up. Oh, this is really bouncy. On top of that, you got the good bed for the bouncy. Jump on it. Let's do it. Riding my pony, my saddle is waiting. Riding. Come on in. Okay. We're gonna get nasty, baby. First you some. Till I do. Okay? So if she's not attracted, she needs to tell the men the truth and move out the way. Because I'm assuming he does not want to cheat. So don't do this. It's been 20 years. You don't get to have sex with the man. Step out the way. Because what you won't do, another will do. Jump on it. Let's do it. Riding my pony. My saddle is waiting. And his checkbook is also waiting with the saddle. Girl, get out the way. Okay, yes, Maverick. Yes. And that needs to be talked about. That truly needs to be talked about. Not all men are bad. She said, I have no men who seem to be neglected by their housewives. They often don't leave because they're very emotionally attached or because of the children. Okay? But if a man is honest, it's like, yo, I'm a sexual person. It is the truth. Like, there are men who don't care for sex and there are men who care about sex. Because, if he's a high achiever, yes, we're going to go there today. We're going to go there today. If he's a high achiever, sex helps him to relieve stress. Like, sex is a stress reliever, right? So if he's a high achiever, if he's a high earner, most likely he's very stressed. So he wants to release. I repeat, release. And most likely because of his career, because of his vows, he doesn't want to have a problem like, oh, I'm going to go cheat, get sued. With so he's coming to you. You said, girl, if it's good enough for Gabby, who the F are you to say it's not good enough for you? Who you be? Who you be? You are 50 pounds. You are 50 pounds. Just like you're 50 pounds bigger. These girls are like, oh, you should file for divorce. You should file for divorce. Let her file for divorce. Nobody's going to come date her. She's overweight and she doesn't like to have sex. She going to stay by her damn self. Y'all need to stop giving these girls stupid ass advice. She has a husband who loves her. He makes twice her money. He can subsidize her life. He's simply asking her to lose weight and to have more sex. And these goofy ass idiots are telling her, oh, leave your husband because he asked her to lose weight. So it's okay for her to eat the man's money. She can eat his money, but she can't lose weight. Look at these greedy ass people. And y'all wonder why these men don't, hey, Mina, y'all wonder why these men don't want to get married. You got to give him something. You got to say, oh, thank you. Here's a little bit of, Okay, is it that hard to do? Okay. Is it that hard? So if you don't want to have sex, but you want to spend his money. Get out of here with that. Even Carisha. Everything Carisha got from Diddy, she gave something. To the point that she even let this man pee on her. How you think she got all them G-Wagons and all them cars and them trips? Because she allows him to do whatever he wants to her body. And nothing free out here. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. But if we're going to be married and people can't even have sex, then what's the point of being married? You might as well be single and have all the sex you want. I'm like, this man could be having the best sex of his life. Why are you here triggering people? You don't like sex. Maybe you don't like sex. I don't know. We can't force you to have sex, but we're saying get out the way. Okay? Get out the way. Hold on, baby. Hold on, my baby. Hold on. Okay? It is very deep for men. The same way communication is deep for women, men need sex. It is a real thing. It is real. It's not a joke. Yes, my baby. Okay? Yes. Okay? So let's keep going. Where we at? Something like, girl. And he told her for 20 years. Let's go.
Number 1, sexual consistency. Maslow's hierarchy places SMECS as a basic, ongoing physiological need alongside food and breathing. I will have to look that up to see if SMECS is a basic, ongoing physiological need. Number 2, there is a well-researched, documented evolutionary need for sexual variety among social male mammals called the Coolidge effect. And then he gives her 2 links.
Okay, hold on.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own...
Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a theory in psychology. It argues that there are 5 stages of human needs that motivate our behavior. Abraham Maslow proposed his theory in 1943 after studying what he called exemplary people, such as Albert Einstein or Eleanor Roosevelt. First, there are physiological needs, such as the need to breathe, eat, drink, or sleep. The moment we get enough of that and we feel awake and our bellies are full, we get motivated by the next thing. Now we want safety. We try to earn money, build up resources, and look for shelter that protects us against dangers. Once we are satisfied and feel safe, we have time to think about what we want next.
Mhm.
At stage 3, we seek love and belonging. We desire to be close to family and friends, belong to a society, or join a gang. But the moment we feel completely part of a group, we already wish to be a little different than the rest. At stage 4, we look for esteem, self-confidence, and respect from our peers. We want to be someone. If we have money, we buy a fancy watch. If we have a brain, we write or think or work a lot. Motivation to perform and compete is now at its highest. Students, sportsmen, and inventors excel. Neil Armstrong even flew to the moon. Only if we breathe and drink and eat and sleep enough, and we feel safe and part of a group and still special, only then can we reach level 5, self-actualization. Now we can relax, be creative, accept facts for what they are, give back, or do whatever we want. No more pressure, unless of course there is trouble below.
Okay, so he's not lying. Now, here we go. So here they say, according to a 2011 study published in the Journal of Sex Research, men think about sex an average of 19 times per day. So he's right. It's as important to him as breathing. And you saw he wasn't lying. This Maslow stuff is real. This dude is really smart. He has a high IQ. She got a smart-ass husband. My gosh. Okay, which is more than women who think about sex 10 times per day. So men on average will probably think about sex twice more than women. Okay. However, the range of thoughts about sex varies widely between individuals, with men thinking between 1 and 380 times per day, and women thinking between 1 and 140 times per day. Okay. The study also found that men think about food and sleep more than women, which could suggest that men are more likely to have indulgent impulses. See, that's why men are more prone for affairs. I'm telling you, most of these affairs, child, it was a spur of the moment thing. That's why it always goes left, okay? They're more likely to have indulgent impulses or count on vague feelings as thoughts. And so now if you have a man who hasn't had sex in 2 years, in 3 years, and God knows where, yeah, he gonna have an indulgent impulse because he needs to empty the pipes, okay? Like, we have to be very honest. Like, sex is really important for men. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. And I'm like, I respect this man being honest. I'd rather you tell me what you need than to be a cheater. Do you want to marry a Keon? Oh, no. I love you. Oh, you're my baby. You're my favorite. I love you. I love you. Mommy loves you. I love you, my baby. Okay? It is real. So now if you didn't know, now you know. Even me, at one point, I didn't know myself. So I had to, do better.
Aspect of my life is so important that I've continued to make significant investments in it. And you, for the past 27 months, you've been relieved of the responsibility of working outside the home. The monetary value of this investment is large.
27 months to lose 40 pounds. And it took her 26, almost 2 years, right? And 3 months to lose 40 pounds. All right. 40 divided by 27. We're going to do the math. Okay. So, because I'm like, this dude, he's an air sign. And no way. If he's not a Libra, he's Aquarius. Yes. Because he going to tell you, he going to keep it a bug. He's an air sign. He's very smart. So, 27 months to lose 40 pounds, which means what? You have lost 1.48 pounds a month. How would y'all call this type of behavior? Because on average, a healthy weight loss is like 1.5 to 2 pounds a week, right? In 27 months, you're averaging 1 pound, 48 ounces, 1.5 pounds. No, 1.5, no, not 40 ounces, sorry. 1.5, almost like 1.5 pounds. So that's 1 pound and 8 ounces, right? Okay. My bad, right? So would you call that a high achiever or would you call that mediocre? If you were paying for someone to do something and in 27 months, you realize that they're only losing 1.5 pounds per month, how would you feel? These girls are so crazy. People crack me up. Because I'm like, this dude is smart. He is very, very smart. I'm like, this is a smart man. And the part is, and that's why I said my other live, right? When I say people be marrying people and they never take the time to know and to study the person. You got to know who you're married to. You are married to someone who's very cerebral. He's not emotional. He's very strategic. He knows what he wants. He breaks it down, and then he does the numbers. He runs the numbers. So which means in 27 months, you have lost 1 pound and 8 ounces per month. So you're still eating like an idiot. And yet you don't work. You have no stress. You're home all day. Why are you still eating like this? You're not even averaging 4 pounds per month. Because had she done 4 pounds per month, right? 20, 80, she would have lost over 80 pounds, right? Right. See? Even if she had lost 4 pounds per month in 27 months, she would have lost 108 pounds. You've only lost 40 pounds in 27 months. And then you want to go over here, go to Reddit, and talk about this man in the narcissistic husband section. Are you sane? That's defamation. Yeah. She's in the house and she's eating. And that's why he said, where is the trainer? Because if you had a trainer, what would have happened? You guys, be very cautious of having this knee-jerk reaction to want to just rescue these women. No. Take all the information. We're going to write this stuff down. We're going to go through it step by step. 27 months. You've quit your job. You are at home full-time. You were asked to lose 50 pounds. You've lost 40 pounds in 27 months, which is something she did not tell us initially, right? We're finding this out because now he's coming back to her with like a complaint. This is a complaint. He wants like a complaint. It's a bill, but he's definitely giving her a complaint. Like, okay, after our agreement, it's not been 27 months. It's time for us to have a recap. So his recap is this, right? In 27 months, you have not worked. I've been taking care of all the bills. You stay home full time. You were asked to quit your job in order to lose weight, specifically 50 pounds with the help of a trainer. Instead, you quit your job, you lose 40 pounds, you do it by yourself, and you do so in 27 months. Had she hired a trainer, how long do you think it would have taken her to lose 50 pounds? There's a reason why he asked her to have a trainer, because she's not a consistent woman. She's not competitive, and she's not a high achiever. On top of that, you can't even trust her to keep her word, because she's in the house and she eats while he's working. Right? And even when she says, oh, I want to go back to work, but he won't let me. Girl, you don't want to work. You don't want to go back to work because obviously you do whatever you want. You pick and choose when you'll listen to him, and you pick and choose when you do what you want because you were asked to lose 50 pounds. You didn't do it. You were asked to get a trainer. You did not do it. So miss me with this like, oh, I'm the oppressed wife and my husband controls me. He obviously doesn't control you. 27 months. He's been patient enough. He waited 2 years and 3 months to circle back and to let you know the way this thing is going, you are not meeting your end of the obligation. 2 years and 3 months he gave you. If you were a tenant, you would have been evicted. Like the sheriff would have come to your house and dragged your sloth ass outside. Okay? All right. Make it make sense. Exactly. And not just the trainer. He's paying for everything. Because he make twice her money. All right. Hold on, Maverick. Hold on. Come on.
In lost wages alone, this has already cost us over $119,000. At conservative rates of return, this means we have already lost over $461,000 that would have been available at your retirement and $1.7 million at your death. This amount uses conservative assumptions and doesn't factor in any additional costs we've incurred over the past 2 years. The cost of the past 27 months easily exceeds $2 million in lifetime value.
Sorry, right? I don't know if you can see it, but he's saying to her, so those 27 months that you spent at the house, losing 1 pound, 8 ounces per month over 27 months, right? It has cost us over $119,000. So pretty much this man is paying, he paid $119,000 for 40-pound weight loss. Even BBLs are cheaper than that. And the day I tell y'all, when women start to respect numbers the way men do, when women start to look at marriage as a, like, you know, they start considering the financial side of marriage, right? When women start understanding that money matters and men do care about their money, it's going to make them more attractive to marry. I'm being very serious. Okay? So right now, yes. So right now, pretty much what he's saying is, I pretty much spent $119,000 for you to lose only 40 pounds. Yeah. If you paid $120,000 for a person and they only lost 40 pounds, how would you feel? How would you feel? Right? Imagine if you're a mom and you send your child to college and you pay you for 4 years, you pay $119,000 for 4 years education. And then the child comes back with he graduates with like a 1.9, a 2.0, a 2.5 GPA. After you don't spend $119,000, how would you feel? Please let me know. Y'all gonna write in these comment sections, because if you don't write, we're not moving forward. How would you feel? Because I'm like, at this rate, lipo would have been better. And lipo, like a full makeover, like a full thing of lipo, like boob job, the behind, the belly, even like a facelift and a whole facial makeover with the makeup and the new hair. It would have been way cheaper. Right? He spent $119,000 and he did not get what he asked for. So if it was your money, how would you feel? I'm waiting for the comments. Janet said premium tears. Okay. Totally upset. Okay. Forehead said she was probably just hurt that he asked her to lose weight initially. Why would she be hurt? Her ankles don't hurt. This is the part about women that cracks me up, right? Oh, I'm so offended that my husband tells me to lose weight. Heifer, your ankles are offended that they have to carry all this weight. Get out of here with that. When your ankles hurt, you don't think your ankles are offended? You don't think that your spine is offended having to carry all this belly? The bigger your belly, the more your back starts to hurt. Because when your belly gets big, you start to arch your back. I will tell you. Okay? He asked you to lose weight that you wanted to lose anyways. And when you were here in the beginning, but she said, I wanted to lose the weight my damn self because it's too much. She's uncomfortable herself. So we shouldn't hurt your feelings. But it's okay for you to hurt your ankles' feelings. Ankles matter. Hashtag ankles matter. Spines matter. Okay? Your hips, they matter. Your heart matters. Your liver matters. F your feelings. Because what if this man said, oh, I'm so tired today, I don't want to work. Oh, my feelings are so hurt. You have not slept with me in 2 years. I'm going to quit my job. How would you feel, Forehead? Because women in these feelings are, oh, my feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt too. He's paying all the bills. He's told this woman for 20 years that he's a sexual person. He's being ignored. And yet he's required to keep paying the bills. His feelings are hurt. He don't want to pay the bills no more. Now we're going into foreclosures. I don't want to work no more. How would you feel? Why do women think that they're the only ones who have feelings? Everybody has feelings. You don't think when his wife does not want to sleep with him, it hurts his feelings? Like maybe something is wrong with him? We all have feelings. Your feelings are hurt. Hold on, is it freezing? It better not be freezing. Okay? Your feelings are hurt because he told you to lose weight. Well, guess what? His feelings are also hurt because for 20 years, he's been chasing you around for you to sleep with him. And yet he's your husband. How can you friend zone your husband? Exactly. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Then she should have said that, Diana. We would have saved our money. We would have saved our money. Okay? Exactly, my money back. 119,000, and all he gets is a wife that still only lost 40 pounds, and she's still not sexual. Yeah, I would feel robbed. Like you robbed me. Because even divorcing you would have been cheaper. If we're being honest, it would have been cheaper for this man to divorce this woman and go have the best sex of his life. He could have had great sex. Do you know the kind of baddies he could have had? Just like throwing $100,000 at a strip club. Right? He could have paid for this divorce, and he could be having the best sex of his life with a baddie. Because these girls, if you have money, they'll sleep with you. Some of the pretty girls too. If you have a lot of money, you can have a beautiful woman because you got money. That's all it takes. Look at 50 cents. Look at 50. You think Daphne Joy, you really think that Daphne Joy slept with 50, unprotected, had a baby with 50 just because he's cute? Okay? I'm supposed to believe that this lady right here got pregnant, had a baby with Curtis because she thought Curtis was cute. No, Curtis is rich, so it makes him cute. Okay? It's money right here. What's understood don't have to be explained, right? Miss Jackson. I'm supposed to believe that Miss Jackson, okay, was out here with Floyd because Floyd was cute. Because Floyd's cute? You call this cute? No, I call this rich. I call this billionaire. Floyd is a billionaire. Okay? A Billy. Shout out to Lil Wayne. It's Weezy, baby. Okay? Floyd is handsome because he's a billionaire. Without money, oh my Lord. Okay? You think if this dude didn't have billions, she'd be with him? What exactly are we talking about? Okay? So when a man has money, no matter how ugly he is, he can have whatever he wants because money talks. And the women who don't want to have sex, they need to keep walking. He is really small. Okay? Exactly. Thank you. Okay? We are really supposed to sit here and say, the reason why Shawnee left her first husband because she thought this dude was so beautiful. No, he was rich. He was rich. And when you're rich, you're handsome. You're seriously handsome. This is $600 million handsome. Okay? But you really think she got with Shaq? Hold on, little baby. You don't know too much, huh? You sleepy? Hold on. Let me move you. Yes, keep it safe. Hold on, Gemini. Calm down. Don't be a hater. I know. You want to sleep. Go to sleep. Look at this picture right here. Now, you think she really married this man and gave him all them kids? Kanye's kind of cute, though. Okay? Because he's what? He's handsome? No, he's rich. When you're rich, you're handsome. Money make a man look good. Money makes a man be fine. Oh, girl, he's so fine. Why? Because he got money. It's giving money. Okay? Exactly. They see money. Everything comes down to the moolah. Okay? No matter what, no matter how a man looks, if he has money, he's going to be beautiful. He's going to be handsome. He's going to be delicious. Okay? Delicious. Okay? So I'm like, 119,000 was spent. And you only lost 40 pounds in 27 months? Yeah, give my money back. Because I could have just divorced you and had the baddie I wanted off of Instagram. And I could be sitting here having the best sex of my life. Yes. Life is too short. Current Lil Wayne. Exactly. Hold on. Exactly. Here's Weezy, child. Okay? You think she with him because he's cute right now? He used to be cute, though. But right now, he's not at his best. We've seen better days, right? You think she's with him because he's cute? No, he's rich. Okay? All right. Okay, all right. So let me play it back again. Hold on.
At your retirement and $1.7 million. For the past 27 months, you've been relieved of the responsibility of working outside the home. The
Exactly.
monetary value of this investment is large. In lost wages alone, this has already cost us over $119,000.
Mhm.
At conservative rates of return, this means we have already lost over $461,000 that would have been available at your retirement and $1.7 million at your death.
Wow.
This amount uses conservative assumptions and doesn't factor in any additional costs we've incurred over the past 2 years.
Wow.
The cost of the past 27 months easily exceeds $2 million in lifetime value.
Oh, wow.
Return on the investment.
And so you see, this man is not a socialist. He's not a socialist. He's a capitalist. This man cares about his money, not just his money today, but his future money, because he counts interest, right? So it's like when you play them games, this is how much money I'm losing right now. And if I discount for the future, if I count for the future, this is how much money I'm losing in the future. So right now you cost me $2 million in the future. Okay. He cares about his money. He really cares. And I'm like, you see, because he's not a socialist, and I'm sure he's not a Christian. Okay. So his money is really serious to him. Because he works hard for his money. So I'm like, I respect it. But this is not fair. This is not what he signed up for. And that's not what you agreed to. But now you have the audacity to write a letter and start complaining. Make it make sense. Hold on.
1, has there been a significant positive improvement in the consistency of our sexual activities?
Mm-hmm.
No. Number 2, has there been a significant and positive improvement in the variety of our sexual activities? No. Another week of total failure. Last week we had another long discussion and you gave another full commitment to make improvements this week. There was absolutely
so she takes on these commitments, she makes these promises, and she just breaks them. And he was like, even new things. We don't even try new things in the bedroom. Okay? You just lay there, missionary, and yet I was spending $100,000. Do you know what these girls from OnlyFans, do you even know what most of these girls out here would do if a man was giving them like, so that's 119, right? 120. If a man was out here giving a girl $60,000 a year, especially these young ones, child, on the TikTok or OnlyFans, do you know what they would do to that man? His curls what? His toes would be curled like this, just like this. Okay? All right. If he got himself a little baddie from Instagram or TikTok, nah.
absolutely no creativity, thought, or effort put into helping me navigate my trip. I had to send a text to you to give me a thought for self-satisfaction purposes. When I got home, there was no sexual activity on Wednesday.
Okay, y'all got that? So he said there was absolutely. Oh, hold on, Maggie, hold on. Oh, this little baby. You need to let me work with her. Okay. Last weekend we had another long discussion. Okay, Maverick, hold on. You gave. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Give me a second. Good. I don't know. Okay. So he said there was absolutely no creativity, thought, or effort put into helping me navigate my trips. I guess he went on a business trip, right? I had to send a text to ask you to give me a thought for, okay, so he played with himself. So he wanted her to send him like nasty text so he could play with himself, right? And he said, when I got home, there was no sexual activity on Wednesday or Thursday night. So not only is he paying for everything, she's not sleeping with him. And this man is married and he has to play with himself because she's not having sex with him. That's very, I think that's a little degrading. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, then why are you with this man? You can't even send him like nasty text messages. Okay. The request and defeat yet again.
Wednesday or Thursday night.
Wow.
There was no communication at all Wednesday or Thursday night about weekend plans or activities. The request in defeat yet again. For yet another week, you've made it abundantly clear that you do not care about making any of this work. How do we move together? How do we move forward together in a loving way?
So he's saying, because it's been 27 months. 27 months. You do what you want. You've only lost 40 pounds. You don't want to have sex with me. You barely want to send me any kinky text messages. Yet I'm paying for everything. You don't work, right? You're not being thoughtful. You're not intentional. You don't try anything new. So you keep breaking promises. So he said to her, how do we move forward in a loving way? So now I'm trying to understand, why does she or other people say that this man's a narcissist? What part about this man is a narcissist? The lady is the narcissist. Because he asked her, because he's tried. You obviously don't care, right? And that's cool. So how can we move in a loving way? And I would say an honest person would say, I'm not attracted to you. I don't love you. You know, I think we should get a divorce. But since I don't have money, could you help me to move out or do things like that for at least a year or so, right? That's it. Because you don't love this man. You don't love this man. You don't want to be with this man. He cannot continue to be in a marriage where sexually he's being ignored. And yet he's paying all the bills. And he can't even get a nasty text message from you. Whereas if he got himself a new girlfriend, especially a younger one, who saw that she didn't have to work, she'd be blowing up his phone with all kinds of nasty stuff. So what you won't do, someone else will do. So how do we move forward in a peaceful way? I'm trying to understand, how exactly is this man a narcissist? Okay? Because I'm confused. Like, that's insane.
But wait, there's more before we discuss this. He put together your investment return estimates. He put together a chart and everything, this yellow chart with an initial investment of $119,000 invested over 40 years, assuming a 7% rate of return. You will have over $1.7 million in the future. Your total contributions will be $119,000. So then he gives this chart. And
you see, and this lady right here, even though she thinks she's cute because she's thinking, oh, she's going to stand up for the sisterhood of women, right? You can see that this lady, too, no offense to her, she doesn't care about money, right? I'm pretty sure like her finances are not where they're supposed to be. I'm sure her husband also doesn't make a lot of money, right? She does not care about money because the way she's laughing shows me she doesn't care about money. Because most likely she's a Christian and most likely she's also a socialist, right? Because anybody, if you care slightly about money, like, dang, girl, like, it's true. Because when you're not working, y'all are losing $119,000 and he's still paying all the bills. And you have not lost all the weight you're supposed to lose, right? So he's right to think about that. Because it's costing us something today. And if we keep going this way, it's going to cost us something tomorrow. Somebody has to care about the money. But a lot of women think that money does not matter. And that's why a lot of marriages have a hard time. And a lot of marriages break up over what? Over finances. Because a lot of women do not care about money. They think it's a joke. And they don't realize how it stresses out their husband. Okay? You cannot be doing stuff like this. Do not take money for granted. And if you have a man who works really hard, who's a high achiever and a high earner, you have to respect that because it's not easy. Because the more you make, the more taxes you pay. So it's not easy. So if he's telling you like, yo, like you're not doing what you're supposed to do and it's costing us money, something in your head, you go like, you know what? Money does matter. Because if he loses everything, you'll be the first one to divorce him, right? If you live in a nice house in a beautiful mansion and you drive this gorgeous ass Mercedes, right? The day he can no longer pay any of these things, you're going to leave him. And I know this because if you're not even having sex with him, you don't like him that much. What keeps you around is how much money he has and the life he gives you. So if he loses his ability to give you this lifestyle, you are gone. So why are you still here? And I'm so lost. I'm like, why are we calling this man a narcissist? I'm so lost. Yes, little baby, hold on.
Everything. This is wild that he did this to this woman, and he is the one that wanted her to quit her job. This letter to this woman.
And this is also very dishonest. This is intellectually dishonest. He wanted her to quit her job to do something very specific. And she has yet to do that. And it has been 27 months. And it's costing them $120,000. You see how most women read and they have no reading comprehension? This is so, I'm embarrassed for her. I really am. I'm like, did you not read this letter? Oh, he wanted her to quit her job. For what? 4 things specifically. Did you ever stop and think and say, okay, what did you actually do all 4 things he asked you? Because if you do all 4 things and he's still complaining, I'm like, okay, like, what's this problem, right? But you're not. You quit. You did one thing really well. You quit your job. You're staying home and you're eating. But losing weight? Oh, I lost weight. Yeah. At a rate of 1.1 pound, 8 ounces per month for 2 years and 3 months. And he waited 2 years and 3 months to get back to you. Like, I don't like the way this is going, right? He gave you 2 years. He's observing you. Okay, maybe she'll do it tomorrow. Maybe next month. Maybe next month. No, it's been 27 months and you have yet to call a trainer. You have yet to lose the 50 pounds. And you have yet to become more sexually active. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with her? And somehow it's the man's fault. Make it make sense. Unbelievable. And I don't even think they have kids. So, and on top of that, if they don't have kids, and it's like, what are you doing?
Is wild. And this right here would be grounds for divorce for any person. But the fact that he took the time to
see, so Jay, they're gonna divorce them. Listen to how goofy these girls are. So you're gonna divorce a man who's paying all the bills because you don't want to have sex with him. You see how silly these women are? What, like, I'm like, y'all listen, what has this man done that is so awful that warrants you trying to divorce him? You're the one who's not having sex with him, but somehow you should file for divorce. And that's why I said, me, Marty, I understand. I'm starting to understand little by little why a lot of men don't want to be married. Look at this goofy shit. These women refuse. They refuse to be rational. And they refuse to be logical. And on top of that, they refuse to care about money. Don't want to care about money. But if the roles were reversed, she will be so triggered. Because $120,000 is a lot of money. So if you're not going to do what he wants you to do, just go work. Why are you still here? Oh, no, he told me not to go back to work. I don't think so. You're making this up. You keep promising that you'll do better. So, okay, fine. We'll try again, right? And then this lady here, with her, I don't know, she's very remedial, is also going to pretend not to understand what this man just said. But I'm like, anybody, I mean, if you're here now, I'm for me, at least for me, it's very clear. He's very clear. He knows what he wants. And when he doesn't get what he wants, he will also let you know. And a lot of women say, I want a man who communicates. No, you want a man who says the things that you want to hear. Mostly compliments. That nothing is wrong with you. You're so amazing. You're the prize. You're a queen. Womp, 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 womp. Because when people start having mature conversations with you about finances, about weight, and it does matter. Even me, I've gained weight. I need to lose weight, right? But it's really true, though. You cannot be mad at someone or a husband. If your husband married you and you were kind of fine, you cannot be mad at him if he's like, yo, I missed the way my wife used to look. Vice versa. If a man used to be fine and now he has a big belly, he cannot be mad at the wife who say, oh, husband, your belly's too big. It doesn't turn me on. Because if we're going to be in this thing forever and we cannot sleep with other people, then we must try to keep ourselves together so that we can remain attracted to each other. And sex matters in a marriage. You cannot have a sexless marriage. It is not a marriage. You cannot say to the husband, I need you to do all the things a husband do. But me, when it comes to me as a wife, I'm going to pick and choose what I want to do. Especially the things that matter to you the most, I'm not going to do it. How is it okay for someone to wait 20 years for his wife to become more sexually active for him? But then it's the same ladies who be like, oh, if he really wanted to, he would. Girl, don't settle. But when it comes to him, he should settle. right? If she really wanted to sleep with him, she would. He should not settle. My back hurts.
Like make bullet points and details in all of what he is considering her failures is wild to me. How they put so much emphasis on their peen. That's wild to me. But let's get into.
So if a man says to his wife he needs to have more sex, it's wrong for him to put emphasis on his penis. If a man cheats on his wife, it's wrong for him to put emphasis on his penis. But yet, it's never wrong for a woman to want more. It's never wrong for a woman to want more money. It's never wrong for a woman to want a bigger house. It is never wrong for a woman to want more clothes, more this, more this. A woman can ask whatever she wants. It is never too much, right? But if a man says, there's one thing I need, if you and I get married, there's seriously one thing I need. We got to have sex because I'm a sexual person. Oh my gosh, he's a narcissist. Oh my gosh, I'm going to divorce this man. Then why did you get married? Why are you married? Leave. I'm so lost. I'm like, why are you married? And on top of that, you're overweight. You're overweight. You don't make money. You're not consistent. You break promises. You're a nurse. This man makes twice what you make. Go file for divorce. I wish you well. I truly wish you well. Right? Because people think, oh, I'm going to divorce my husband and there's something out there better waiting for me. Waiting for who? Imagine somebody who don't work, don't have money, cannot fulfill her promises, breaks her commitment, has no work ethic, eats all day, right? Is short, overweight. She wants to find somebody who makes twice what she makes, pays all her bills, lives a life with no stress, only asking her, have more sex. You think another man out here going to give you that? No, because whoever you get with the next relationship, even if he's okay with your pudginess, right? He's going to make you pay the bills. And that's why, for the most part, not saying it's all the time, because there's always an exception to the rule, but for the most part, the skinnier the woman is, the prettier and skinnier the woman is, she pays less bills to zero bills. The bigger the woman gets, she will pay half of the bills to more. Because there's such a thing as skinny and sexy privilege. Yeah. I'm starting to understand people. Because I really don't get that. Because I always feel like you should practice empathy. Before you get all up in your feelings, ask yourself, right? If it was you, would you find what he's asking for unreasonable? If it was you and you needed something for your husband and it took him 20 years and he's still not trying to give it to you, then why are we here? Because obviously you don't mean enough to him for him to at least try. She's not even trying. Even to send a text message to say, oh, I love you. I miss you. I hope you're having a good trip. For everything he does for her, she doesn't even care to send this man a text message. He goes on a trip. You don't help him to pack his suitcases. He comes back from the trip. You're already in bed with your bonnet or you're on your phone. You're barely waiting for him. How is that okay? How would you feel? How would you feel? Even your kids. Let's say you're a mom, right? You provide all this thing for your kids. You do so much for your children. When you go on vacation, they don't say, hey, bye, mommy, have a good trip. No, they're on their phone. They're on, okay, bye, mom. Hey, what's up? How would that make you feel? Your entire trip, not a single child calls to say, hey, mom, are you okay? How's your vacation going? Are you good? We miss you, right? You're missed. Nope. You come back from vacation. Nobody checks on you. You come in with your suitcases. Nobody said, hey, mom, you're back. How was your trip? Nope. You're all by yourself. How will that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Like, wow, these kids really do not appreciate me. Oh, wow. There you go. Empathy. A lot of people, they lack empathy. They never say to themselves, if this was me, how would that make me feel? Because he's a man. So it's like, oh, he doesn't have feelings. He's just here to give me money. Because you see him as an ATM. You see him as the federal government and not your husband. And that's why you take him for granted. Because you think no matter how subpar you are, your blowjobs are subpar, your sex is basic, your weight is big. I mean, you don't work. Like, girl, you have nothing to offer. And then they get offended when a man says, what do you bring to the table? At least you got to say, I can have good sex. If you have sexual desires, I can fulfill your sexual desires. At least you got to be able to say that. No, I am the table. Why would you ask me that? Because he's going to pay for you. and your babies. You see me, I'm pregnant. I got a baby. I'm sitting here. My life is subsidized. Why? Because I have a baby. So I'm like, hell, I have a baby. I'm on maternity leave. Okay? It's a privilege. Even my life, it's a privilege. It's a huge privilege. Because if this man was not in your life, you would have to work. Right? And the same goes for me. If Jimmy was not in my life, I would have to work. So you at least have to have the recognizance to say, if this man wasn't here, I would have to work. And if you had to work as a nurse by yourself, could you afford the life he's currently giving you? No. So at least be grateful. When he goes on a trip, it don't take you much to say, hey, husband, are you okay? Are you having a good day? I miss you. Let me know how your day is going. It don't take more than 2 minutes to think about your husband and send him a text message. But every day when he's around you, you're always on your phone. You're always texting people. You're always talking to people. So you know how to text people. You know how to reach out to people. You always have your phone in your hand. But when he's out of town, he has to beg you to text him back. And yet he's the narcissist. People, they're sick out here. And that's why people talk about modern women. I can see why. Because there's a lot of selfishness. People don't practice empathy. You see, the woman of yesterday that got the whole thing, they were the type of woman, if their husband goes on a trip, she going to pack his suitcase for him. She going to put his little stuff in there. She might even write him a note so that when he gets to the hotel and he opens up his suitcase, she put a little thing in there to say, I miss you. She might even put her picture in there. We never know. Right? The woman of yesterday, if she knew her husband was paying for everything and she had a luxurious lifestyle, and then he was coming home from his trip and he coming like he gonna be at the house. Okay, what time you coming home? I'll be there by 8:30. She gonna wake up that day, clean the house, make the bed, do laundry. She gonna have dinner for him by the time he comes there because she missed him. These are what you call love language. These women love to talk about love language. They have none. What they want is to be worshipped because love, it goes both ways. The same way you love to be loved on, love on your husband, especially if you have a good husband, right? And that's why when we watched the thing with Priscilla Schreier, right? What did she say when she got married? She said, oh, he knew how to, she said, oh, her husband, Jerry, knew how to do everything. But she was like her mom did everything for her husband. She did everything with Pastor Tony because she was in love with her husband. You got to have, what are your love language for your husband? Especially if you have a good one. Because there are other women out here who have a husband and they still have to work. And they still have to lose weight. And they still have to work out. He freed up your time just so you can focus on yourself, focus on your marriage, and focus on him. And you can't even be bothered to send him a text message. And you have not worked in 2 years and 3 months. And people got to beg you to send a text message. And you don't think that somehow that's cruel. You don't see that part. You don't see how that's very unkind. Even your friend, imagine you were friends with somebody and it takes 2.5 years for your friend to return your text message. How would that make you feel? Imagine you had that, oh, that's my girl, that's my bestie. And it takes her like a week or 2 weeks to call you back. How would that make you feel? So I'm like, people know what neglect is. People know. People know how it feels when you call somebody that you think is like, that's your person. They don't call you back. Or when you text another person, that's your person. Don't call you back. You know exactly how it feels. When you text your friend or you call your friend, she's not responding, but somehow she's on Facebook or she posting on Instagram. Oh, so she obviously has her phone in her hand because I texted her a minute ago and she posted a story a minute ago. So I know she saw my message. Why is she not responding? How that going to make you feel? You're going to start asking yourself, are we as close as I think we are? Because I called you. You can say, oh, I'll call you back. I'm busy, right? It don't take much. Your phone is in your hand, especially if you have an iPhone. iPhone, they have pre-saved messages. When somebody calls you and says, okay, what? You can't pick up. What message can we send? It's pre-saved. You can't even be bothered to choose one of the things and send it to me. But yet you're posting. I see you. You're posting over here. You're posting over there. So you're actually awake. You have your phone in your hand. So why are you not calling me back? So at that point, I'm going to start thinking like, oh, maybe we're not that close. It's not a problem. It's okay. Right? And I'm going to say this, we'll move on to the next topic, right? I think a lot of times too, what could be very hurtful to a man too, is that he'll be married to his woman, but he'll see how much she'll pour into her friends, her sisters, her sister friend. Like she really goes above and beyond for her female group, right? She'll like, oh, I gotta call my sister. I gotta call this person. Gotta call that person. She'll go really hard for them people. But when it comes to him, he's like, she don't put that much effort. People see things and people notice. And they know you know how to do it. You choose not to do it. So the question becomes, why are you choosing not to do it? Because you don't love the person. So then why are you still here? Why are you still here? Make it make sense.
Into some of these comments, I do want us to look up, maybe you guys can look up in the comments, Maslow's hierarchy, placing SMECS as a basic ongoing physiological need alongside food and breathing. Icy Issue says, this letter would turn me off so badly, I'd never be able to have SMECS with him again. I meet with an attorney and leave him a divorce petition on the effing kitchen table. And then.
So she said this letter would turn me off badly. I would never be able to have sex again. She hasn't been having sex with him in 27 months. So you're not even having sex. I'm like, what is the threat here? You're not even having sex. Make it make sense. Because these women don't listen. They don't listen and they don't hear what's being said. They just want to react like, oh, how dare. Because I'm like, and that's the thing I've noticed in America. Like, that's the thing I've noticed about Western women. Any critique, they take it the wrong way. You look at me like, I'm like, this man did not insult this lady. Because if it was Keon, if it was Pastor Keon, you already know. Y'all heard what Pastor Keon said, right? He said, if just walking away from him, like y'all have an argument and you walk away, it's over. And Latira said, I'm the same way because for me, it's disrespect. So you have dudes out here, even you having an argument, like they talking to you, you walk away, he's done with you. There are guys who are not going to do all of this. They're either going to cheat and be done with it. They're going to file for divorce and be done with it. But I'm like, this man has been trying. And especially for the past 27 months. And you don't ask your sister, girl, are you being honest with yourself? Can you truly say that you give it your all? You're being unfair to this man. And this is where me and most people stop being friends. Because I'm not the type to bash people. I had another friend I knew. She was up there in like the up north up there, right? And she wanted me to despise her husband. You guys, when I tell you she came and got me, it's up north, like New York up there. You guys, it's like New Jersey. She kept, like the whole time she's talking greasy about her husband. Oh, he's a narc. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. And you know me, I don't play into that. I'm like, yeah, these girls, they stay lying. You guys, when I saw the house, first she came and picked me up in a Benz. I said, oh, you're so oppressed, but you drive a Benzino? And we're African too, right? So I'm like, you are an immigrant in America. You drive a Benzino? There are people who live in this country don't be pushing Benzes. Right? Then she took me to their house. You guys, if you saw the house, I said, oh my God. This is an African man. This is not his country. It's not his first language, right? It's an expensive, you guys, it's an expensive ad neighborhood. And I'm looking at her like, girl, what? So I started asking her, like, what does he do? Child. She started telling me what the man does. And the type, like the countries they've been to, I said, he has to be a high achiever. I'm like, this man is smart. Oh, Marlene, he refuses to give me money. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, maybe because you're not good with money. Because he's a money person. He's in finance. No, he doesn't trust you with money. You have not earned his trust with money. You see me, Marlene, y'all? I'm the type of person, I do not believe that just because two people are married, they should automatically combine their finances. Wait a minute. Because the way you spend your money and how I spend my money, I don't know. I believe that, hey, if some people don't have discipline, keep these accounts apart. If you need money, ask me. I don't want to tangle my finances with your finances. I respect it. Because some people don't care about money. And I told her, you were raised in a wealthy family. Him, he was not. He had to build himself. For him to come out of Africa from a poor family to be able to afford all of this in the New Jersey, wow, this man is driven. I said, I respect this man. I respect this man. And she used to go around these basic, she used to have these basic friends who are also African and their husband. And mind you, she will go talk about her husband. Meanwhile, her friend, the girl she's talking about her husband to, their husbands, they look up to her husband. I said, do you have no shame? Do you see? You guys know it was real. So then the husband came because she's so used to talking bad about him. So when he met me, he didn't know how to take me. So within a few minutes, we became buddies because I understood his mindset. I'm like, this man right here, he's very driven. Not a dreamer. Because I told you, Keon, he's a dreamer. Driven people, they have results. Because I'm like, this house right here, this is $1 million house. I said, there are people who were born here who can't even afford this. And instead of saying, husband, I'm proud of you. Thank you for giving us this life. No, every day you wake up, you curse this man. You barely knew me. And look at all the bad things you said about him. Because you wanted to enlist me into hating this person. I'm not the type. And these girls that you talk about your husband to, they're jealous of you. And their husbands, they look up to your husband. And you go to these people's houses and you bring your husband down. And you wonder why he doesn't open up to you. Because he cannot trust you. You're not a safe space. And you're not good with money. So he has to treat you like a child and put you on a budget. Yes. And then the more, because they used to be friends. Like a long time ago. So when they were friends, when they were younger, going to university, right? Because she grew up rich. She used to squander money. He had to do little jobs to take care of himself because his parents didn't have money. He paid his way through college. When they were both in college, he was working, paying for his school fees. She was spending money on bags, on shoes, because she's a daddy's girl. Her dad had money. Like where they're from in Central Africa, her dad has a lot of money. His people have no money. So he understands the value of money because God not told her the reason why he has to be so strict with his money, because God forbid something happens. He knows he's on his own. His dad can't save him. His mom can't save him. Nobody in the entire family. He's the most successful in the entire family. So if something happens to him, it's a wrap. What does that mean? When you know that you don't have a safety net, you got to be mindful with your money. You, growing up, he saw that you had no respect for money. Not because you're married to him, you feel entitled to his money. No, first you got to prove that you changed. Because just because somebody married you, it does not mean that your mindset towards money has changed. Prove yourself worthy. You never say thank you. You just complain. Make it make sense. You don't do stuff like that. And then she had this plan. Y'all, because she had another friend who's broke, busted, disgusted, overweight. Yes, overweight. And the friend they would sit there and talk bad about the husband. Mind you, you guys used to, one time we went to go pick up her daughter from school. You guys, when I tell you the school looks like a golf course, like it looks like them country club places. When you are in the because you stay in your car, right? For the carpool thing, you stay in your car to pick up the kids. Y'all should have seen the cars. I said, oh my gosh. That little girl, she goes to a luxury ass. I'm telling you, I will not lie to you. It looks like a country club. It's just ridiculous. I said, oh my Jesus. The cars, and it's just luxury cars. And it's nothing but white women too, because they don't work. And I was like, this is her school? Jesus. So her goofy ass friend, who's in Canada, lives off a benefit. These two ladies were planning for her to leave the husband and go move to Canada. I said, okay, you're broke. She broke. How y'all gonna live? Y'all do this little thing. Let's say it works, right? You get to Canada. The first month, you're happy. Oh, I escaped this man. You cuss this man out. Okay. But eventually, that girl, she's gonna ask you for money. Because you're not gonna go there and live in her apartment for free. And I asked her too. I said, so are you for your foolishness, you are also willing to take this young lady out of a castle? Y'all, it's a castle. The house is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And her school is a dream. I'm like, you're going to take her out of her house and her school to go put her in a 1-bedroom apartment with your bitter ass friend? Like, you people, you think properly? Do you think properly? I'm like, it's unbelievable. And at that time, too, they were waiting for their green card. I said, so you're going to leave before the green card shows up? Like, are you okay? Are you seriously? No, I'm like, sometimes you got to ask these women, are you seriously okay? Did it ever occur to you that the reason why she's so hyped for you to leave because she's jealous and she's bitter? Because she's suffering? Maybe she wished she had a man that was that driven. You got to do this driven, you guys. It is ridiculous. Like, it's so impressive. I was like, yo, you're crazy. You are insane. I'm like, oh gosh. Hold on, little baby, come here. You keep being a little hater, huh? Right? Oh, she was in her feelings. Because you thought I was going to come here to bash. I ain't bashing nobody. Leave this man alone. You gonna leave before your green card shows up. Does it make sense to you? Yeah, you complain about money. So then when you go to Canada, you're going to also start a whole new green card process over there. Girl, makes sense. I'm like, she's not your friend. She's not your friend. And so me, Marlene, I cannot be in a man's house who, he's hosting me. You're hosting me. He's hosting me. He's very nice to me. I'm not going to talk bad about him. You like when you meet people, when you marry people, at some point, it has to be your job to learn your person. Learn your person. Learn your husband. Learn your wife. Learn what they like and what they don't like. If you have a husband who doesn't play about his money, do not waste his money because it triggers him, right? Like I told you about them people, okay? They don't take nothing seriously because they didn't pay for it. If you're married to someone and he's the breadwinner and also he takes care of you and he takes care of his family and he also takes care of your family when they ask for money, understand how much pressure is on the man. It's a lot of pressure. So if he says, wife, I need you to chill with your spending for the next year, chill with your spending for the next 2 years, it's okay. He's not saying you're going to live like this forever, but for right now, chill. Because at that time too, he was working for himself. I'm like, did you ever stop and think about all this bill? You guys, I swear you should see the house. I will not be lying to you. She drives a Mercedes. She lives in a castle. She pays no bills. Her what's it called? Her daughter also goes to you guys, the thing is it's just giving luxury. And I asked her, like, do you ever sit like on your knees and say, you know what, Father God, I pray for my husband. Let him be successful with his business. Because we need him. Because God forbid something happens to that man. I can't afford this life. And you have a beautiful life. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I can see why he doesn't like you also. Because everywhere he goes, you talk bad about him. You talk bad about him to everybody. You don't even protect this man. You don't protect him. People who look up to him, you go in front of these people. And we have a saying in French, like, it's like you bring down his pants and you expose his butt. What is wrong with you? Keep your mouth shut. What's happening to you? So she was upset. Sure, whatever. They always get upset because God forbid you say something good about the husband. They always get mad. These ladies, they always get mad because they're not ready for marriage. They were never ready for marriage. They think when you're a real friend, oh yeah, leave your husband. You're gonna leave your husband, do what? Move in with me? I don't have space for you. Because if I tell you leave your husband, I gotta be able to take care of you, right? Oh, go get an attorney. They say these things like, get an attorney, get an attorney. These girls don't even know how much it costs to get an attorney. They say these things like, because they have no clue. You'll see a woman say, oh yeah, go file for divorce, go file for divorce. She has no idea that on average, a divorce attorney, he costs $250 an hour. She hasn't worked in 2.5 years. Where's she gonna get the money from? And why is she divorcing? $250. That's the base. That's like if you're in a stupid town like Columbus, Georgia. Go to places like New York City. They might charge you like $750 an hour. They throw these things like, oh, divorce him. But when the bill shows up, who's gonna pay? You gonna help me pay it? You gonna help me pay it? Have you ever? Do you know how much a divorce costs? Even mediation, you know how much it costs? What if divorce takes 2 years or it takes 3 years? You gonna help her pay for it? No, you're not. Always giving stupid advice because you're not the one footing the bill. Because a lot of these women, they don't care about money. They do not care about money. But a lot of men, they care about their money. Do not trigger this man. If you grew up and your father let you squander money like it's water, that's on you. That's like your dad raised you. More power to him. But if you have a husband who had to make himself, his parents did not have a lot of money, he understands the value of $1 because growing up, nobody had his back. So he's scared. And that's what Priscilla, we saw when Priscilla said, oh, you need to chill, like you need to be relaxed and stuff. He was like, oh, what? She can say that because her dad is rich. It's easy for Priscilla to tell her husband, oh, you're so uptight. Oh, loosen up, have fun. Yeah, because Priscilla, you have Tony Evans as a safety net. No matter what happens to you, your dad will always take care of you. You're the daughter of a multimillionaire. This man, he didn't even have his dad in his life. His older brother took care of him and his mom. So it's like, yeah, it's very easy to say to somebody, oh, loosen up, let loose, let whatever, right? Because you have a father that's a multimillionaire. And on top of that, you also had a daddy. He has no daddy. So I'm like, I understand why he's really scared like that, because he's always had to take care of himself. So I'm like, you have to learn your person. Learn your person. And if something triggers them, if something sets them off, don't do it. Respect people's boundaries. That's the way I feel.
And the OP says, exactly what happens to me, talking about I never want to have sex with him again. She says, exactly what happens to me. These tantrums where he legitimates why I need to have sex with him have the exact opposite effect of what he wants. He yells, he does the silent treatment, and he pulls out scientific studies about bonobo monkeys to try to convince me that non-ethical monogamy is natural and monogamous marriage isn't, blah, blah, blah. Of these tactics, I gotta say, I like the silent treatment the best. Haha. She honed in on this part. I'd meet with an attorney and leave him the divorce petition on the effing table. And the OP says, LOL, that's a great idea. I'm trying to work up to that. I'm in counseling. We're in marriage counseling too. I may show this to our marriage counselor. I swear she is charmed by him and thinks I exaggerate how he acts at home. And then this person, great Dr. Ruth of Peel, says, couples therapy is not recommended with narcs for exactly this reason. I would quit it immediately. Needs and Flower says, I can vouch for this. I didn't know mine was until our marriage counselor emailed me privately to tell me my partner has MPD. At least I got one that recognized it. That's good that they recognized it, but the whole, being able to take therapy terms and weaponize it against people, this is one of the reasons why you do not take narcs to therapy or counseling. Minwiggle says, they always charm the counselor and make you the villain. I swear this letter made me a combination of furious and nauseated. Give him some variety and smex by poking him in the kidney next time he orgasms. I'm kidding, not condoning violence, but this will never improve. Counseling always fails. You live once. You'll spend at least 5 years after the marriage learning how not to live in fear and anxiety and being free and content. Don't let him rob you of any more time. This person says 100. Mountain Paper says, give him some variety and smex by poking him in the kidney next time he orgasms. I just spit my coffee laughing so hard. Mine got fixated on sodomy. He wanted that route. I wasn't interested in any way, shape, or form. So I started responding with, you first. Let me stick something up yours. He eventually dropped it. I do wonder if he secretly isn't a man-loving man. I Send the Dream says.
And one thing also I can, hold on, Maverick, hold on. And I think also I cannot stand is when a man tells you what he needs. Because I'm like, these are not tantrums. These are well-written letters. Like this man, he wrote things very well. He wrote everything very well. These are not tantrums. He waited like 20 years for this, right? But the thing I cannot stand is like when somebody's being honest with you, and because you don't have the maturity, okay? You don't have the maturity, and also you don't have the honesty in your spirit to say, you know what, I messed up. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Is to not start questioning his he's gay. Oh, he's gay. It's getting old. It's really getting old. Okay, let me play this right here real quick. Maverick, hold on.
When we got married, and maybe a week later or so in our marriage, I noticed that she squeezed the toothpaste from the middle and leaves the top off. I'm like, why do I want some crusty toothpaste when it's time for me to squeeze?
Just trying to figure out what's wrong with it.
Yeah. But I'm like, but it drove me bananas.
You see what I said about learn your person, right? Because something drives him crazy. She's like, oh, who cares? Because since it's not a big deal to her, it doesn't matter. But if the shoe was on the other foot and something was a big deal to her, and he said, oh, who cares? Oh, you're dismissive. Oh, you're a narcissist. Oh, this is verbal abuse. Blah, 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 blah. Do you see how these women treat people? Right? Because this woman too, she's very entitled, but she's not as bad. Like, I don't think she's that bad, but I'm like, but if it matters to him, it matters to him. Right? You can't be dismissive. Right? Like, learn your person.
And it's because I like mine. You squeeze it from the bottom up. You put your top on when you finish.
So it'd be fresh when you get.
I'm kind of all over the place. Like I'm kind of a spontaneous, go with the flow.
So it was making me upset, and I'm like, so I just decided, you know what? I'm gonna go buy her own toothpaste, and she can do whatever she wants with it.
Set you free. Set you free in marriage.
She was free. I was free.
Simple as that.
Simple
a couple of $1 toothpaste.
That's it.
We can argue for 3 months about it, or just use 2 different toothpaste bottles.
You know, so there's always really a simple solution if you want it and if you want to find it. But if you want to make a big deal out of it, you can.
What were some things that you learned? Like I said,
Exactly. Why are you making a big deal out of having sex with him? Just do it. It don't take that long. It might be like, what, 10, 20 minutes? I don't know. That's it. Find a solution. Make it happen. Here we are. It's been 27 months, and it's still not being solved. Okay?
asked her what did she learn about herself, but she resorted to say what you learned about you. So what did you learn about her? What did she learn in marriage about herself?
What did she learn about marriage about herself? I think, again, I think she had a certain expectation, again, growing up in Tony Evans' household, the way she saw her mom and dad did things. Her mom did everything for her dad. And that's what she saw as well as her role as my wife. I'm going to do all these things for my husband.
Kind of in the traditional sense of what a wife is. Yeah.
Oh, goes another thing. That's what I said earlier. Your husband goes on vacation. He goes on a business trip. You don't help him to pack. You don't care. He's on the trip. You don't contact him. He has to reach out to you. Otherwise, you're not going to reach out to him. Sir, calm down. You're being a very difficult co-host today, right? Okay. Right? You understand? So he comes back also. You don't care. You pay him no mind. Maybe by the time he gets home, you're already in bed because you're doing everything in your power to not have sex with him. No problem. So it's like we realize that you're not a conventional wife. Right? Sir. Okay. You're not a conventional wife, right? But you want conventional wife treatment. And when he tells you that, he's now a narcissist. So you're not conventional, but you want a conventional husband. You want him to do the things that a conventional man does, but you don't want to be a conventional wife. And when he says he has an issue with this arrangement, now he's a narcissist. Now he's like, well, I'm going to pack my bags and go file for divorce. And this is what I meant. When they said that when it came to Miss Tony Evans, may she rest in peace, right? She used to do everything for her husband. And Priscilla said, yes, like a traditional wife does. You see, you're not a traditional wife, but you want a traditional husband. And this is why people get confused with this whole table conversation and the whole 50-50 conversation, because some people want traditional treatment, but do not want to give traditional benefits. It's like an equation. What you do to one side, you have to do to the other. You cannot say, I want a conventional husband, but I'm going to be a modern wife all the way. No, certain things got to be conventional. And I think part of being conventional is to have sex with each other. Okay? That's what married people are supposed to do. Okay? All right. Let's keep going.
Well, name those traditions. We're talking about cooking and cleaning and
the cooking, the cleaning,
ironing clothes.
Yes, the making of a home. My mom did that. That was her primary role. And she did other things outside of the home, but not in any way at the expense of that.
So you don't care about your home, don't care about your husband, but somehow he's the narcissist. Make it make sense.
I really tethered my value in wifehood to the fact that I was going to bring those traditional wife things to his life.
And you didn't want it?
And well, let me say this about her mom. Her mom did those things, as she said, without sacrificing. She didn't sacrifice the home for being outside the home.
Right.
But she did do things outside the home because she helped her dad build the ministry that he has today.
Facts.
She was the one, she was the backbone behind everything.
Facts.
Let's go back again. So Miss Tony Evans, may she rest in peace, right? Not only she made her house a home, did not neglect her husband, did not neglect her children. And on top of that, she helped the man build his business. You don't help him make money. He doesn't need you to make money. He makes his own money. He competes by himself. Your house is not a home. The man, he leave, he come back, you don't care, right? But somehow he's a bad husband and you're an amazing wife. Make it make sense. Like, it really needs to make sense. So like Miss Tony Evans too, when you would see her, I'm gonna show you her picture. When you would see her with all her, like her diamonds and all that kind of stuff, it made sense. She was a well taken care of woman because she was a wife. She was a traditional wife, and the man felt love. When she passed away, he was very sad. Okay, because that's how much he, I guess he can't, because she did everything. He couldn't live without her. Right? But you do the bare minimum and you are upset that the man says, can we at least have sex? You have a traditional husband. You're not a traditional wife. Somebody asks you, your husband does ask you for sex, and somehow he's a narcissist, and you should go get a divorce, or you're divorced the man. How does that even make sense to people? I don't know. Hold on.
Running the ministry, doing all that. So she had the business sense, but she did not allow it to take away from what her first calling was, and that was her home. Okay. So she saw that. But again, I grew up in a single parent household. Probably at 10, 11, my mom taught me how to cook my first meal because they were out working. I had to have the dinner prepared and the house clean before they got home. So after practice, my sports practice, I ran home to do my chores.
You talking about cook for the family?
To cook for the family.
He has 2 siblings and his mom.
So you had to cook for them?
Yeah, because they were out working. So mom would give me one recipe, teach me how to do it. She would give me another, teach me how to do it, and kind of built on that. I had to iron, I had to clean. So I did that for myself pretty much my entire life.
So we get married and I'm thinking, this is the value I'm going to bring to his life.
You felt like you was bringing no value because
totally.
You couldn't do it.
He didn't need any of that. I remember the first load of laundry. I was so proud. I remember washing, drying, folding the clothes, waiting for him to come home from work. And this brother right here said thank you, and then proceeded to unfold and refold everything.
I knew he was going to do that. I knew because he liked to fold a different way.
This was devastating to me. I'm a new wife. I'm 24 years old. I'm just, trying to find my footing. It was devastating. And I remember talking to my mom, over the course of the first months of our marriages, I'm realizing, he cooks better than me. He cleans better than me. He's more precise with those things than I am. And I remember my mom, I'm all crying about it and everything. And she was like, Priscilla, let that man do it.
So here is her mother, Dr. Lewis, right? May she rest in peace. That's her mom. Okay. So you see, you see her, right? You see her? Somebody look at all the things she did. And like what do you do? And then people are narcissists. Like, so at that point, what would you call Pastor Tony then? Okay. But look at her. Like her life was her husband, her family, her children, and she loved it. And she helped him to build his ministry. Right? Hold on. Let's go back over here.
Let him do all of that. And her basically it's the same toothpaste thing.
Yeah.
It's that you can make a big deal about it, or just let him do those things because he enjoys it. And it doesn't mean I'm not doing them at all.
Yeah.
But it's okay for him to do that. Priscilla, you didn't grow up seeing that. Dad was he did the, man stuff, the trash, the lawn.
Yeah.
But inside the house, I'm not used to a guy doing all the detailed things that a woman brings to the home. He can do those things and he enjoys those things. So my mom was just bring me up to say, your marriage does not have to look exactly like me and your dad's. Let him do what he enjoys. And she said to me the same thing I still do to this day. You can wash the clothes sometimes if you want to, dry the clothes, but then just lay him out flat on his bed. Let him fold them then. And that's what I started doing instead of being devastated that he didn't like my folding, which I'm still a little upset about it.
Have you learned to start folding like him?
Absolutely not. No, I am not a precise person. I'm a big picture sort of, vision person, can get the project done, but there's little things in it that I'm never going to be able to fold the thing in a perfect square. That is.
Here, I would disagree with her because if she really wanted to, she could learn. Okay. But she's a little spoiled brat. That's why he talked about the pastor kids. If she really wanted to, she would learn. She didn't learn how to preach. She didn't know how to preach to people and things like that. But she made it her business to learn. If she really wanted to learn, she would. Okay? Excuses. It's like if he said, oh, well, I don't really like doing it. She would be upset. Right? But then again, we're in the West, so it's happy life, happy wife, whatever. Right? But if she really wanted to, she would. Okay? Because when you care about somebody, you try. All right? I'm not going to say. So my thing is, when you think about all the stuff her husband does for her, right? Imagine she said, oh, well, I don't want to have sex with you. How would that be? You see? Because they have 3 kids. So obviously they're having sex. But my thing's like, imagine if after everything he does, if Priscilla's spoiled. She's just not as like flamboyant as Sarah is. right? But even when you listen to this interview, you can see that there's certain areas where she really lacks empathy, and she lacks, she doesn't know how to humble herself. I'm like, if you really wanted to, you could learn. Oh, I'm just going to wash the clothes and just lay them on the bed for him. You can be like, okay, can you teach me? Right? If you do it a lot of times, eventually you'll learn. He might actually enjoy it, but you could also learn sometimes to help him and do it the way he wants it to be done. You just don't care to learn, and he allows it. So whatever, right? But I'm like, she doesn't care to learn. Is it really that hard to like clean up your toothpaste behind yourself? We really have to go buy 2 toothpaste because you can't be bothered to be clean. Like, girl, be so for real. Okay. And I think that's why he didn't want to marry or pass this kid, because he knows she's very spoiled. She's a spoiled brat. She's just not as bad as Sarah. Exactly. She don't care to do it. Okay. But I'm like, for everything her husband does for her, imagine if he said, I need to have sex, and she said, oh no, I don't know, maybe not. I'm like, girl, what's wrong? He cleans, he cooks, he pays your bills, he pays for the house, and on top of that, so he's the man and the house and the wife. She's a public speaker, I guess, because I guess she has like a career and stuff like that. But I'm like, okay, you can't have sex with your husband, but they have 3 boys, so that's that. Okay, so that's what's my point. These girls are kind of slow. I want to stop it right here, right? What's next? I have this other video for you guys. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me play this video next. Hold on.
Why do men fear marriage?
Yes, let's go.
And obviously, using our brains, you know that I'm not talking about every man, but I mean the men who are not married and they're of an age to be married, and they're in a relationship to be married, or they get in relationships. And before I get into that, I want to say, when I'm talking about this, every now and then I use me and my wife or my family as an example, and then people ignore. You always a few people in the comments that really get on my nerves when they ignore what the video about and comment on what I said about me and my family. Don't miss the point of the video. I ain't coming on here asking for advice on how me and my family need to eat and all of this right here. I'm not on here. I go to your YouTube channel if I want some advice. So just understand that, to keep the comment section clear and focused on the topic at hand. Thank you very much. Now, back to this here topic.
My to-do list used to look like this. A jumbled mess, projects back to back, and I would waste so much
of why do men fear marriage? And this is something I want you to think about, because this narrative is out there, and it really is coming from that other side, you know, that community of men and women who say that marriage is a bad deal for men. But I'll be honest with you, the real reason, and a lot of men won't admit to this, and I think because of this and not getting to the root of the real reason, we've come to say, so many men say, oh, I'm not financially ready. I'm not financially stable. But even that plays back into the real reason. The real reason why so many men fear marriage is because they fear being faithful. They fear not being able to be faithful.
And hold on. And can we blame them when these women barely have sex with them? Okay, let's go.
And when a man says, oh, well, I'm not financially ready, what that also means, what he doesn't realize, he's saying, if I cheat or if I get caught watching porn and I have money, she's not going anywhere. If her hair and her nails and her face and her closet and her car is everything done and taken care of, then she's not going anywhere. Because truthfully, a woman who is meant for you, she gonna ride with you, and she gonna be down with you when you down financially, and she gonna be up with you when you up.
And I was listening to this too, and I was like, I can see why. Because I was, you know, Tony, you're like, why are you playing this? Because I will see, you see, this is why, the reason why I'm playing Tony Because Tony is also part of the problem. See, it's one thing for women by themselves amongst each other to be delusional and to lie to each other and to gaslight each other and to always deflect and make it seem like the man is always the problem. But when they can also find male voices such as Tony, who sits there, okay, who sits there and lies to them too, right? That's also part of the problem. Because Tony's saying one reason why a man doesn't want to get married because he thinks he doesn't have money or he doesn't make enough money, so that in case he cheats, right? Because okay, if you don't have enough money and you do cheat because you can't control your sexual drive, your discipline, right? Then you're gonna have to pay her in divorce court. However, if you have a lot of money and you cheat, she's going to stay. You see how remedial he is, right? And that to me, like I'm like, he's also part of the problem. There are many men who don't want to cheat. The problem with a lot of men who do not want to get married is they do fear no longer having a sex life. I'm not going to have any more sex, and I'm still going to be expected to do all the things a husband should do. And she's not going to do what she should be doing. And that part is not fair. Because also, I'm going to be in a marriage where I'm expected to do everything a man should do. She going to give me like whatever she feels like giving me. And then she can still divorce me and take my money. Because we saw in the first case, right? To me, that lady, she's in the wrong. And she still feels like she has grounds to go get an attorney and file for divorce. Right? And I think I was listening to him and I was like, it's a very, very, it's a wicked thing to mislead people. Because you feel like you want to be the good guy that these girls can come to you and they can hear from a man's perspective, but you're not really giving them a man's perspective. You are a man indeed. You are talking, right? But you're not talking honestly. Because the real fear for a lot of men is not having enough sex. I listened to him over the weekend and he was saying that before he met his wife, he slept with 100 people. I said 100 people. And your wife married you knowing that you were a passed around penis? That is not a good penis. That is not a clean one. I'm sorry. 100 people before you got married? Yuck. Okay? So I'm like, Tony, you know dang well that sex is a huge part of a man's life. Because before you met your wife, you smashed 100 people. And you had no intention of marrying people's daughters. And you spoiled the product. Right? And I'm sure your wife knows that being married is having sex is a big deal for you because he said, oh, his wife didn't wait until marriage. Like they had sex before marriage. Because he was like, if she had told me to wait, I probably wouldn't have waited. Because sex is really high on his list. And now he's sitting here and he's not saying the truth. Like, you know what? Sex matters to men. Okay? It's part of how they feel manly. Like, hey, cuckoo. It's like he said, it's part of how they feel manly. It's by having sex and having a lot of sex or as much sex as they can have. But if you know that if you get married and you cheat, like because you get married, you have sexual needs and your sexual needs are not going to be met. And if you do cheat, you're the bad guy. If you ask for more sex, you're the bad guy. So why would I risk my money? Why would anybody put their finances in jeopardy? When they know damn well that most likely, yeah, my sex life is going to be dry. Would you do it? Would you do it? People love to tell other people to risk their finances when they would not be risking their own finances. Right? And I'm like, as a man, if you're really going to be a man who's going to put these women onto game, let them understand how much sex matters to a man. Because you saw what we read right here. Hold on. What was it? What's the text I had earlier? Hold on. Okay. So if we go to this, right, what does it say? So according to the study, right, men think about sex on average 19 times a day. And women are about 10 times a day. So men kind of think about sex twice more than women, right? Some men, it goes from one thought about sex to 388 times to think about sex. And for women, it's from 1 to 140 times that they think about sex. Okay? So can we really sit here and pretend like, oh, sex does not matter in the marriage, or a man is not afraid of like, okay, what if she doesn't give me sex? What do I do? Right? If your wife does not give you sex, then what do you do? What should you do? Do you just become like a what? What's it called? The people at the like a Buddhist? Like, do you become what do you call them people at the Catholic Church? Like a pope, like a priest? You become a priest? You say goodbye to your sex life, and then you're supposed to be here forever until death do us apart with no sex life? When sex is as important to food, as important as food to most men, like food, water, air, and shelter, right? Men look at sex the same way. So should a man just say goodbye to his whole sex life for the next 40, 50 years of this marriage? And yet she can have whatever she wants. You have to be honest with people. There are too many dishonest people on social media. And when I see how many followers they have, I can't believe it. Like, y'all really buy this crap? You truly believe this is it? And I would love to know how many people he got married and how many people are still married following his advice. I don't think cheating is so easy. But when they're telling you what they say, right? That however, a study also found, let me put this up. A study also found that the frequency of thoughts about sex vary between individuals. What was it? Talk about something. I forgot. What was it? Oh my gosh. There was something that talked about like impulses. I forgot. Where was it? I don't know. I don't remember. There was something I saw. I don't know. There's something we saw earlier that talked about like impulses. I don't know. Where was that? I can't think of it. Right? Yeah, that. Right? And I'm like, a lot of ladies really have to think about that. Right? You got to really think about that. If you are not sexual, you need to let this man know. Because y'all need, I'm like, it's sexual compatibility, it matters. I remember like years ago, it's probably here, but me, I have it on private. I'm talking about before, like when I first had Trey, I made a video and I said, sexually, y'all got to be kind of like matching. You can't be you as a woman, you cannot be a 3 when it comes to sex. Like, I don't really care about sex like that. And then you go marry a man, when it comes to sex, it's like a 9 and a 10. This not going to end well. I'm not saying people should have sex before marriage. I'm not saying y'all should have sex in your relationship. I am saying you both need to be honest about how much sex means to you. If you're a woman and you're more of a 3, do not marry a man who's like a 9, an 8 when it comes to sex. Like he's like, no, because it's not fair to him. Right? If you're a woman too and you really like sex, like you enjoy sex, don't go marry a man who's a 3 when it comes to sex. Like it's out of sex for me, like it's a 3 out of 10. But for you, it's like an 8 out of 10. Because it really matters. Like people need to know their sexual appetite. From 1 to 10, what is your sexual appetite? Talk about that. Talk about finances. Do you respect money or you play with money? Do you believe in Jesus or not? Do you think the way Jesus talk about money is okay? Do you think rich people are bad? Have that conversation. Right? Because if somebody is sexual and the other is not, this is not going to end well. Even if there's no cheating, it's going to be a lot of pouting. It's going to be a lot of arguments because someone has a lot of sexual tension. And when there is sexual tension in a marriage, it's not going to end well. You know, I've always said if I was a pastor, like if I was ministering couples and they came to me, hey Sonia, and they came to me like, oh my gosh, Marlene, Pastor Marlene, we're going through it. I will first say, before we start this meeting, when was the last time y'all had sex? Because if you haven't had sex, try that first. Don't waste my time. Because sometimes when people haven't had sex, they will argue about the most silliest things. You're like, what is going on? When was the last time that you effers had sex? So Pastor Marlene will say, if you haven't had sex, go have sex. Not just once, have it 4 times, then come back to me. Because I promise you, by the 4th time, it's going to be resolved. If you have sex 4 times and you still haven't, it's not resolved, come back and talk to me. Right? Because when there's no sex, it's going to turn into sexual tension in that household. That's how important sex is. And I think it's sad when people get married and the elders, the mom, the daddies don't tell them, the pastor don't tell them, right? People have to tell people getting married, sex will be so important in your marriage. It's how you build intimacy. It's how you build trust. It's how you build vulnerability. Sex is really important in the marriage. You have to understand that. And if that's something that you're not willing to do, if that's something that you don't want to do, you should not think about getting married, because it's not going to end well. Because it's not enough to be nice and friendly and sexy, whatever, or intelligent. Nobody cares. People want to blow your brains out with the dinga, twing, okay? I had them singing, okay? Right? Sex is really important. So if that's not you, if that's not going to be you, you don't see that being you, girl, be very careful. You've been warned, okay? Because if you don't have sex with your husband and he's denying it's been 6 months, a whole year, 2 years, well, it's more likely that an affair is going to happen. So when you get married, it's not about your intellectual brain. It's about your sexual brains. You got to have good head, okay? Not that head, but this head. I told y'all it's the guac 3000 with the slurp thing or the gagging thing, right? You figure it out. You understand? But like I told you, think about Gabby. If it's good enough for Gabby, it better be amazing for you. If you can't do it, don't get married. Because it's not going to end well. I'm telling y'all, you can go ask your mama, ask anybody who cares to be honest. They would tell you sex matters in a marriage. You can't just talk. You can't just spend money. You can't just eat food together, watch movies together. No, men need physical contact. I think it's very shameful for Tony not to tell the truth. Let me keep playing this video.
He's tight. Like, I'll be honest with you, my wife treat me better when I'm broke than when I'm rich.
That also is some BS. If you don't have money as a man, your wife is going to resent you. Okay? Tony's wife is not the norm. The majority of women want to be financially comfortable. So if you don't have money, do not expect loyalty when you don't have money. Expect somebody to cuss you out, remind you how lame your sex is. She might even talk about your mother. Okay? She gonna go below the belt because you're not satisfying her need for money. Women go belligerent when their financial needs are not met. But somehow they don't understand why men also go cuckoo when their sexual needs are not met. So if you reduce it down, like Bishop Jakes told Keon, don't talk too much, get straight to the point, right? If we undress this, if we go down to our carnal selves, right? Men care about sex, women care about money. And so when they marry, it's to have that transaction. I'll give you sex for money. You give me, I have money, you have sex. Let's make a trade. And let's make this trade until death do us apart. Right? Because if you give a man sex and he can't even afford to pay for your silk press, he can't afford to pay for your nails, he can't afford to pay for even gas in your car, you will despise this man and you will close your legs. Right? Because usually the more money a man spends on a woman, usually she gets more like ocean down there. Okay? Wet and wavy. Thank you, Fallon. That is very true. Because they see it. And then the thing about it is like you'll see a man who's less than you, makes less than you, is a bum. You'll see a dude come out of prison and his girl is skinnier than your wife. He said, hold on, wait a minute. I make $200,000. My wife is 5'5" and she's like 250. And she does not want to have sex. This brother came out of prison. He a whole felon. And his girl, like you'll see his girl, she's like 5'10" and a good 160 with a big old booty. You're like, hold on, wait a minute. How come this bum? How come this felon? He's disenfranchised. He can't even vote in the U.S. election. But he's snatching baddies and he got a criminal record. Right? But yet you a good man. You make $200,000. You make $300,000. Your wife is 5'5", 250, and she don't even put it out. My God, it's a tragedy. You feel like you're getting cheated. But a lot of men cannot have that conversation with their wife because it's very blunt. And she going to be emotional and she going to gaslight you. Don't ever be deceived. If you are a man and you don't have money, she will hate your guts. Because she expects something for giving you the poom poom. Okay? She wants something. She ain't going to say it because she don't want you to look at her as a prostitute. Right? But she giving it up because she wants something. Right? And if she gives it up multiple times during the week, she really wants something expensive. It's very expensive. And she knows it. That's why most women, when they want to ask for something real expensive, they wait until they're on top. They riding it, then they stop. Like, hold up, let me stop this real quick. He's like, what? Why'd you stop? I want me a car. He said, okay, sure, you can have whatever you want. I know that's right. I know that's right. Okay? How you think all these girls out here be getting what they want? They wait till they get on top. First, you start with the guac guac. Then you're like, okay, you start riding it and you stop. Like, oh my gosh, why did you stop? Because I want me a car. I want me a Benzito. And next thing you know, he's like, okay, sure, you can have whatever you want. Right? We need to be honest with ourselves. Okay? Be honest. Life don't have to be hard. Like Jerry said, something is wrong, you fix it. But I was like, Tony, I don't like this. Because you're sitting here just lying to people. No, we can't be honest. Meanwhile, I can be very blunt. It's up to y'all if y'all can take it. Because y'all be sensitive. No, but I'm being serious. Y'all never heard this? You like, pop, pop. You speak into the microphone. Hello? Hello? Is there a bank balance? How high is the balance? Hello, 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 hello. How many zeros? Ooh, it's beaucoup zeros. Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. God is good. God is faithful. Okay. So the people be like, okay, you're going to start riding. Then you just stop. You stop the flow. You stop the motion. And then the people be like, oh my gosh, why did you stop? You said, because I want a Mercedes. Then the people say, have whatever you want. You said, okay, I shall resume. Jump on it. Let's do it. Okay. There is a flow. It's called synchronicity. And then you stop the flow. And the people say, oh my gosh, what do you want? And you said, I want me a Mercedes. They said, okay, you can have whatever you want. I said, okay. Okay. That's how it goes. Life ain't hard. And the problem with some of y'all who keep stressing me out, always blowing up my phone. I said, oh, Lord, I don't deserve this, Jesus. Look at Chelsea. Chelsea, where you been, Chelsea? Okay. Y'all want to talk. You want to, well, how come you haven't bought me this, girl? Speaking to the mic. Hello? It's me. I've been wondering, what is your account balance? Okay. All right. Certain things you don't ask out loud. You ask in bed, then you shall get it. The Bible says, knock and you shall receive. I said, give the guac and you shall receive. Hello? It's me. Okay? All right. So I'm like, you, Tony, you are extremely dishonest. I need to meet Tony. I'm going to meet Tony. We're going to have a real conversation. He needs to stop. Because I like him. He got pretty eyes. But I don't like this. You smashed 100 people before you got with your wife, Tony. You know sex is important. You know men think about sex. They think about food. Why are you doing this? Why are you like this? And I'm like, how do you have 500,000 subscribers and you be giving them type of advice? I better have 1 million. I better have 1 million subscribers by the time we get to next year. I know that's right. Certain things you don't ask with words. You wait for the room. You wait for the bedroom. You wait for the moment. Don't you see Queen Esther? Oh. Scorpio people love sex. I'm telling you something. Look at Nelly. Nelly a Scorpio. Maybe Ashanti was not getting enough sex because she's pregnant, so he went out there with the ecstasy. Okay. Okay. Fallon, you got to try, my baby. You have to try. Even me, I had to learn this. I am telling y'all what I learned myself because nobody told me this. And I learned it. And I was like, oh, so you mean to tell me I didn't have, Scorpios are very freaky people. Your husband is very freaky. And you don't want your husband to learn, like to start like playing with himself or start getting into like the prawn, the corn, you know what I'm saying? Because if he gets that addiction, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. So, Fallon, sometimes go dump them kids at your mother's house, your mother-in-law's house, right? And refresh yourself. Say, I got this. Why do you think I love that song? What's my favorite song? What is one of my favorite songs, you guys? Let me play it for you. Let me play a little bit of my favorite song before YouTube gets me. Okay? Wait until the ad goes through. Hold up. Because I need to surprise y'all with my favorite songs. What is my favorite song, you guys? Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. You ready? Oh, let's not get carried away.
And what I mean by that is,
yes, you be quiet.
When on broke, meaning if I done
let's
spent the
not
budget
get carried away.
And the expense,
YouTube better not come for me, Sharon. Okay, but yes. Okay, but yes, that is one of my favorite songs. So if that's the case, Fallon, right? Fallon, you know what, Fallon? I'm glad you're being honest. Hold on, let me remove Tony off my screen because he's stressing me out. Okay, Fallon said I have to cook, clean the house, and make sure the kids are good. I do everything when it comes to the housework. He doesn't have to do anything but make money and pay the bills. Okay. So, Fallon, here's what you do. I'm glad you're being honest, Boo. Maybe this was for you. Okay? Look at me doing my ministry and saving couples. Okay? I am saving marriages one at a time. Here's what you do, Fallon. Right? Tell your husband you want to get some maids. You know how you have like the maid services? They come in and clean, right? Tell your husband, say, husband, I thought about it. And I feel like, I've been neglecting you sexually and I feel so bad. The kids, they got me stressed out. Do you mind if we could get a maid service? Because they can come like once every 2 weeks, or they can come once a month, like just so that you don't have to worry too much about cleaning. And all you have to do is the upkeep, right? Let him know. Talk to him. He's going to pay for the maid service. Ask him. He'll find a way. Go ask the man. I'm telling you, when it comes to the freak nasty, people gonna make a way. Go ask the man. Come back and tell me. Okay? Tell him that. Say like the whole, like the clean, the stressing, like it's really like it's stressing you out. So if he can take that one thing off your plate, or maybe if he wants to do it, right? It's gonna help you to be more free so that you can, shower yourself, rub yourself, put some lotion on, some perfume on, okay? Some boom boom cream, okay? With the Sol de Janeiro, okay? Go talk to him. Then come talk to me. Tell me what happened. He's going to help you. Okay? Because if he can get you the maid service people, right? They can come in and clean. And that's going to take some stress off of you. And then your body going to be de-stressed. That's why he told the lady, quit your job. Because it's stressing you out. You can't do everything and be sexual. So maybe, if you quit the job, that taking that stress off of you. No, I'm serious. Go ask him. He going to find a way. I kid you not. Because he also misses you, right? So tell him, it stresses me out. If they come just once a month, that will help me a whole lot. And then I can take care of you. He gonna say yes. You don't know. He probably has money. Go ask that person. He gonna make a way. If he has to go do overtime just to pay for the maid service so he can have the guac 3,000, something is going to change. There is something in the atmosphere, okay? When you need something, talk about it. before it becomes something bad. Okay? Go tell that man you want to have the maid services. Depending on where you live, sometimes they're not that expensive. Okay? Mm-hmm. Exactly. And when he gives you the maid service, give it. I'm giving you something. Okay? You better do the en vogue thing. Okay? Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you something. That's my other favorite song. Okay? Let me show you something. Give me something. Give me. What? What is this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. That's enough. Ooh, I'm about to get in trouble. You two about to go for my ass. Okay. Okay. Once you get, this little baby child. Once you get the maid services, okay. Hold on. Let me go over here. Okay. Okay. All right, Fallon, that's your song right there. Okay, that's your anthem. Okay. Play the song, Willow. Okay. Girl, Nikki said Marlene, don't get copyrighted. Some of y'all, I need to make a playlist for y'all. I really do. Okay. Oh, En Vogue, y'all. I love En Vogue. Oh my gosh. Lord Jesus, they're gonna come for me. But it's okay. Okay. So Fallon, that is your anthem. Okay. En Vogue. I'm giving him something he can feel to let him know this love is real. Okay. Oh, I love En Vogue. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now let's go over here with this one. What are you saying?
She say, hey, you done spent what you could spend. She'll treat me just as good then. Like,
Tony, stop lying.
Like, man, I might need to be broke more often. Because the treatment.
You might need to be broke more often. I'm like, Tony, this sounds like financial abuse. So you want to be, so you're telling her she needs to be with a man who's broke so that way she can be more devoted to him. Tony is insane. He really is insane. This man makes no sense. Hold on, you guys.
But really the treatment be like, hey, keep your head up. Like, keep going. Like, hey, life happens. Like, keep going, keep grinding. And so I remember every single time where that happened, where she like, hey, keep grinding. You know, keep going. Like, you taking care of everybody. You taking care of two mamas, you know, a daddy, family members, nieces, whoever, siblings, friends, the world, you know, donating, helping strangers, tens of thousands of dollars to strangers. So she like, listen, you know, do what you got to do. Like me, I let a big bank wait. I let a bank wait because they in the business of losing money. They in the business of taking chances, and I'll bless somebody who ain't got nothing before I pay a credit card.
What?
And that's just how I am.
You hear what this man said? He said he'd rather give his money to the poor before he pays his credit card bill. So you got bad credit, Tony? Y'all, you know what, Tony? I gotta go. Because like you see, Tony, if you were honest, if you were an honest man with your pretty eyes, right? Because I feel like this video is geared towards men. Because I was like, what? I get it now. This video is geared towards men to appease their fears towards marriage. So he's saying, don't be afraid to marry her if you don't have money, because the broker you are, the more loyal she's going to be. Tony, you're like worse than Tyler Perry. Okay. Oh, no, man. Oh, come on. Don't do me like that. Okay. But that's why I told you, you see? Well, yes. Now you got mad at me. Yes. Well, I told you to slow down. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. You feel better now? Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, baby. Okay. It's okay. I told you to slow down. Let's see. Gemini, you gotta slow down, people. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It gets better. Yes, it gets better. Okay. All right, Mama told you to slow down. Okay. You hear what he's saying? So the way he's doing his marketing pitch for marriage to men. This video is a marketing pitch to men as to why they should still consider marriage even if they don't have money. So he's saying the broker you are, the more loyal she's going to be. I'm like, Tony, you are worse than Tyler Perry. I'm like, that is financial abuse. That's also abusive, because then her body will shut down because she's stressed out. And then you're telling me that you rather pay, instead of paying your bills, maintaining good credit, you rather give your money that's due for the credit card to a homeless person? Another socialist. Okay, y'all, yeah, you see, he's another socialist. Nothing good is going to come out of this. Nothing good is going to come out of this, right? If you want to encourage men towards marriage, Tony, be honest, right? Tell them, fellas, she's not going to deny you sex, and she's going to help you to multiply your money. That's how you picture these people. Don't say, oh, don't worry, because if you're broke, she'll love you harder. Because my wife, when I'm broke, she loves me harder. So I was like, oh, I might even be even more broke, because the more broke I am, the more she'll love me. That is financial abuse. The same way I'm saying a wife should not be denying her husband sex, a husband should not deny his wife money. So he got to work hard. Do not deny your wife resources, especially if you're healthy enough to get more resources. Give your wife the resources she needs to be stress-free, to turn a house into a home and things like that, right? You bring the money, she'll bring the punani. Okay? That's a bar. Okay? That is a bar.
Because I'm like, okay, I ain't worried about that. But this a human being right here. That's a bank right there. They already gonna make so much money off of them on any loan, any car note, any credit card anyway. So they could wait. If I got to make them wait a month, 2 months, 3 months, I get to them. And guess what? The woman for me, my wife, she ride with me. Highs and lows, ups and downs. So the excuse of I'm not financially stable, I'm not.
So he's saying he gonna wait 90 days. If he has to, if he sees a homeless person, he would rather give the money to the homeless person and wait up to 90 days to pay his bill. Y'all, when you don't pay stuff in 90 days, you go to collection. Okay, so you love your wife. You love the, and my thing is, what he's saying is he loves the homeless person more than his wife, because you should, because of your wife, you should pay your bills on time. Because maybe she wants to buy a new house. Maybe she wants a new car, Tony. Maybe she wants a new kitchen. Maybe she wants a new stove, and you need credit. But what you're telling me is you are prioritizing the poor man, the homeless man, over your wife. Because once you give him the money, then you don't have money for your credit card. Now you're going to have to wait 90 days. You wait 90 days, you go into collection. And you're going to have the collections on your credit. Tony, be so for real. This is embarrassing. People are crazy, y'all. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. There was this part I saw over here because, you know, I do watch this guy sometimes. This is Coach, what's his name? He has a thing called the Free Asian Lifestyle. He's like Red Pill, right? I do watch him sometimes because certain things he says, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I agree with that. But he can be a little perverted. But this part is kind of good. This part I like. Let me play this part for you. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's go.
It's back. Remember the Queen of Kings, old white zaddy here.
Get him, Daddy.
All right, remember when the queen, that one black woman exposed this guy for being a deadbeat? He didn't see his daughter. He didn't make money. She was funding the entire lifestyle. She got paid 50 grand from her sugar daddy to get her teeth fixed. Remember that whole breakdown? Well, they're back. I don't know how long they have been posting, but they're back. And this guy came in with an apology. He said, sorry for 2004. I don't know, man. Something is up. I think them pockets got hit by them social media paychecks not coming in that month. So they out here shuffling.
I know my wife recently.
So here's the video. I'm going to play the video from right here. Let's go.
I could not understand. And eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore. She exploded. I could not allow this to fly as a man. This made me realize that I needed to love her just a little bit harder. I needed to listen to her just a little bit better. And then more than anything, I somewhere began to fail my vows to her to protect her as her husband. To protect a woman is more than their physical. It's their mental. It's their emotional. It's their spiritual well-being as well. So you commenting on what you would have done if you were in my shoes holds no value. Rose, I love you. I know everyone's expecting an apology from you, but I apologize, wife. I apologize for making you feel underappreciated. And as always, thank you for my family. You may know my wife recently flipped out after giving birth to her fourth son. She was battling many emotions internally that I could not understand. And eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore. She exploded. I could not allow this to fly as a man. This made me realize that I need flipped out after giving birth to her fourth son. She was battling many emotions internally that I could not understand. And eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore. She exploded. I could not allow this to fly as a man. This made me realize that I needed to love her just a little bit harder. I needed to listen to her just a little bit better. And then more than anything, I somewhere began to fail my vows to her to protect her as her husband. To protect a woman is more than their physical. It's their mental. It's their emotional. It's their spiritual well-being as well. So you commenting on what you would have done if you were in my shoes holds no value. Rose, I love you. I know everyone's expecting an apology from you, but I apologize, wife. I apologize for making you feel underappreciated. And as always, thank you for my family.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Wow.
Straight jacket.
Now, I don't call people simps very often because there's a fine line between simping and a lot of activities. But this is simping. Now, this is simping. Now, this is out of control. He's reading from a script, and she posted this on their Instagram, the Queen of Kings. He's apologizing, saying, I know people expect you to apologize, but I'm not going to let it happen. I'm going to stand up for my sister queen. I'm your king. Wow, Ninja, that's a L. Wow. And look, somebody says height don't matter. It don't matter if you out here. Guys, man, I mean, y'all need to let some of this stuff go, bro. He's 6'5" and out here simping. Simpus Maximus apologizing for making her crash out. Blaming postpartum depression, saying that he made the money. Wow. And look at the comment section. The women are loving it. Just like that, guys. They got their social media back. Just like that. Real men exist. Thank you, Brett, for being a great example. Oh, no. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Unbelievable. Everyone acts like marriage is perfect and full of no fights. I remember lashing out at my husband when I was postpartum out of nowhere. Seriously. Rage out of nowhere. My husband learned how to help me. I just had to ask for help. Sometimes as moms, we think we can do it all. Postpartum is real. Literally a hormone imbalance that alters you. Stop acting like y'all are perfect. Gentlemen, didn't I warn you? CGA warned you. Look at my shirt. I warned you. These are the women that you're marrying. Not my girl, not my wife. My girl ain't going to change, coach. That was just your girl. Here we go. They're literally defending that tongue lashing that she gave them, exposed them on social media, told all their business, and they're literally like, yeah, well, you know, sometimes we crash out after having babies. Postpartum is real. We can't control it. It's literally a hormone. What did I tell you? I told you guys. I will not lead you astray. They're literally defending it. She says right here, by the way, if you did this, it would be abuse. She said, I remember lashing out at my husband when I was postpartum out of nowhere.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry. I had a message I had taken, so sorry. I'm doing too many things at once, right? This clip, I also liked it because I felt like it tied with the first letter right? Because Rose, that's her name, the black girl, she truly abused that man. The way she talked to him, I mean, she was going on and on and on and on with her life, exposing him. You were dirty. You were on an air mattress. You were a bum. You were this. You were that. You were this. You were this, right? And after everything she put him through, she's not the one who comes up to apologize. Like, as you guys, I took it too far. No, the man, the white man, Brett, is that his name, Brett or something like that? He's the one who got emotionally abused by this woman. And yet he's the one who is coming on the internet to say, I'm sorry because you abused me, but I'm the one who's sorry. And I'm like, people don't understand why a lot of men do not want to get married. Look at the level of gaslighting. Look at the level of gaslighting, and look at the level of these women today not taking accountability for their atrocious behavior. You know what I'm saying? Right? And I will say this to you, Fallon. It might not, we're keeping it real, right? Every relationship is different and complicated. When you have children in the mix, some men have to show some women grace. I agree with you. But likewise, Fallon, you also have to recognize that when you're pregnant, it affects your husband too. So show him some grace, right? When you focus on your children and you neglect them too, it affects him too. Show him some grace because he's also working. My point is, we need to have empathy. The same way you want your husband to have grace for you, have grace for him too, because don't think it's not affecting him, because it's affecting him. Like even me, I spent a lot of time with the baby, right? Because he's like still a baby, but I know it's affecting James though, because I spent a lot of time with the baby because I have to, but I know it affects him too, right? It affects all of us. We have to stop thinking that one person has more feelings than the other based on gender, or because I carry the children, he doesn't feel what I'm feeling. He feels something in his own way. We all feel something. That's my point. So it's like for you, for example, right? You and Scorpio, right? I the same way you say, I need him to understand how I'm going through. You should talk to him. When you feel overwhelmed, let him know you're overwhelmed and let him know what he can do to help you. Talk to him and vice versa. If he says, Fallon, you're a great mom. I see your stress, but I do miss my wife. Hear what he's saying. So these grandparents you people got, your mother, his mother, your sister, his sister, all the family, send the babies to them people. Throw them away. Okay, like we send the boys, like the James and Stefan, they were at his parents for like 2 or 3, no, for like 3 weeks almost. We got to get rid of them. Right? Communicate with your husband. And I feel like if both people realize that we both have feelings, I have feelings, you have feelings, right? I might I receive it this way, you receive it that way, right? But we do want to stay married. That way everybody can hear each other. Because otherwise, when one person thinks, well, I feel more than you feel, I have this more than you do, it's going to create resentment. It's going to turn into resentment. And what we don't want to have is resentment, because resentment, it festers. And when it festers, that's how it goes to the divorce court. And I don't want people who really have a good marriage to let things fester. Talk to each other. That's why I said, if the cleaning stuff is really the thing, like if we could take cleaning off your plate and that could help you to relax a bit more, you should let him know. Right? And let him think of a way how he can make it happen for you. Right? It might not happen tomorrow. It might not happen in 2 weeks. But the fact that he knows, right, now he has to do something. If he chooses not to do something, that's another thing. But did you express that to him? Because you're saying to yourself, well, since we live on one income, I'm going to keep it to myself. I don't want to burden him. But you're not burdening him. Let him know. Because sex matters. So if you're overwhelmed and your body is tensed up, we need to know that we have to take this off Fallon's plate. Because if you don't speak up, he might think, well, she's okay. She doesn't mind. But you actually do mind. Right? And one thing I will also say to you, Fallon, even though you teach from home and things like that, you might want to consider starting a YouTube channel so you can make money from home. Right? Because there are a lot of people who teach from home. You can make money from your house. You can record yourself like doing the lesson plan and things like that. You post that on the internet. You just never know. You might go viral. And now you have another stream of income. I'm like, the internet is a way to make money. Don't exclude it. Take advantage. Right? Because it's a thing that could also make you money. And that way, it's like, if it makes you just enough money to pay for cleaners, then so be it. Right? But God can truly show us ways to increase our income so that you can take things off your plate. Just because you have one income right now, you don't have to stay on one income, right? You can make money from home. You hear me? But you have to let him know. Right? And you should say, if we haven't had sex, it's not because I'm not attracted to you. It's not because I want to have sex with you, but I've really have been feeling overwhelmed. You got to say it. And what overwhelms me is the cleaning part truly overwhelms me. So if we can get a maid, if we can get some maids, or, you know, if you can help me with this, and that, or even with the kids too, like make the clean, help. I don't know how old your kids are, but if they're old enough, make them clean a little bit too. Don't put everything on yourself. Like my son, James, he's 13. I make him clean his own bathroom. I help him, but he cleans it up because I'm trying to get him to do, like, because I'm like, if he can take care of himself, his little corner of the house, right? That's one less thing I have to do. Right? But do not be afraid to, like, if your kids are old enough to clean and to pick up after themselves, right? Have the kids help you to clean, Fallon. Don't put everything on you and don't say nothing because, oh, I gotta be the perfect mom. No, talk, say what you need. You know what I'm saying? Speak up. You're going to be set free. Okay? So I'm like, so here also, I'm like, this level of gaslighting, I could see how some people like, no, I'm scared. Hold on. Because I'm like, you get abused and you're the one who has to say you're sorry.
Woo-wee. Yep, the mental health card. And look, her name is Dark Bella. Seriously, rage out of nowhere. Then my husband learned how to help me. These people are full of excuses.
Yeah.
Wow. These comments are actually disgusting. This was a beautiful post of a man expressing his love for his wife, mother of his children. People fight, people argue, but this is how marriages make it. I done told you. Accountability, acknowledgement, love, kindness, understanding, trust, caring. I guarantee you, if she would have apologized, nobody would have said, girl, you ain't got to apologize. We know. He should have been there to support you. I done told you guys. I done told you guys. You guys need to really start thinking long and hard about what I tell you. You guys think that I'm really exaggerating these things here, and you're seeing a major simp defense force for his behavior, and he didn't do nothing. He was just sitting there and was minding his own business, and she crashed out. And then they're like, "That's what marriage is." What did I tell you? Remember, I told you they will always make that excuse. Well, that's what a relationship is. That's what a relationship is.
Yeah,
that's what you have to deal with.
It was very.
That's what postpartum depression is. You just can crash out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, I can just rage at you, and you have to figure out how to help me because I didn't go get help. All right, I didn't go get help for myself, so I just lashed out on you, and then you wonder why I come up with the marriage will. Man, gentlemen, dude, listen. This is why I don't want you to think, well, maybe women are different. Maybe I'm going to find a different woman. I'm telling you, I'm giving you the recipe. I'm giving you the recipe, and
So here's what he's saying compared to Tony, right? Okay, so he said what? How does it go? Number 1, connection phase. Okay, they're babies. Hold on, baby. Connection phase, engagement, planning, wedding, honeymoon period. Second is investment phase, right? Spending money on family trips, school, activities, hospital costs, children, house, car, bills. Wife becomes a feminist. 3, bait and switch. Bait and switch. Husband works 80 hours weekly. Wife becomes unhappy. Wife starts having girls' night out, affairs, marriage counselors, less sex, no more blowjobs. Okay. And then 4 is disengagement phase, divorce, family court, child support, counseling, alimony. You lose your kids, you lose your wife, you lose half of your asset. 5, GYOW, reentry, get married again, get divorced again, double the alimony, double the child support. So it's family court, wife, lawyer, I guess the judge right here. Like I'm like, he's not all the way wrong. Like this guy, Coach Greg, whatever his name is, certain things he says, he really is on point. I'm like, you know what? He makes sense. He makes sense. Sometimes he's a little too disrespectful. Like his language will be like vulgar for no reason. But there are certain things he says, he actually makes sense. You know, because I'm like, and this is why most men, this is what a lot of men think of when they think of marriage. So I'm like, for Tony to sit here and be like, oh no, she'll love you the more broke you are. Tony, where? Where do you live? And then he's like, oh, I won't even pay my credit card. I'll just give the money to a homeless person because the bank, they got it. So I'm like, he makes no sense with his pretty eyes. He makes no sense. Okay. But I'm like, here, he makes a lot of sense This right here is what a lot of men think about, or what a lot of men are currently going through when it comes to marriage. So if you're not married yet, understand these fears, right? And tell somebody how you're not going to be a problem. If you're currently married, make sure you avoid this. Like this side, the left side right here, you want to avoid this. You know, we don't want y'all to get here, right? Or like here, where you become a feminist. No, this phase right here, let's avoid the whole, almost like the entire left side. Let's avoid this. And that's what, when we go back to the letter, hold on, right? Right? When we go back to the letter here, we see, well, I'm glad you did, Babu. I'm glad you did. I'm glad I was your safe space. But if you go here, right, we see 27 months. She only lost 40 pounds. It's cost them $119,000, right? She's still not trying. She's still breaking promises. And then the man gets called a narcissist, right? It's the level of gaslighting. It's the level of gaslighting.
My vows to her.
You come to this one too, right? He got completely disrespected for no reason. This girl just unleashed on this man. And she has millions of followers. She went live, unleashed on this man, exposed this man left and right. You slept on an air mattress, a dirty air mattress. You lived in the hood. And I'm like, you see, if this white man had said that you lived in the hood, they would have called him all kinds of racists. But it's okay for you to say that he lived in the hood, right? Oh, you didn't buy me the car. I bought it for myself. I mean, she was just going in. Like Tasha, even Tasha K had to set her straight, right? But you see, because he's a man and we live in a modern society and his wife is a feminist, he was abused. She verbally abused him. And he's the one who's saying, I'm sorry. You're sorry for what exactly? So she's saying, oh, because I have what? Because she had postpartum depression. That's why she talked to him this way. I had a baby too. She's the one who chose to move to Hawaii. Hawaii is very expensive. It's full of billionaires. It's not, you know, they had a big house with lots of space. Everybody had space. They had a yard. Everybody could breathe. No, she's like, no, she wants to go to Hawaii, like where Mark Zuckerberg lives. And so because of that, they were stuck in a small room. It's like 4 kids, 2 parents, 6 people in a tiny ass apartment. She did this. Had he told her, no, we can't do this, like let's stay in our big house. Oh, you're not trying to support me. She makes poor decisions. She don't think about the money, does not think about the accommodation. And then she goes crazy on the man. And then he has to say, sorry for, I didn't support you. Boy, you are embarrassing. He's too big to be this embarrassing. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Hold on. Yes, a little bit.
Will not lead you astray. Any men that is dealing with that, they're just Stockholm syndrome. They're just accepting it. And then you jump on Al Gore's internet and you take the position where you can preserve your social media account, right? And this was the only thing that they can do. If she would have came out and apologized and say, I was out of line, they would have been like, nah, girl, don't be out here apologizing. So he comes out and wins them over. Wow.
I know my wife recently flipped out after giving birth to her 4th son. She was battling many emotions internally that I could not understand. And eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore. She exploded.
What would that be if a man did that? Yeah. Okay, man was going through so many emotions and he couldn't hold it in anymore and he exploded. Prison. What would that be called?
Prison.
Anybody?
Prison.
This is abuse.
Yeah,
you're an abuser, mentally, emotionally. Okay.
I could not allow this to fly as a man. This made me realize that I needed to love her just a little bit harder.
I just need to love her a little bit harder. Well, remember yesterday we played a video of a woman saying loving harder is not going to work. All right. So we already know that's not going to work. He's lying to you. This guy's a hostage. If a woman did this on the other side of being abused and made this apology, they would be like, you're a hostage, girl. Get help. Leave. We need an intervention. Send a helicopter. But him accepting abuse, he's a grown man. Woo wait.
I needed to listen to her just a little bit better. And then more than anything, I somewhere began to fail my vows to her to protect her as her husband. To protect a woman is more than their physical. It's their mental.
It's their mental. Of course, they're all mentally unstable. I mean, the other women just admit it right there. Postpartum is real. Hormonal imbalance. That's mental instability. All right.
And I'm going to say this too, right? And this is why after you had a baby, postpartum is real, but you can mitigate postpartum. Okay. You need to have a plan for postpartum. Okay. And your husband, your doctor, they should also, and you yourself, you should help yourself have a plan for postpartum. Do not get off your prenatals. Okay. Do not get off your prenatal. Do not get off your prenatal vitamins. Right. Make sure you're taking your supplements and make sure you're eating. You need to, like, before, like, postpartum ain't gonna happen. So before you have the baby, you got to have a postpartum plan. I'm being honest. Okay. You got to have a postpartum plan. Do not get off your vitamins because you will crash. Your hormones are going to crash. You want to ease your hormones until like settling again. Right. But I do feel like one thing he's saying where I will agree when he said I should have protected her. He should have protected her by putting his foot down and saying, we're not going to Hawaii. We can go there on vacation, but we're not giving up this house. Because right now you just had a baby. Maybe you think you want this. It could be your hormones talking. Because I don't know much about it. Because me, I've always felt like they were fake. But I'm just saying, like, as a man, if y'all had a big house here in America with lots of space, a big old yard, right? You say to her, here's the compromise. Okay? Here is the compromise, right? We're going to keep our house. We're going to vacation in Hawaii, see how we like it, but we're keeping our house. Because it was not enough space, so it was overwhelmed. It was overwhelming, sorry. It was overwhelming. Y'all should never have left the U.S. Hawaii is too expensive. You don't have the money for that place. Right? And that's where he failed as a husband. And that's why you don't say happy life, happy wife. No, happy house, happy spouse. Because you tell her, for me to support you too, I need to be at my best. And I'm not going to be at my best if we're cramped up in the room with 4 kids and a crying baby. I won't be able to be there for you. I need space. Also, if we go to Hawaii, we're not going to have our families to support us. You just had a baby. We need family right now. Right? We need people to support us. You need family around you. I told you, I was so blessed when I had this baby. I had my mom, my dad, my husband, my sister, my in-laws, right? I had a lot of people. It's a lot easier to have babies when you're around your family so they can come get the baby and you just give them the baby. Go take a shower, go brush your teeth, go to sleep. You need family. Y'all have a newborn. You move to a very expensive state. You live in a very expensive city and you wonder why y'all crashed out. And that's why as a man, you got to put your foot down. Like, no, we're staying here. At least until this baby is old enough where he can be a bit more independent, right? And then we can go. But you just had postpartum. You got to be close to your family. So that's where he failed. Okay? Don't let her just make all kinds of decisions. She just had a baby. Do not trust her mind. Right? Make it make sense.
Right?
It's their emotional, it's their spiritual well-being as well. So you commenting on what you would have done if you were in my shoes, holds no value.
It holds no value. And this is why, again, black men, you lose, especially with black women, because you ain't going to apologize. You like, I ain't apologizing, bitch, you apologize. And that's why there's a rift. But he will tuck his tail. All 6'5", 320 pounds, tucking his tail. All right, wow.
Rose, I love you. I know everyone's expecting an apology from you, but I apologize.
Wow. Everybody's expecting an apology from you. Instead, I will apologize for your behavior.
Is he? And that's enabling bad behavior. Because what happens next time she crashes out with a knife? What happens then? I'm like, people texting your gangster. Disrespect ain't cute. I don't care who does it. Because what happens next time she crashes out with a knife? Because if she can do this in front of millions of people, like just turn on her phone and completely emasculate you. And you say, oh, no, you don't have to apologize. She has to apologize for herself, for all the females who follow her, and also for her boys, because her sons, they saw that. She's raising boys, and they're seeing how she treats you. Now, how you think, and then tomorrow, when these boys, the black boys, the biracial boys, when they grow up tomorrow and say, no, I don't want to be with the black woman, because that's how they treat men. Oh my gosh, they hate black girls. They only date white women. This is why. So like you're not protecting people by shielding them from what they have to do. The same way she was woman enough to turn her phone on to cuss you out, she could say, you know what, husband, I apologize. It's not going to cost her nothing. And not just that, she going to show her followers, right? This is the right thing to do. When you hurt someone, you say sorry. Even if you have postpartum. Postpartum didn't stop you from acting a fool, right? The same mouth you have to cuss people out because of postpartum is the same mouth you need to use to say, I need to say sorry. And my sons need to see me say sorry. But no, they're going to grow up to see a black mother who never apologizes. She just gaslights the F out of people. And then people wonder why black boys grow up and they hate black women. Because they don't see a soft person, a person who's reasonable, logical, who takes accountability, and who's quick to say sorry. No, she will argue you down. Coach Greg, he's not always negative. He's not, I listen to him. He's not always negative. You can say that sometimes he can be a little vulgar. Like the words he uses, he ain't got to use all that. It ain't never been that serious. But the stuff he says, he's not always negative. In this particular instance, he's not negative. This girl insults this man. She said all kinds of nasty things. And then this man is saying sorry when he's the one who was abused. How is he negative? He's 6'5". That's a big old dude. And look how she just shriveled him up like he's a piece of a man. It's not okay. If you knew a man was on an air mattress, why'd you marry him? If he was on an air mattress when you met him, why did you give him the guac? Like, why did you sleep with him? Why do you have his kids? You knew he was on an air mattress. Why make fun of him now? Because then you're also a bed mattress lover. Okay, air mattress lover. You also had sex with a man that sleeps on an air mattress. I'm like, how y'all think y'all dissing people without dissing yourself? You have 3 kids with this man, knowing that he comes straight out the ghetto and he sleeps on an air mattress. But had this white man said that this black woman sleep in the ghetto with cockroaches on an air mattress and he was afraid to come to her neighborhood because he feared for his life, people call him all kinds of racists. It's okay for her to be a bigot in front of her kids, right? That's a white man helping her to raise her 2 black kids. He don't have to do it. It's not his culture. They're not his children. But it's okay to insult him. That's why I say a lot of women do not have empathy. Do not have empathy. And that's the very reason why you're not wife material, because you lack empathy, because you should have sense, right? He don't have to do it. Because the men in your own community don't want to help you raise your own kids. Why don't you find a black man to help you raise your black boys? They don't want to do it. So although he sleeps on an air mattress, he's helping you raise your kids. He's making sure that your boys have a male figure in their life. And just for that, you should be mindful how you talk to him. And a lot of people not trained right. That's the real problem, right? A lot of women don't have empathy in their body, right? And a lot of women are not trained right, because when you're trained right, you learn to practice gratitude. You were raised to say thank you. You didn't have to, but you're doing it. Because those kids and the poor dads that you chose for them, that's your mistake. Twice you chose a poor daddy, right? Yet those men did not sleep on air mattresses. How come they're not here helping you raise their sons? Why is a white man helping you to raise black boys? So although he slept on an air mattress, he's helping you raise your kids. Because I heard some of the stuff she said about him. It was utterly disgusting. And a lot of black women are bigots. They are true bigots. They feel so open because of slavery to say things about white people that if a white person said that to them, it will be the end of it. Oh, you are in the ghetto. You were sleeping in the ghetto on an air mattress with roaches. I feared for my life. That's why I never went there. But if he had said that about her, y'all would lose your crap. Oh my gosh, she's a racist. Well, you're a bigot. You are a bigot. And then he's coming outside to say, oh no, even though she cussed me out, even though she said all these nasty things about me, I want to apologize. He's apologizing for what? For what? So then to say that coach is negative, he's not negative. He's fed up. I understand where he's coming from. He is fed up because it's wrong to treat people like this. It can't be, oh, we want equality to men, but honestly, we want to oppress men, because when you do it, it's okay. When he does it, he goes to prison. So you let her talk to you like this, but then tomorrow, she gonna crash out with a weapon. Then he gonna be like, oh yeah, even though she stabbed me, I'm sorry. Right? It's the same thing when Super was out here stabbing Lewis. She had a knife. She was chasing Lewis out here with a knife. Nobody said nothing because it's okay for her to chase people with knives. It's okay. Then she goes on the Shade Room and she tells people that her new boyfriend was throwing punches at her. I said, that little man was throwing punches at you? What's your big self? What's your big self? Just lying for free. She goes on the Shade Room and she writes these things, accusing this man with the size of her audience. And knowing how unhinged Black women are, you go in the Shade Room and you write that this man on the highway was throwing punches. Oh, I wish I would have ducked those punches. I said, girl, stop. You're like 6'7". Okay, he's like 5'4". How exactly was he punching you? He was punching your toes? Make it make sense. Okay? Then she's like, oh, you know, he didn't really hit me. I hit him first. Like what? You could have ruined him. And he's also an idiot for going back to him. Because if a woman can come on social media and accuse you of domestic violence on the highway, yet she's the one who hit you first. She hit you first. And then she runs to the Shade Room to say that you hit her when she's the one who hit you first. And I'm sure she kept hitting you. Because we know before she was stabbing, she had a knife. She cut Lewis with a knife. And he didn't press charges. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay. You chase people down with knives. You punch people because he tried to get my glasses, so I hit him. Why are you hitting him? But because I guess he needs money and he also needs following, so he gonna stay and be abused because he don't respect himself. Because a woman, the day she puts her hands on you too, the same way you tell a woman, the day a man puts his hand on you, get the fuck out, it's the same thing. I will tell my son the same thing. The day a woman touches you, let that be her last time she ever sees your face. Because you're not going to hit her. So therefore, she cannot hit you. And if she dares to chase you with a knife, you call the police, get her arrested. Because she's mentally unstable. You don't use weapons against people. Control yourself. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, that's just insane. And this is what goes on. And these girls, they don't say anything. Oh, no, it's okay. Oh, she cut him with the knife. And it was like a butcher knife. Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. It's fine to you? But if a Black man chased you with a butcher knife, oh my gosh, the Black woman is not protected. The Black woman is the least protected. No, they are seriously protected. Because no matter what they do, people make excuses for them. Like you cuss this man out and he's saying, oh, it's okay. You cuss me out, but I get it. It's okay because you have postpartum. You're not the only one to carry a baby. You're not the only one to have postpartum. Me, I have postpartum. I don't cuss out my husband. Because you can still control your head. You can still control the stuff that comes out your mouth. It is your mouth. You can control the stuff that comes out your mouth because you know that if you disrespect him, he's going to stay. That's why you do it. Right? Because you know people know who they do bullshit with. Because people know. Right? That's why I told you the same thing between Sierra and Russell. I said she knows. She knows. She don't respect Russell. Okay? All right. She don't respect him. Because Future had no money, you name your baby after him. Russell got money, you don't name your boy after Russell. Right? All the stuff she does on her page. If it was Future and Future said stop that stuff right now, she would have stopped it. Because she respects Future because he's crazy. Russell, he's very nice. He lets her do whatever. Because he thinks he's Jesus, like, oh, I have mercy on the people. Right? So she gets away with it. Sierra gets away with a lot. And they'll be like, oh, what's Sierra's prayer? Because you're looking for somebody else's son that you can abuse and not respect. Do whatever you want because you messed up your life, right? Now you want somebody's son who's well-raised so you can walk all over him because he fears God, right? I'm like, no, I get it. I truly do get it why some people do not want to marry. I really do get it because you will not get any empathy. Everything you do, there will be no thank you for it. Just insult after insult after insult. And if you're not careful, she's going to turn her phone on and cuss you out. If you're not careful, she's going to chase you around with a knife. And no matter what happens, you're always going to be in the wrong. And you'll lose everything. So I'm like, I understand. And I even told myself, my boys, when they get married, they're going to have a prenup. They're going to have a prenup. Because some people, they're not raised right. They're not raised right. They leave their father's home, their mother's home, and they don't know how to practice empathy and to say, like, you know what, that's also somebody's child. That man right there, that is someone's child. There is a woman who carried her pregnancy. She raised her baby. That's her son too. No, they'll try to destroy your son. For what? For what? Are you the only woman out here? I don't think so. No.
Man, she got her hand up his ass.
Life. I apologize for making you feel underappreciated. And as always, thank you for my family.
Man.
One night, after staying back late at his clinic doing admin, Dr. Tom was buried alive.
Y'all think this is a game? Oh, man. Unbelievable. Wowzers. That's Drago and Sniggle thing. Walk to the therapist. No. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit excuse to be an abuser. Watch this skit right here. Let me go ahead and take this now. I was going to play this later, but I'll play it now since it's appropriate. Right here. This is what it really means, and it's a ling-ling.
I'm fucking bored, and my partner's in the next room. Whatever will I do? I've got it. I'll reach for a brand new can of Cause Problem. The same great formula you've always loved, but now in a can.
All right, ling-ling. Oh, ling-ling. Oh, what happened? All right, what happened to ling-ling? All right, yeah, ling-ling crashed out. That's what they're doing, and this is no lie. They're using you as a human punching bag. All right, she be out there. All right, next segment is, what's this next? Oh, CGA tried to warn you. CGA tried to warn you coming up next.
Hold on.
All right, we got this story.
Watch this part.
What do we tell you about women that you are dating?
Hold on.
All right, women that you are dating. The number one thing that you need to check is not her phone. The number one thing you need to not check is her sexual history. You being dominant, they get aroused and connected. So we do it purely for pleasure. They can also do it for procreation, right? They can be like, okay, I want to have a baby. Let me give them as much sex as I can possibly give them so I can increase my chances of pregnancy. Right. So they don't just use it for pleasure. And most of the time they get no pleasure from it or very little. We get the majority of the pleasure. All right. Now, people don't believe me, but we're going to take you to a video where this person asks right here. So in an argument with your man, it says right here, and he's right. What do you do first? Let's see what we got here.
So in an argument with your man, right? You know you're in the wrong. Which one are you doing? Are you 1, crying? Are you 2, giving him sex? Or 3, saying sorry? Which one, honest?
Women don't say sorry.
I never do anything wrong, so I've got nothing ever to say.
Always right.
Yeah.
I'm carrying on the argument. I'm crying. Offering sex. Obviously. I'm offering sex.
There you go right there. So we got 4 answers so far. She's been proven wrong. She's been starting trouble. She was wrong. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, which they're not going to do. We've actually been clear to show you that women don't apologize. They don't apologize. They're not going to apologize. So now when given the chance to cry, manipulate, to say you're wrong, to apologize, they say, I'll just offer him sex. Now, I've been done told you this. You get an argument with your wife. One of the things that she will do is, why don't you just come on in the back and they'll fix your meat. Now, once you have sex with them, here's the key, because a lot of you guys don't understand this. Here's the key. After the sex, you have agreed that it was okay. You've accepted the apology. So after you've had sex, if you come back and then address the issue again, she's going to wonder why you're addressing the issue again. She's going to say, why are you bringing that up? We made up. I apologize. And you're going to be like, you didn't apologize. Yeah, we did. I apologized to you last night. When I opened my legs. That's what I'm.
You see, and all of that, because I agree with him. All of that to avoid saying out of your throat chakra, I'm sorry. I took it too far. And I told you this. I'm like, even in friendship with these women, they have a hard time saying, I'm sorry. Even in friendship. So I can only imagine who they are, like how they act when they're actually married or like they're in a relationship. Because even in friendship, it is so hard for them to say, I'm sorry. You know, because disrespect is so common. This lady sent me a message. I'm like, why? I read, I'm like now I'm so used to it. Because people are just a lot of women are so comfortable being disrespectful. even for the smallest thing, right? And she's like, that deal. I'm like, what the heck? What's all this for? But since I'm used to it now, I just know to be calm. And when I stay calm and just answer them, they just feel so embarrassed because they think everybody's at their vibration. I'm like, what? Why is your vibration so damn ratchet all the time? Right? You can disagree with people without being disrespectful. Even in friendship, they don't know how to peacefully disagree. They can't just leave an argument, leave a disagreement, like, you know what? I'll just talk to her tomorrow. It's not that deep. No. They must be destructive. And they will never apologize. And if you care to be honest, because I'm like, one thing I cannot stand with a lot of women, especially black women, they swear black men are so bad. But even black women to black women friendship, they usually don't last. They usually do not last. Even from a black mother to her black daughter, it'd be toxic. Watch the black mom not want to admit that she did something wrong. She will gaslight you, like try to rewrite your entire childhood, like these things did not happen to you. It's like, what are you doing right now? Right? No accountability. Because when you talk about things, they're like, oh, you're trying to judge me, trying to be mean to me. No, I'm trying to have a resolution. Right? Because how can we have a deeper relationship if you can't admit that, yeah, there are certain things that you did wrong as a mother? They can't give you that. Okay? Black sister to black sister, it's going to be a problem. People don't know how to say sorry. From black girlfriend to black girlfriend too, as a sisterhood, no, people don't know how to say sorry. People don't know how to apologize. Because it's so hard for those things to, like the throat chakra, like it's stuck. It is like stuck. Ask yourself in your life as a black woman, like how many times have you heard a black woman say sorry to you, to someone, to anybody? How many times? It's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing because it's normal. Oh, I misbehave. Oh, I say bad things. Oh, I say mean things. I say really hurtful things, right? And then it's like, okay, I carry on like nothing happened. Or then I'm gonna try to lie about, well, the reason why I did this because, well, I was only defending myself. You defending yourself does not have to look like this. You can stand up for yourself without doing this to people. Like, what is this? Right? And then when they talk about going to therapy, the only reason why they want to go to therapy because they want to find a therapist who validates their unhingedness. Like, you are unhinged. You don't go to therapy to change. You want a therapist that says to you, oh, you were right. You had the right to be disrespectful. You had the right to be, you were just defending yourself. You were just doing what you had to do. It didn't have to look like that. There is a better way. And that's how I came to realize that a lot of people, a lot of people do not know how to disagree and do it respectfully. We can argue and it can be respectful. Boundaries. There's a person in my life, right? I'm not so close to the person. I could be because I really, like yesterday I was talking to my mom and I was like, I can really tell that this person is suffering, like for real. I can truly tell that the person is suffering. Very pretty woman. Very pretty. I'm talking like super pretty. But the girl is so unhinged. And we've had disagreement before. Like one time, it was like years ago, I almost got violent shot because I'm like, you are insane. Right? So today I'm like, I just avoid the person. And it's not because I want to avoid the person, but I'm like, this person is so unpredictable. Like, it's like bad voltage. Like, it completely unpredictable. You don't know what to expect from this person, right? Reactions are just crazy. Hey, boo, right? So it's like, because I'm like, listen, I got to a place it's like, we're kind of like on good terms. It's not beef, whatever, right? But it's like, I prefer if you stay away. Because at one point I thought we were cool. So then I was like, okay, something happened. So I was just trying to reason with the person. Oh my God. I don't even fuck with you, Marlene. I don't fuck with you. I was like, what is going on? What did I do to you? You know what I'm saying? So from that moment, I was like, no, this person, like, something is seriously off. So it's like you see the person is struggling, but at the same time, you don't want to be the one to offer help because it's like you're unhinged. And that's the problem. A lot of people, it's like a lot of people, they need love, they need friendship, they need sisterhood, they need comforting. But it's like, yeah, but you're crazy. And me also, I'm sensitive. Like, I'm tired of people. I've been through too much. You know what I mean? I don't want to fight with people. I don't want to get into a screaming match with nobody. I don't want no smoke. So I would love to help you, but you're so mentally unstable. Your emotions are unregulated. You have no filter over your mouth. And if you talk to me crazy, I don't know. So I'd rather not. But it really does pain me to see her like this. So I said, okay, maybe I'll just pray for her from a distance because I can really tell she's suffering. But at the same time, it's like, you also have to have self-control about yourself. You're too grown for this. Like, you're in your 30s. What is wrong with you? Right? And that even, I'm like, that. I had another person say to me, oh my gosh, Marlene, I see what you've been through with all these other people. And I promise you, I will never do that to you. When I read the part where she said, I will never do that to you, I said, just the never part lets me know you're going to do it. Right? Because you should never say never, because you're a human being. You should actually, I will try not to. But when I saw the word never, I'm like, you see, you still lack self-awareness, because you should realize anybody is capable of doing something harmful. And that's not my problem. My biggest concern, right? My biggest concern is not whether or not you're not going to do it. I would love for you not to do it, but it's making sure that if you do it, you will have enough wherewithal to say, I shouldn't have done that to Marlene. I owe her an apology, right? The problem is not whether you're going to make a mistake or not. You're a human being. You could make a mistake, right? But that's not my biggest issue. My biggest issue is the day you do make that mistake, that you would have enough self-awareness to say, I shouldn't have talked that way to Marlene. So I owe her an apology. And then you do apologize. That's what's going to make you big in my eyes. Not you saying that you will never do it. Nobody can promise tomorrow. Anything can happen. But you should make a promise to yourself. If I ever hurt a friend or someone that I love, and I really come to like realize like, whoa, I did something bad, I will be quick to say, I'm sorry. I didn't have to say all that. It was too much. My apologies. You know, that's the thing. That's what makes a good friend. That's what makes a good person. It's not that they never say bad things, but when they do say bad things, they feel bad. You know what? Now that I've calmed down, wow, I don't even know how that got out of my mouth. I shouldn't have said this. Oh my gosh, I feel bad. I'm sorry. This shouldn't have came out of my mouth. Right? Is that you know that you did wrong and then you say sorry. Some people, they will always try everything they can to justify why they did what they did. Right? Hold on. Be careful. Slow down. It's okay. Okay. Calm down. Yeah. Calm down. Right? Some people will never say. They will do everything in their power to justify everything. They always have an excuse. Oh, well, but you did this first. Oh, da 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 da. But it's always like, child, go. You're just toxic. You have other people. They can be like, yeah, I made a mistake, but they can't bring themselves to say, I'm sorry. They can't say those words. It's just they just can't do it. Right? And then you have a few people. They understand. They say, yes, I'm wrong. And for that, I apologize. That's what makes a good friend. It's a person who knows how to say, I'm sorry. You know, I didn't mean to. Maybe I meant to, but the way I did it, I didn't have to do it like this. Right? I was just trying to convey X, Y, and Z, but I can see how I took it too far. That's all we're saying. If you're wrong, say sorry. Have empathy. Because if somebody did that to you, you wouldn't like it. You truly would not like it because it's very hurtful. You know, it's very hurtful. And there are things once you said things, you cannot say, you can't take it back. You said it. And if you said things while you were upset, then you meant those things. And people are not going to forget what you said because you said it and you meant it. Because why you wait until you were mad to say it? Why'd you wait until you were mad to say it? Because you've always been trying to say it. You just didn't know how to say it or when to say it. And now because you're upset, you found the avenue to say it. And I'm like, and that to me, in my eyes, don't make you a good person.
I'm telling you, guys, I'm here to help you. I will not lead you astray. I have told no lies, not on YouTube. I haven't told you lies. I will not lead you astray. This is how you accept apologies from them by letting yourself being used sexually. So they use you for sex so they don't have to apologize. We have 2 women that said that. One woman said cry, which is even more egregious. I was wrong, so manipulation. The other woman says, I'm not even wrong. I'm never wrong. So this is what you're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with. It's in a situation where you can't win unless you are aware.
You can't win.
Because I'm here to get you to accept this. I will not lie to you. Let's hear. Continue.
Crying.
Why are you crying?
Because then it's like guilt tripping it.
There we go right there. Crying. It's like guilt tripping him. I tried to warn you. You guys don't believe me. Crying is for guilt tripping. And she goes, that's why I tell you, man. A woman cries, I'm done. Meaning that, nope, fix your tears, come back, we can address this shit later. You're a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Now, what we haven't heard was cooking. I think the third option was cooking. Are you going to cook him something? We didn't get that. We didn't even get it. All right, we didn't even get a meal. All we got was crying, guilt trip, and pussy. I done told y'all. Brothers.
So then they'll be like, oh, no, it's fine. Don't worry. Right?
Now, let me stop. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Look at the rackage on this one. Now, let me go back. She says, oh, no, it's fine. Now, remember when I showed you this ninja right here?
Meet James. James has worked late every night for as long as he can remember. Why?
All right. When he said, I'll pay the $1.5 million, that's going to clear it and get her out of prison. All right. This is what I'm talking about. So women do bad things and we let them slide. It's our fault. Now let's go back to this woman with the rack. All right. Goodness. Look at them titties. All right. Jesus.
Anything, we are taking care of what's.
We're gonna move on to this one, right? Move this here. Let's do this.
Y'all wanted a story time on why I moved to Houston for a man. Oh, I'm embarrassed, kinda, a little bit. It was a learning experience. You might have to watch this in 2x because I'm not skipping any details. I won't say I necessarily moved here for him, but I moved with the intention of having him for the sake of storytelling. We're gonna call him Aaron because I've been watching Love Island and it kind of just makes sense. I need the bowl and all the candy because this is a trauma dump at this point. Aaron and I met in college. So we met through a mutual friend and then we kind of started developing our own relationship, which kind of makes it even harder because we were actually very good friends. And I realized I was catching feelings for this man, but he was always with somebody, right? And there's one thing I am not, it's a homewrecker. If you got a girlfriend, whether I like her or not, you have a girlfriend. I know my place, I'm gonna stay in it. When the time is right, you're gonna find your way home. It's okay. When he was single, I always picked up like flirty vibes, but then again, I'm not one to like make the first move. I like to be approached and not the approacher. This man was in my phone talking crazy. I think it was like 2020 or 2021, something like that. He moved to Houston. Turns out they were in an on again, off again relationship. At this point, it was just off. I thought they were broken up. He ended up getting back with his ex. I got my feelings hurt. Whatever. I made a video on TikTok, explaining what happened, and he wanted to have a conversation. So I was in Houston at the time for like the little mentoring event that I had, and you know, I invited him over. We talked about it. We cleared the air. This is when like the Delulu really like light switch kicked on. He told me if I lived in Houston, we could explore a romantic relationship. I do know clearly from God that he was telling me that it was time for me to move out of my parents' house. Now, was he telling me to move to Houston? Houston? No. I just think it's so important that when you hear from God, you hear everything because sometimes there's commas and we want to put a period where there's supposed to be a comma. I moved out here like the very end of August, beginning of September of 2023. Me and Aaron were operating as a couple and I was ecstatic. Loved it. We've been playing situationship for 2-3 years. So I'm like, now's our time to shine. Like, it's finally happening, you guys. I did it. We did it, Joe. We did not do it. Another red flag I should have known is I've practiced abstinence, some form of abstinence up until I moved to Houston. But when I was with that man, abstinence out the window. I said, what? Huh? Not that Aaron wasn't respectful of my boundaries, but I was not respectful to myself because I allowed him to throw me off of my spiritual journey. And I had to realize that God is so much more important than a relationship. God is so much more important than a man who chose his ex over you twice and then you moved out here and now you're throwing away your relationship with God to be with a man who isn't even your man. I was never his girlfriend. Stand up, Talitha, stand up. And let me tell you something. I stood on business. I said, look here, sir. You're great. I think I love you, but I love God a little bit more. And I want to be abstinent. I am practicing abstinence till I'm married. And if that's not something you're on board with, we're going to have to end this. We had conversations about marriage, about kids, about a future. And I moved out here with the expectation of a serious relationship. And I'm not faulting him, but I'm faulting myself for not being able to communicate what I want and then walk away sooner. Not everything you go through, God puts you through, but everything you go through, God will use it. I still pray for him. I still wish him the best. I hope that whoever he's with, if he's with somebody, that he treats her well and that they get married and that he gets the wife in the relationship and everything that he deserves. It just wasn't me. And that's okay. It happens. It's a part of life. This is just a story of growing up and making decisions that lead to growth, but it's fine because we're here now. Oh, cute. Cute little face beat. Face God never declined, my God. Y'all wanted a story time on why I moved to Houston for a man.
So now, like, you know how you say, like, they're always crying? Okay, so here's this one.
I got, like, a very, like, heartbreaking text message.
Why are situationship breakups so much harder than relationship breakups? Like,
I got, like, a very, like, heartbreaking text message.
Why are situationship breakups so much harder than relationship breakups? Like, I don't get it. Let's talk about why I was crying in the hotel room. To give you some context, I used to talk to this person named Kevin for the sake of storytelling. We went to the same college. We had a mutual friend. We developed a romantic, platonic, intimate, emotional relationship. What does that look like? Doing all the relationship things, but not putting a title on it. Like, we're still friends. He ended up getting back with his ex-girlfriend, didn't tell me. I found out through Twitter, and my little feelings were hurt. If you don't want to claim it, don't act like it's yours. And that's the problem. So that was the first time. I was not mad at him. It was an issue where neither of us communicated what we wanted. So it was my fault just as much as it was his. Fast forward maybe like 8 to 10 months later, he apologized. I apologized. We kind of talked about where our feelings were. The friendship outweighed the romantic connection. I did still want to keep him in my life. Like, he was a very valuable person to me. We spent the weekend together in Houston, and it was probably one of the best weekends I've ever had because I got to see what it would be like if we were together. When I came home, my jaw was sore because that's how much I was smiling. Just the entire weekend, just blissful, just happy. This is where it goes down. I get a text message. Essentially, it says, me and my ex want to try to work things out. What did it for me was he said, you don't know our relationship, and I want to respect the boundary that she set. Excuse me. Through your actions, you told me that you didn't respect me, that you literally verbatim said you don't deserve me. And what did I do? I tried again. Something I learned this year is don't lose yourself proving how hard you can love somebody. Men have selective eyesight, okay? They're going to pay attention to what they want to, and they're going to disregard everything else. Sucks that you can invest so much into someone and they won't see it. Oh my gosh, I'm trying not to cry. I see it as a blessing in disguise, but it's like, if you didn't want me, you could have just said that. Like, don't egg me on knowing you're somewhere else. To top everything off, definitely got blocked on Instagram. What Rihanna say? Stay up off my Instagram, pure temptation. So if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do. I just try to remind myself that God has something so much better for me, and if it didn't work, there's a reason for it. I don't have to know it, because if God has his hands in it, then let it go. Let it go. If there's one lesson I learned the hard way, it's actions speak louder than words, and if he wanted to, he will. It's cliche, but it's so true.
I got like a very like heartbreaking text message.
Not being chosen hurts. It hurts so bad. We're gonna tell the story of my first heartbreak to someone I wasn't even dating. Y'all, we went out real sad. I'm like nervous to tell this, and he's probably gonna see it. In 2019, we went to the same college and we had a mutual friend. So I would see him like everywhere. We start to develop like our own friendship outside of our mutual friend. We was definitely pushing some boundaries that platonic friends should not have been pushing. Definitely like a flirty friendship, if you know what I mean. We knew what it was and what it wasn't, but we'd be lying to ourselves if we said there was not feelings involved. We're gonna call him Kevin for the sake of storytelling. Kevin and I had very deep emotional, vulnerable conversations that I don't let people access that side of me. There was a part of me emotionally that was getting connected to him. There was an emotional connection with no boundary set. And that's the problem. Talking to him about deaths in my family, regrets and spirituality and religion and like praying for each other, and yeah, it got deep. At this point, he moved. Would make it a priority to make sure we saw each other. I recall one time my sister was there and she saw us together and she was like, why don't y'all just date? Not to blame it on her, but her saying that kind of sparked that in my mind. Like, what if we dated? This is when things are really taking off for me social media wise. And he would send me like little tip videos or like little encouragement things. And I'm like, if you're trying to get married, just say that. No. I'm a certified lover girl. Okay. And maybe I was just thinking too hard about it. But in my head, we liked each other, but we just wouldn't say it out loud, you know? The mutual friend that we had even noticed. I had talked to her about it. Last summer, I decided to go on Twitter. I don't use Twitter. And it was probably God telling me, Talitha, just go on Twitter. I opened up the Bird app and I'm scrolling and we don't follow each other on Twitter. And that's the gag. It said, people you may be interested in or something. It was like, Kevin retweeted, you can't have a fine girlfriend and be insecure. My delusion is like, yeah, post about me. It was not. I wanted to be nosy. I wanted to stalk. And this is why you don't stalk people, because you're gonna find something. Playing FBI, CSI agent. And he retweeted selfies. And I was like, I felt like I was just punched in the stomach. But at the same time, I was like, why are you upset? Because we had never discussed boundaries. We had never talked about exclusivity. Like, we couldn't even tell each other that we liked each other. So, girl, what are you upset for? But nonetheless, it like really did hurt my feelings. Like, it had potential to be a relationship, but because neither of us spoke on it, it never escalated to that. That's why I'm so strict on boundaries now, because I refuse to get my feelings hurt like that again. I'm not mad at him. I have no animosity. I feel like it's just one of those situations where communication would have saved a lot. Maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want to find out about your relationship through Twitter. If there's one thing I learned from this situation, at least for me, is boundaries never hurt. Communication never hurt. And just speak on how you're feeling about somebody, because it literally could be the difference of you crying in the car or, you know, you get your man. It is what it is. Healing, but not healed.
Not being chosen hurts. It hurts so bad.
Over someone you were never really. How are you supposed to be sad over someone you were never really with? Why am I sad over a man that wasn't even mine? Yeah, be sad. Although it wasn't an actual relationship, that does not negate the feelings, the experiences, the connection you had with that person. I think situationship breakups are far worse than relationship breakups. As a society, we're conditioned to not be upset about it. That is a brow, ladies and gentlemen. My sister told me that you can grieve people who aren't deceased. You can grieve situations, you can grieve people, you can grieve habits. Just because something died doesn't mean it died physically. I don't know why this man had me in such a chokehold. He had me in a headlock. That's what it was. I thought it was like a hug. No, he was suffocating me. You should never settle for someone's potential. Lack of urgency is unattractive. Lack of commitment is unattractive. If you ever have to question about how someone feels about you, you have your answer. So where am I right now? We are in our healing phase. Besides get out, advice to anyone in a situationship is feel it. Don't act like you're not sad because they weren't yours. Don't try to play yourself like you don't feel some type of way, because you do. And that's okay. Go to a rage room. That helps. Trying to do your makeup without crying is really hard. That being said, we're sticking to the NBA wife fantasy. Not even fantasy, because it's going to be a reality one day. What we're not doing is settling anymore. Suck curls eat every time. I learned 2 very valuable lessons. 1, sometimes God takes you out of situations because you won't remove yourself. And 2nd, God takes things away from you to bless you with something better. Everything's better than everything's in the air.
It's really crazy when you catch yourself crying over someone you thought you were over. Let's talk about it. So I got asked by someone I used to talk to if I wanted to go on a date for Valentine's Day. And I didn't reply for a few days because I was busy. And I was like, I just need to think about this. I need to pray about it. God is telling me, like, Talitha, I'm trying to clear the table so you could eat for real. I said, okay, God, got you. Texted him back and said, hey, every time we've hung out in the past, it's ended up with us having sex together. Like, let's just be honest. That's not something I'm doing anymore. I'm abstaining till marriage, and given our history, that's probably what's going to happen if we hang out. Not only did he call me out of my name, he disrespected me and then blocked me. Yeah. And the gag is, I cried about it. Sometimes God removes you from situations because you won't walk away. Now, was I in contact with him? No. He would just pop up when he could to see if that door was open. And God said, you know what? The door's closed. The doors of the church are closed. You want this husband, this covenant, this man that you've been praying for? You got too many people sitting here. Okay, I'm trying to clear the table because the food is almost ready. Like, it's time to eat. I'm about to bring out the 5-course meal, but you're still trying to hold on to the appetizer. Even though Valentine's Day is right around the corner, you are not single. You are not alone because you have a relationship with Christ. If that $3 teddy bear, those dying flowers, and that stale chocolate, cause, whoa. I have been praying to God to send me a sign, and I just saw it drive past the street. Scratch everything I just said. I've been going through depression, you guys. Like, I recently moved out of Colorado and I moved to Houston, and I have not been happy since I moved. And I've been talking to God, like, do I need to move back? Do I need therapy? Like, what is it that I need? Like, what are you trying to reveal to me? And I said that if I saw a car that was an indigo purple, oh my gosh, if I saw a car that was indigo purple color, I would A, get therapy, and B, start moving. Like, I don't know where I'm going yet, but I would move. And I just saw that car drive down the street. And it's funny because I'm at the gym right now, and I was like about to go inside, and God told me not to. No, I'm crying. God really just said, stop doing what you're doing and let me work. I can't go in the gym with tears running down my face. We gotta sit here for a second. I'm like actually shook right now. Had I gone in the gym and not started recording this video on TikTok, I wouldn't have seen that sign that God gave me. One of my favorite things about God is he orchestrates things so perfectly that doing anything differently would change your it's the butterfly effect. And I don't know who this is for. Ask God to reveal things to you. Pray that God reveals things to you in ways that you see fit. Wow. It's really crazy when you catch yourself.
Oh, I'm embarrassed, kind of. This is not the video. Oh, hold on. I already know there's going to be people who stitch this video and use it to weaponize me even further, but I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Usually I try not to, it's gotten to the point where I don't even use TikTok anymore because every time I open up this freaking app, it is Talitha Jane hate. The main topic I was seeing was my content is so centered around a man. My content is centered around the pain and the hurt that a man caused me, so now I am learning to love myself effectively. Imagine getting closer to God, because after being sexually assaulted and getting your heart broken, you don't know what else to do. So you rely on God. And then people think your self-love journey is a ploy to get a man, when in reality, you want nothing to do with the man. And all the things that you see your dad give your mom every single day. So you learn to do that for yourself. And instead of inspiring other people to do the same, they hate you for it. I've always been close with God. My dad's a pastor. My mom's a first lady. I grew up in the church, but it wasn't until recently, depressed in a new city by myself, that I really relied on God. Oh, gosh. And when God brings you out of a depression, when you are alone 24/7 in a city that you don't like, of course you're going to talk about what God did for you. Why wouldn't you? And it's just like, it pains me so much that you guys think I'm that shallow. I'm tired of feeling inadequate in those spaces, so I want to learn to do it myself. Jesus. Did I have to learn the hard way? Yeah. And the whole reason I document those things is because I know I'm not the only person who's actually really cared for someone who they weren't in a relationship with. I learned how to love myself through that process. If there's two things I'm never going to apologize for, one, it's loving God publicly.
Second, I've been close with God pretty much my entire life, but it wasn't.
Hey yo, I'm not that nigga. I'm not that guy. I'm not that man she wanna use for. Y'all dragging my name through the streets right now. When y'all really should be trying to buy a home.
Homeowner. He lying to us just like he lied to her.
Hey yo, I'm not that nigga. I'm not that guy. I'm not that man she wanna use for. Y'all dragging my name through the streets right now. When y'all really should be trying to buy a home. That man. Hey yo.
I moved out here and everything happened that I have gotten super close with God and realized that, wow, God is actually amazing. And I need to start living my life to reflect that. It's really not that deep. It's not all about a man. It stems from an experience I had with a man, but more so it's about who do I want to become after that? Who do I want to be now that that's over? I have a headache from crying. This is ridiculous. Regardless of what anyone thinks, regardless of what anyone has to say, I still love y'all. I'm gonna still ride for the Black and brown girls. I'm gonna still show up every day, even if people stop showing up for me. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, and you can take away whatever you want. I was about to do my hair. I just got it cut into a bob today. Didn't plan on getting on the internet and crying, but oh man, this is not the video. Oh, hold on. I already know there's going to be people who stitch this video and use it to weaponize me even further, but I'm gonna just be real with y'all. Usually I try not to, it's gotten to the point where I don't even use TikTok anymore because every time I open up this freaking app, it is Talitha Jane hate. The main topic I was seeing was my content is so centered around a man. My content is centered around the pain and the hurt that a man caused me, so now I am learning to love myself effectively. Imagine getting closer to God, because after being sexually assaulted and getting your heart broken, you don't know what else to do. So you rely on God. And then people think your self-love journey is a ploy to get a man, when in reality, you want nothing to do with the man. And all the things that you see your dad give your mom every single day. So you learn to do that for yourself. And instead of inspiring other people to do the same, they hate you for it. I've always been close with God. My dad's a pastor. My mom's a first lady. I grew up in the church, but it wasn't until recently, depressed in a new city by myself, that I really relied on God. Oh, gosh. And when God brings you out of a depression, when you are alone 24/7 in a city that you don't like, of course you're going to talk about what God did for you. Why wouldn't you? And it's just it pains me so much that you guys think I'm that shallow. I'm tired of feeling inadequate in those spaces, so I want to learn to do it myself. Jesus. Did I have to learn the hard way? Yeah. And the whole reason I document those things is because I know I'm not the only person who's actually really cared for someone who they weren't in a relationship with. I learned how to love myself through that process. If there's two things I'm never going to apologize for, one, it's loving God publicly. Second, I've been close with God pretty much my entire life, but it wasn't until I moved out here and everything happened that I have gotten super close with God and realized that, wow, God is actually amazing, and I need to start living my life to reflect that. It's really not that deep. It's not all about a man. It stems from an experience I had with a man, but more so it's about who do I want to become after that? Who do I want to be now that that's over? I have a headache from crying. This is ridiculous. Regardless of what anyone thinks, regardless of what anyone has to say, I still love y'all. I'm gonna still ride for the Black and brown girls. I'm gonna still show up every day, even if people stop showing up for me. Everyone's entitled to their opinions, and you can take away whatever you want. I was about to do my hair. I just got it cut into a bob today. Didn't plan on getting on the internet and crying, but oh man.
I've been and told you this. You get in an argument with your wife. One of the things that she will do is Why don't you just come on in the back? And they'll fix your meat. Now, once you have sex with them, here's the key. Because a lot of you guys don't understand this. Here's the key. After the sex, you have agreed that it was okay. You've accepted the apology. So after you've had sex, if you come back and then address the issue again, she's going to wonder why you're addressing the issue again. She's going to say, why are you bringing that up? We made up. I apologize. And you're going to be like, you didn't apologize. Yeah, we did. I apologized to you last night. When? When I opened my legs. That's what I'm telling you. Guys, I'm here to help you. I will not lead you astray. I have told no lies. Not on YouTube. I haven't told you lies. I will not lead you astray. This is how they accept. This is how you accept apologies from them by letting yourself being used sexually. So they use you for sex, so they don't have to apologize. We have two women that said that. One woman said cry, which is even more egregious. I was wrong, so manipulation. The other woman says, I'm not even wrong. I'm never wrong. So this is what you're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with. It's in a situation where you can't win unless you are aware.
You can't win.
Because I'm here to get you to accept this. I will not lie to you. Let's hear. Continue.
Crying.
Why are you crying?
Because then it's like guilt tripping it.
There we go right there. Crying. It's like guilt tripping him. I tried to warn you. You guys don't believe me. Crying is for guilt tripping. And she go, that's why I tell you, man. A woman cries, I'm done. Meaning that, nope, fix your tears, come back, we can address this shit later. You're a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Now, what we haven't heard was cooking. I think the third option was cooking.
This is not the video. Oh, hold on. I already know there's going to be people who stitch this video and use it to weaponize me even further, but I'm going to just be real with y'all. Usually I try not to, it's gotten to the point where I don't even use TikTok anymore because every time I open up this freaking app, it is Talitha Jane hate. The main topic I was seeing was my content is so centered around man. My content is centered around the pain and the hurt that a man caused me. So now I am learning to love myself effectively. Imagine getting closer to God because after being sexually assaulted and getting your heart broken, you don't know what else to do. So you rely on God. And then people think your self-love journey is a ploy to get a man, when in reality, you want nothing to do with the man. And all the things that you see your dad give your mom every single day. So you learn to do that for yourself. And instead of inspiring other people to do the same, they hate you for it. I've always been close with God. My dad's a pastor. My mom's a first lady. I grew up in the church, but it wasn't until recently, depressed in a new city by myself, that I really relied on God. Oh, gosh. And when God brings you out of a depression, when you are alone 24/7 in a city that you don't like, of course you're going to talk about what God did for you. Why wouldn't you? And it just it pains me so much that you guys think I'm that shallow. I'm tired of feeling inadequate in those spaces, so I want to learn to do it myself. Jesus. Did I have to learn the hard way? Yeah. And the whole reason I document those things is because I know I'm not the only person who's actually really cared for someone who they weren't in a relationship with. I learned how to love myself through that process. If there's two things I'm never going to apologize for, one, it's loving God publicly. Second, I've been close with God pretty much my entire life, but it wasn't until I moved out here and everything happened that I have gotten super close with God and realized that, wow, God is actually amazing.
Let's style this dress for
Like me personally, you know how I tell you guys that some girls need patriarchy in their lives? She's one of them. She needs her dad. She really needs her father. You know, I was thinking about it the other day. All these girls who make the wrong choices in men, right? And they will have you think that it's the man that's the problem. I said, no, your daddy's the problem. And why do I say the dad is the problem? Because your dad didn't tell you what to look for in a man. He's leaving you out there to figure out to figure things out for yourself, right? Because I don't know, do her parents not watch her social media? Does her dad not watch her social media? You know, her dad's a pastor, right? Her dad is a pastor. His daughter is all alone in a new city. She's depressed. Does he even know about that? Does he know that she's depressed and she's crying on the internet? Does he even know that she moved to Houston for a boy? Did he ever meet the young man? Right? And I'm like, they need to go get that girl before she gets pregnant by that boy. Because she loves that boy. And the fact that, you know what I think about, because he got away, she really wants him to love her. And the way society is, the culture is, I don't put it past her to get pregnant. I don't put it past her to get pregnant. I really don't. Because she's really in love with this boy. Right? She really is. And I'm like, her family needs to come get her ass. Because she has no clue about boys. She's a clueless little girl. And the sad thing about social media is that it gives a huge platform to young people who are not even done growing up. And then it gives them money too. So they have the money to go sustain their foolishness. Right? She's like, oh, I see what this man, what my dad gives to my mom. Your dad is a pastor. This boy is a heathen. Right? If you want what a man, if you want what your mom has, you have to get a man in the church. You got to go get a young boy who was raised in the church. Instead, you want a little street boy. He looks like a little Pimp C a little bit. I mean, he rests in peace. Okay? Right? But she's surprised. God told you to move to Houston. You're that depressed. You're that sad. You're that lonely. You're getting used like that sexually and being sent back to the streets. That don't sound like God. But where is her dad? And I shame her dad because he's a man of God. And that's a sheep. And she's out here wandering the streets. And wherever she is, California, Houston, and Houston also is a city of hoish activity. Hey, is that Aquarius? Okay, hi, Aquarius. Right? Where is her dad? Where is her father? Yes, Maverick. Where is her dad? Hold on. They were roasting her after this. Let me see. Hold on, baby. Hold on. Because they were all going in on her.
Y'all be so quick to say that God led you to a decision, that God led you to make this choice. God showed you that that was your husband. God showed you that you need to make this major move for him, that this is the one for you. God showed you that. You know what? You are right. Your God showed you, because that man is your God. That man that you want to be in relationship with, that man is your God. You praise him, you serve him, and you do what he asks you to do. You treat him like he is your God. And it breaks my heart when I see situations like this, because so many women are trained to serve a man like a God rather than being told to be in partnership with one. I don't know many men who will inconvenience their life. They'll be uncomfortable for a little bit if that means being with you forever. I don't know many men who will do that. I don't know many men who will pick up his whole life and move for you. I don't know many men who will do that, but women will do it. And you said that God led you to that. No, your man, which is your God, manipulated you into thinking that you should inconvenience your life for him. He manipulated you into letting go of your dreams. He manipulated you into not being your own person anymore. He now hovered over your life like a God, and you got it confused with the ultimate God. Baby girl, don't ever get that twisted. God didn't lead you to that decision. That man did. That man did. And I feel sorry for you that you've been fooled that way. That man led you there. And now you stand alone without that man, needing to navigate how to live life again. Because every move and decision that you made was based on your man, your God. Y'all be so quick to say that God led you to a decision, that God led you to make this choice. God showed you that that was your husband. God showed you that you need to make this major move for him, that this is the one for you. God showed you that. You know what? You are right. Your God showed you, because that man is your God. That man that you want to be in relationship with, that man.
Is Talitha Jane male-centered? Yes. Is Talitha Jane wrong for not telling people that she moved to Houston for a man? No. And I'm going to tell you why. You can be male-centered and that's her business. Like, I'm not here for that, but whatever. But this is the same girl who got on the internet and put blue jeans on, denim jeans on with no underwear, okay? Had a nail tech put wrap around her car. Like, for me, I think she's doing shit for the plot. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. And I think that's totally okay. Like, why is it that there's this weird expectation that everybody has to tell, like, the internet what's going on, like, day to day? Are you guys the FBI? Do you, should you have access to that much information, like play-by-plays? No, I think it's kind of weird. And could it be that, like, maybe she's at a point now where she can talk about it honestly? Like, is that not some level of relatability and vulnerability? How many of y'all have lied about a man to your friends or family? How many of you have forgiven a man over a girlfriend? Like, be fucking for real. She's not doing anything that's that crazy. But I think for everybody to, like, be all in hooplas about, oh my God, she hid this from us. Like, girl, she told y'all. Y'all would not have known unless she told y'all that she moved there for that man. You would have speculated, but you wouldn't have known. So at the end of the day, maybe give her a little bit of grace. Like, she is living her life on the internet and she chooses to do that. But at the same time, vilifying her for every single mistake she makes, or like finding a reason to get mad about something that minuscule, in my opinion, I think it's a little unfounded. I think it's a little weird. And I think it's like presumptuous to assume that you should know every single step that she takes. Social media is a highlight reel. The quicker you get that, the quicker you'll understand how all of these people work. Is Talitha Jane male-centered? Yes. Is Talitha...
He moved to Houston. He moved to Houston. What that got to do with you? Did he even help you move? Did he unpack a box? Did he send you a listing? I don't think that man told you to do that. When the time is right, you'll find your way home, baby. He don't even know the address. He doesn't even have an assigned parking spot. He has no intentions on even driving by. But you hold on to that. You hold on to that. This man is in my phone talking crazy. So he just told you all he wanted to do was fuck. He just told you that. Why don't you ladies listen? Leave God out of this, because that's why people like me can't really be Christians, because y'all be adding and remixing shit so much. No one knows what's real and fake. And a lot of Christians follow a lot of stuff that's not even in the Bible. Jesus don't even know nothing about this. Y'all be making up stuff. And it throws people. Okay, he got back with the woman he wanted to be with. Not once, but twice. Not once, but twice, and you still chose to pack your luggage. If you lived in Houston, we could explore while he still has a girlfriend. If you lived in Houston, we could explore. He is talking in code. He's not even giving you full sentences of what will occur if you actually move to Houston. Like, we gonna be locked in. You're my woman. Still leave God out of this. Because he still had a girlfriend. That's crazy. And then you open the video with, I respected his relationships. If you got a girlfriend, I'm gonna move off the way. But you still moved to Houston. So when you moved to Houston, was you respecting his relationships then? Okay. Right. What does operating as a couple mean? As someone who's been in a 2-year relationship, a little over 2 years, what does operating, hold on, let me make sure I'm saying it right. Operating as a couple mean? It's either you're a couple or you're not. It's like there's no operation. Like, what are you really trying to say? But if you really wanted to be abstinent or abstain from sex, why didn't you build a relationship where you were at, leave him in Houston? Because that is the easiest way to not have sex, not be around the person that you want to have sex with. He didn't throw off your spiritual journey. I feel like you were never on a spiritual journey. You just used God as an excuse to go get what you wanted. Like, you wanted that man, so you did whatever it took to try and get him. But he told you over the course of 3 years he never wanted you. Leave God out of this. I can't get over the fact that he chose his ex not once but twice before you even packed a bag, and you still thought that was a smart decision, but it's okay. Then you concluded the video as in you stood on you had no choice but to stand on business because he was still in another relationship, and even after he finished that relationship, he still didn't want you. You had no choice but to stand up, baby. He knew what he wanted, but it was just never gonna be you. And I feel like secretly you knew that. And it's crazy because you're not an ugly girl. So, oh, never mind. Let me not do that. Because I'm not a mean girl, and I don't mean this in no disrespect. He probably will find and marry the woman he wants to be with very soon and to live a very happy, life, because that's how men do. And I think as women, we should do the same thing. If we don't like the person that we're dealing with, go find someone else. And if someone is dumb enough to stick around while you're finding someone else, because men don't waste time on women that they actually like. If you were his Beyonce, you wouldn't even have to move to Houston. And if you did, the relationship would have been solidified before, and you didn't have to operate as a couple. You would be a couple. Finally, leave Jesus out of this. He moved to Houston. He moved to Houston. What that got to do with you? Did he even help you move? Did he unpack a box? Did he send you a listing? I don't think that man told you to do that. When the time is right, you'll find your way home, baby. He don't even know the address. He doesn't even have an assigned parking spot. He has no
thinking that far in advance.
You just wanted to get to know her.
Yes.
Okay.
So it wasn't, but I knew it was like, oh, pastor's daughter, PKs. I think I'm okay.
Jerry, why you say you okay on the PKs?
Yeah.
Okay on the PKs.
At the time, I was okay on the PKs.
Did we have a reputation or?
I'm just saying, we all went to college.
Understand.
And so when you saw him, what did you think? Was it just platonic, or were you like?
Okay, so y'all seen this video, is trending. Let's talk. Her content at first was fashion, makeup, and just her going out, living her best life. Now her content is her including God in her journey, and she's wearing more modest clothing. We all know she just had, a little sale where she was giving out her clothes that she's no longer wants to wear because she wants to be more modest. And we all know that she's on a self-love journey. I just don't know why it grinds y'all gears so much that even if she did move to Houston for a man, why does it bother y'all so much? Because half of y'all be with y'all best friend man behind their back. Y'all be with that baby daddy that ain't shit. You left him because he ain't shit. He don't even like his own kids, don't do nothing for his kids, but you still let him get in between your legs. I'm still trying to figure out why y'all be.
What y'all on here being mean for? Give me your phones right now. As the resident auntie, hand them over because I got to wrap this up. For the past 5 days, I've watched you all drag this lady, Talitha Jane, drag her. Why? And most of the people running their flip-flopping jams are in their 20s. Honey, keep living. If you haven't made a mistake, you will. If they haven't made a fool out of you yet, they will. And if you think they haven't, you're lying to yourself. It's already happened. You haven't went through a breakup. You haven't did something for a man or because of a man. Let me tell you what I did in my 20s for a man. I had children and married him, knowing doggone well I didn't want either. Every major mistake I've ever made in my life was to appease somebody else. Okay? So that shit stopped. Listen to me. You all dragged me last year. When I got on here, September actually, so next month will be a year when my life fell apart. October is when I came on.
Why is seeing a Black woman live a life full of luxury and leisure so triggering to Black men?
If you're in a healthy relationship with a man, can you stitch this video and talk about it?
Let me give the girls some hope and tell y'all my testimony, okay? So my boyfriend and I met when we were in college, but we got into a committed relationship after we both graduated. After he graduated, he moved to Dallas for an amazing job offer, y'all. An amazing job offer that is like his dream job. But me, on the other hand, I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. So I'm still in Virginia at this time, working job after job, changing my career about 10 different times, trying to figure out what the heck is my passion. So y'all, one day I was on the phone with him, getting ready for work, but I was also just venting to him about how unhappy I was, y'all. Like I was just like, babe, I need to change the speed. I need to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. I have so much more to offer to this world than to be working at this 9 to 5. Now I'm at work doing my everyday duties, and my manager tells me to come to the back because my husband is on the phone. I'm thinking in my head, Boogie, I don't have a husband. So I go to the back to answer the phone, and it's my man. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, babe, what's wrong? Like, I'm at work. So he's just like, do you want today to be your last day at work? Child, the man didn't have to repeat himself. He didn't have to say it louder because I was already with it. Okay. The answer is yes. He was like, so go ahead and clock out for me. This man got me a one-way ticket to Dallas, got movers at my daggone apartment, shipping my stuff over to Dallas. Baby, the man wasn't playing. He paid the fee for me to break my lease. Like, he just had everything taken care of. I felt secure in making the move because, for one, I had a great savings account and I also have 2 degrees. So if all else fails, baby, I can do better by myself. So I'm all settled in now, and we just decided to have a sit down just to talk about our expectations of each other now that we live together. And he literally just told me, the only thing I expect from you is for you to find what your passion is in life. You don't got to cook. You don't got to contribute to anything financially. Just figure out what you want out of life. So I told him, like, babe, I think I want to take content. Come with me to be a guest on this.
If you're in a healthy relationship with a man,
I might have told him that on a Monday, and I promise y'all that Friday I had to say this man knew how unhappy I was. So baby, he was not playing. And the biggest thing of all, I complained about the lighting in our old apartment because we didn't have like a lot of natural light. The man moved us into a high rise. Like, I really cannot make this up. I say all that to say this man knew how unhappy I was. So he changed my circumstances, and he also knew my potential. So he invested into my passion. And now I get to wake up every day and talk to a phone and make money. That man wanted to alleviate all my issues so I can just focus on me and what I want out of life. And that's a beautiful Black king right there. It's been 4 years now. We've gone to couples therapy. We're constantly working on the quality of our relationship, and we just are obsessed with each other. And I just love my man. Do not lose hope, baby. Your person is out here somewhere.
So I feel like with Talitha's story, I think that's what she was also hoping for. Like, you move to Houston with a man that pays for everything. My only issue with Erica over here, I think she's like embellishing the story because nothing out here is free. Okay? If a young man does all of this for you, he expects something. And I don't really like how she's not letting the young ladies like, okay, for him to do all this, like, we have sex or we do this, like, you know, he expects us to have children and get married. Like, she's gonna also have to give something to him, I would hope. I would think, right? Because nobody's gonna do that for you for free. Because you don't, if you get wife treatment, then you're probably expected to do wifely things, right? He's not gonna pay for everything, and then you're in the house playing with your phone and making money, like, and not giving him the money, not giving him any sex, not cooking, not cleaning, and things like that. So I do feel like the older woman in me is like, yeah, she's embellishing certain things. Okay, he did it for a reason. It's an investment. It is not free money. He's not her daddy. Okay. He's a young man with a penis. Okay. So let's keep that clear. So I feel like, so this girl, that's how she claims she moves to Houston, right? Whereas like our girl, I'm gonna play it again. Hold on. Let me play it again.
A very like heartbreaking text message.
Why are situationship breakups so much harder than relationship breakups? Like, I don't get it. Let's talk about why I was crying in the hotel room. To give you some context, I used to talk to this person named Kevin for the sake of storytelling. We went to the same college. We had a mutual friend. We developed a romantic, platonic, intimate, emotional relationship. What does that look like? Doing all the relationship things, but not putting a title on it. Like, we're still friends. He ended up getting back with his ex-girlfriend, didn't tell me. I found out through Twitter, and my little
and you know, this is the thing also, like with the feminist culture, is that you're supposed to pretend that you don't have feelings, right? Hookup culture. Because a woman can do what a man does, whatever, and you can see it's not possible, right? Because she lit up with that boy and she picked up feelings, right? So you could say when she stood up, she had no feelings. When she lay down, she picked up feelings. When she got up, she was all the way in love, right? So men and women can't do sex the same. That's why this whole hookup culture thing is BS. Oh, I can sleep with as many men as a man does with a woman. No, you cannot. You be a casualty of war. Okay? No, you cannot. And here it is. But because she's on a very liberal, feminist, left-leaning app, she has to pretend like, oh, you know, I'm that girl. No, you're not. And it's okay. They were all screaming, oh my gosh, Talitha is so boy-centered. Yes. She grew up in the church. That's all she saw. Bunch of people being married. Her parents are married. So she wants to be married one day. If she does not center men, how's she going to have a husband? Make it make sense, right? The problem is not to be boy-centered. The problem is you got to be centered for the right boy, not just random-ass people. That's why I feel like her daddy failed her. Because knowing how she grew up with the stuff that she saw, he should have had, when she became sexually active, especially when she decided out of nowhere that she going to move to Houston, that city is so filthy, okay? He should have had an honest conversation with her. Why are you moving there? And he knows better. Oh, I'm moving there so I can have a relationship with God. God is at your house already. You don't have to go to Houston. Make it make sense, right? Her dad should have known. But the sad thing about preachers' kids is that they're often forsaken. A lot of pastors out here, look at Keon. Keon is so focused on Shawnee, he turned his back on his own daughter, okay? A lot of these preacher people, they care more about the ministry, saving the souls of strangers than taking care of their own children. Because this young girl, her dad should have talked to her. And most girls, right, their daddy should talk to them and tell them what to look for in a man. Because she's a woman. She's a young woman. She doesn't know. She's not a man. There's so much that she can't even imagine. So she goes off of things like, oh, he's nice. Oh, he's friendly. Oh, we speak on the phone. Oh, we were on the phone for 4 hours. Like goofy stuff, right? But when you're a father, like when you're a dad to a girl, you got to sit your daughter down. Teach her about character. Teach her about what makes a good man. What to look for in a man. What to avoid in the man, right? Teach her. Don't let your daughter out there figuring out all by herself because she'll be ran through. Right? And even for her to make all these videos on TikTok where she's constantly crying about this boy, talking about how much depression she has, the fact that her parents didn't have yet to go on there and snatch her up, I am so confused. Something bad could happen. And I'm like, I fear her getting pregnant. I really do. Okay? But you have to talk to your child. You gotta talk to her. Gotta tell her who you were when you were a young man before you met her mom. Don't, because like when she sees you, she sees the more polished version of you. So she's gonna like fantasize, like, you know, it's a fairy tale of who her daddy is, right? Tell her who you really are. And tell her who you used to be. When you were young, what'd you do? How'd you lie to young people out here, child? Tell your daughter everything. Right? But a lot of dads too, it's like they want their daughters to see them like, you know, like these saviors, like these like amazing men and things like that. But you're not doing her a favor. You have to tell you gotta tell your daughter what to look out for. A mom can't do that for a daughter. A dad gotta step up and let her know. If you're moving there for a boy, I gotta meet him. Because we never know. What if he had killed her? He could have dismembered her body and tossed her body all across Houston. I mean, you never know. People are crazy, right? And the thing I resent about social media is that it gives young people so much money so quick. It gives them fame so quick, and their brains are not even fully developed. They don't even have full maturity yet. And they have access to so much money, places, I mean, people, millions of people. And they expose their lives to millions of people thinking that these are your friends. They're not your friend. Okay? So they think, oh, I have money, so therefore I'll make it happen. Instead of really having a vetting process, like, is this actually a really good idea? Why would you move down there for the boy? Well, because you saw the other girl. I don't know if she did, but because this other girl said that she got moved up by this boy or whatever. But that boy, he has a job, though. He has a career. And she's the main girlfriend. She's not the side piece. Right? But honestly, I feel bad for her. Because I feel like her dad is failing her. And her mom should tell her dad, go get your daughter. Your daughter needs you. She needs a male figure in her life. All this hands-off approach, it doesn't work. And just because she's an adult on paper, obviously she makes poor choices. So she needs patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? Go get your child before she ends up pregnant. And then that's her whole life. I think a lot of fathers do not protect their daughters. They really do not. They don't teach their daughters what to look for because you don't want to see her grow up. So you're trying to avoid having this conversation. She's growing up. She's a young woman. You know, she's going to fall in love. She's going to want to find a man that's just like you. So tell her who you really are. not what she sees, but who you really are. The things that her mother knows that she don't know about, make sure she knows who you truly are. You know what I mean? Because she needs her dad. She really needs her dad. Because I'm like, I really do feel like a common denominator in so many young girls picking poorly is because their dads are not involved in their choices. Your daughter needs you. Because I'm like, when you're a woman, I'm like, how? That's why, coach, like, you know, even though sometimes a little extra sometimes, right? But I listen to a lot of people. Because even me, I'm a woman too. There's only so much I know. But I listen to a lot of people. I listen to a lot of different men. I got this coach over here. I got Tony over here, right? I listen to all kinds of men. Because only a man can tell you how a man thinks. I'm like, oh, I never thought about that. Or like, no, I don't agree with that part, right? And it goes to show you, like, your daughter needs you. By herself, she just can't pick the right man. She don't know how. She does not know how.
You don't want to claim it. Don't act like it's yours.
And she doesn't know how. She's just rambling and like saying a bunch of stuff that she heard in a Beyonce song. Single ladies. Okay? She's a baby. She's a baby who thinks she's grown. Right? And the sad part is like the fact that she has depression. She doesn't understand. The Bible says that the wage of sin is death. So the fact that she's having so much sex with this boy on and off, you know, it's a guilty conscience. She feels guilty. And part of her also feels dirty. Because how do you sleep with a boy that's not your boyfriend? And every time you have sex with him, he sends you back to the streets. You know, so like, you know, oh, I'm a Christian. I shouldn't be doing this. I was raised better. I should practice abstinence. All that stuff, right? It gonna make you feel guilty. All of this. Okay.
If I hadn't bought you one,
I don't even know what that is, but I'll look it up.
Piece of crap.
Oh, you guys stop by that place. Stop happy about that?
Yes.
Oh.
Extremely happy right now.
Crazy. Right? Because I'm like, you guys, I think a lot because I'm like, how did we get here? Like, how is all this happening? Like, you know, you gotta think about stuff. And I really do feel like a common denominator in a lot of young women choosing the wrong man is that their daddies are not involved. You could have an absentee dad. Like you could have a dad that was never in your life at all. But then you could also have a dad that's in your life, but he's just not involved. He just lets your mom do everything. Instead of reaching in like, baby girl, are you okay? Have you met someone? Do you love someone? Do you think you love someone? Why do you love this man? You know, you got to help her. You know, because a woman, her brain, it works this way. Men, their brain works that way. So she needs a man that looks out for her, a man that has her best interests at heart, which most of the time will be her dad. Yeah, it's right. It's her guilt, depression. The majority of the time, if you have depression, it's because you're guilty. You feel guilty and you feel dirty. She feels very dirty because she knows better. Because when you grew up in the church, especially like her dad being a pastor. So it's like, she just grew up around the words. Like, it's like constantly. It's all up in your head. It's in your head. It's in your subconscious. Like, you know, she knows better. Right. And the problem with Talitha, like where I feel sorry for her because, you know, she's a young Black girl who grew up in the church. Right. And that's not really what Black culture celebrates. Right. Black culture doesn't celebrate young people who have a 2-parent household, who are raised right, come from good background and stuff like that. No. People who are praised are, oh, broken home. I didn't have a daddy. My mama raised me. I run the streets. I do what I want. I stay late. I twerk. I get tattoos. I smoke hookahs. I have sex. Got a baby. Right? It prioritizes people who make poor choices because being socialist, right? Being a New Testament type of community, right? We got to take care of the poor. And so Black children who are not raised in starvation, who are not raised in lack, you know, people don't like them. And so when you're a young Black girl and you're being told that you got to be blackety black, you have to be in a sisterhood, you got to ride for the Black girls, right? For you to get these girls to accept you, you got to change who you are. You have to become something you're not. And many times, for a young Black girl to be accepted, she has to become promiscuous. Promiscuity is the currency over here. That's how you prove your Blackness as a Black girl, right? Because when you're promiscuous, quote unquote, it means that you don't center men. Because if you center men, you're going to be more monogamous. Like, you're going to be this, you like, oh, I want to find a boyfriend and then we're going to stay together and get married, right? Mm-hmm. Promiscuity is like, well, I don't need to be with a man. I have sexual needs, but I don't want to be with a man, right? I just need the penis. I don't need the whole body, right? So you just go through men. That's the culture. That's the mindset. So Talitha, she had to downgrade, because it's a downgrade. Because she come from a family where her daddy and her mom was still married. And I'm sure if you go into her family, her aunts are married on both sides. Everybody's married. Her grandparents were married. Like, she comes from that. But to make it on TikTok, right, you got to be what TikTok wants. And that is, you're a Black girl. You're promiscuous. You walk around half naked. You twerk everywhere. You do what you want. You don't ask for permission. You don't involve patriarchy. You make up your own mind. Do what I want. Okay? So there you go. But the thing is, these young people who are promiscuous, many of them were not raised in the church. Many of these young people, their mamas never took them to church. Because the mama herself, she can't go to church because she hasn't forgiven herself for what she's done with her life. So she'll make sure to raise her kids as far away from the church, because she knows if she goes to church, they're going to wake her mind up. That's why most secular things, like the moment you talk about integrity, character, even yesterday, we were on here yesterday. I was talking for like almost like how many hours? As soon as I spoke about Evelyn sleeping with a married man, this lady came out of nowhere. Oh my gosh, stop judging. It's like, see, you're telling on yourself. Because you didn't just come in and you didn't just come into my life and heard me talking about Evelyn sleeping with a married man. You've been here. Everything I say, she didn't have a problem until I spoke on sleeping with the married man, because most likely she has slept with one or she's sleeping with one. And that's the problem with the world, right? To gain the world, you have to lose your soul. That's why at a very young age, I had to realize, like, you know what? Social media, when I started YouTube, what I wanted, and now that I'm older, I don't want it no more. Because to be popular, you have to hold popular beliefs. I do not hold popular beliefs. Absolutely not. I think popular beliefs are filthy. They are very filthy. Okay? So when mainstream goes left, I go right. They go right, I go left. I want nothing to do with mainstream. Absolutely not. These people are, to me, they're antichrist. They're diabolical. They're filthy. I'm like, your life is filthy. That is how I feel. And I don't apologize for it. Like, your life is filthy. How can you live like this? How can you think like this? How can you sleep with that many people? What? Even Tony Gassman, how can you sleep with 100 people? Do you not respect your penis? 100 different vaginas? That is disgusting. And your wife still married you? It couldn't have been me. That is excessive. That's excessive. I mean, I guess you don't know what you don't know, but if you told me that out loud, okay, I will be utterly disgusted. Put your penis in bleach, because that's a lie. That really is a lie, right? So that's the thing, is like the mainstream, like, oh my gosh, mainstream culture will reject you because you have standards. And when you start having standards, right, you remind people of what they're doing is wrong. You remind people that, you're better. Yes. When you have standards, you are better than people who don't have standards. And they get triggered. Then they'll start saying, oh my gosh, you're judging people. Oh my gosh, you think you're better than. Yes, I do. I think I'm better than. And yes, I'm judging. This is filthy. Because if you don't judge right from wrong, you're going to make mistakes. And mistakes are costly. And mistakes are going to weigh heavy on your mind. And I don't want that. I don't want to have depression. So Talitha, she's going through depression because she has a lot of regrets. She went against who she is, the core of her, like her soul, because her soul is different than who she is. Like, this is the person she presents herself to be, to make it on social media. But her soul is that of the daughter of a preacher. She knows better. She knows better. She knows better. And I'm sure that young man sexually has made her do things that she herself never thought she would allow her body to be used for. And that also weighs on your mind. Promiscuity is not a flex. But in the culture, it's a flex. They want you to listen to Meg Thee Stallion. And I told you, me, I have a father in my life. Not to be offensive. But I cannot allow myself to be led, inspired, motivated by a young lady whose father went to prison. You didn't have a daddy. And not just that, your daddy is a felon and your father is a low denominator. And because we don't want to hurt people's feelings, we don't say that. But it's the truth though, right? If she didn't make it as a rapper singing all this toxicity, what would she be doing today? Even in school, taking 1 or 2 courses a semester. She graduated with a 1.9 GPA. That's not even a C. I'm like, they should have failed you. Okay? All she does is just shake her ass, twerk, twerk, twerk. Because her father is a felon. She didn't have a daddy. And her dad is not even a person of integrity. So why would she inspire me? My dad is not a criminal. So I cannot conduct myself as a young woman who does not have a father. I have a father. Girl. He might be a Libra, but I have a daddy. Right? I told you about Sweetie. Her daddy also went to prison. Look at how she conducts herself. Right? Because her father was done in her life. And not just that, he's not a good role model. So why would I mold myself after her? I don't think so. And a lot of these young women out here, their daddy went to prison. That look, Carisha gets peed on. Where is her dad? Most likely he's still in prison. So that's why another man can come and pee on his child. Me, I have a dad. You cannot come and pee on me. Nobody's gonna pee on me. Like, what the heck is this? I have a daddy. I have a father. And he worked really hard. Right? Yeah. So that's why I say, like, I cannot embrace mainstream Black culture. To me, it's filthy. And it needs to be said. People like to tiptoe around it like, no. When you see the BET Awards, are you proud of it? No, I'm being serious. Like this is insane. Like, look, you see? So now you have a young woman who's probably like middle class. Her father runs a great church. Her parents are married. Her mom is probably like really sweet, does not raise her voice. You know what I'm saying? Very chill people. But a young girl like this, she's going to be bullied unless she becomes ratchet. Unless she becomes promiscuous. Unless she runs after these little knuckleheads. Because she could find a young man in the church. You know, she could find a young man that was raised just like her. You see, Priscilla Schreier, she married Jerry. Jerry, he'd been going to the church for 7 years. She didn't marry somebody outside the church. She married a man from inside of her father's church. So he's a man who's been brought up spiritually on her father's teachings. There you go. It's the culture. Yeah, I have a dad. Like, I'm like, you don't have a daddy. I'm not trying to be funny about it. I'm like, it needs to be said. And like I said, we prioritize the children of women who made poor choices in men. Right? We put on a pedestal daughters of criminals. And we say, oh, yeah, that's goals. No, she's not. No, she's not. It's only here people do that kind of stuff. I'm telling you. You will never see, like, do you see white people take the children, like the daughters of criminals, and put them on a pedestal? Heck no. Absolutely not. Okay? Because if your father is a failure, and if your father is a criminal, and if your father has killed people, you should, like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? All right. That needs to be said. Right? But if you have a father who's a high achiever, why would I want to compete with a girl who don't have a daddy? She does not have a daddy. She's a bastard girl. That needs to be said. Yes. She's a bastard child. And that's why she does this. They stay up all night. They're outside all night. They run behind boys all night. They smoke hookah all night. Like, nobody tells these kids to come home. When you have a daddy, you come home. If you're coming home late, you call your parents and say, oh, Mom, I'm running late. Daddy, I'm running late. I'll be home at this time. That's how children who have fathers conduct themselves. You cannot be outside at all hours of the night. You have to let your parents know who you are, where you are, because if you don't, they're going to come looking for you and they'll beat you behind because you have a daddy. Right? When you have a father, you introduce the young man that you want to move to. You say, oh, my dad's having an event. He would like to meet you. Let your daddy see what that man is. But in the culture, F a man. All men are bad. All black men are bad. I hate black men. I do what I want. It's my life. I'm a feminist. Right? But when you come from a sound family, you understand. As a family, anybody that's part of this family, we don't make any major move without talking about it as a family. That's what we do. That's your culture. So when you operate outside of your culture, outside of your covering, there you go. So now these other girls, who most of them, I'm sure, come from broken homes, they're confused. Why is she so obsessed with love? Why does she want to be in a relationship? Because this young lady saw marriage all around her. She has the desire to one day be married. She wants to be married. But if you're out here in the sisterhood, in the mainstream, they think you're crazy. You want a husband? For what? It's slavery. For what? But then they'll rather turn themselves into lesbians. That's the part they don't tell you. They hate men so much that they become men themselves. Then they start abusing each other. Right? They're crazy. I keep telling y'all this. They're seriously unhinged. Because when you do things out of order, right? Which one was Sam? Oh, you're behind. That's why. When you do things out of order, it's complete chaos. So they don't want to be with men anymore. So some young black girls are sacrificing their womanhood to try to be men. You will never be a man. You are a woman. And you can keep this little farce going, this little farce thing going. Do it. But one day you'll realize that, you know what? There's a part of me that's not being fulfilled. I wonder why. Because you are a woman. You also need somebody to love you. You also need somebody to take care of you. Right? But so many people with daddy issues. And nobody wants to seek treatment. Nobody wants to ask for forgiveness. Nobody wants to pray. Nobody wants to get healed. Nobody wants to go to therapy. People are just living in rebellion. So Talitha, that's what she wants to do. And she's suffering because of that. Because it's a mainstream culture that promotes promiscuity. And her heart is not set up for that. She's sensitive. Her heart is set up for, oh, if I love you, love me back. And she's really hurting because she really likes this young man. She really likes him. She likes him a lot. And I don't think, that's just me, I don't think she's going to stop until she has him. And that's why I say, because I'm like, it doesn't seem like there's another young man. Huh? What's wrong with her? What's wrong with her? I really think she's really in love with him. She's been crying for him since almost 2 years on TikTok. To the point that the people had to go find out who this boy is. I said, oh, he kind of look like little Pimp C. You know what I mean? And the problem also, because she says she's from Colorado. Because I'm like, and that's the thing too. Like me, I'm outside. So, I'm outside. I'm always outside. Even in terms of culture, right? A black girl from Colorado and whatever she's from, Denver, maybe, I don't know, versus a young black girl from Houston, Texas. It's very different, right? Houston has a culture of pimp. The majority of the boys out there, they want to be pimp. They have the grills and stuff, like the gold grills and things like that. You know what I mean? That's what they do. When I saw him, I said, oh, he reminded me of Pimp C. It's the culture. Houston has a very different culture than Colorado. So it's not even just oh, you move for a boy, whatever. But even the culture and stuff is so different. The way the man they think out there is different. And I think sometimes people don't realize this because this whole blackity black stuff, which is so crazy to me, right? But in America, the states in America are so big. They're honestly countries though, right? Because I'm anywhere else, Texas is actually a country to itself. Colorado is a country to itself. Every state has a different culture. Black boys in Colorado and in Denver, they're not going to act like black boys in Houston because the culture is different. It's very different. Houston has a very strong pimp culture. know what I mean? Like it's a hustler, like pimp culture. In Colorado in the snow like that, they don't do that stuff over there. Hold on, little baby. Right? Let me show you. Let me show you. Hold on. What have I done? Hold on, hold on. Okay. So see, here's the young man right here. They went and found the young man. I said, ooh, he reminds me of Pimp C. Hold on. Let me see. That's the first thing that came to mind. I said, there you go. Right? So it's like it's a different culture. And you come from like your little mountains over there, and you think you'll come to this culture and it's gonna be like an easy ride. Nah, they're about to traumatize you because it's not your culture. Right? But it has a strong, like, that's the culture, that's the culture. So it's like people are very promiscuous, right? And the dudes also, they are very promiscuous. They're not ready, they don't do relationships. Even with your girl too, like Latoya. Latoya had the same problem. Latoya had the same problem with what's his name? Oh, what that boy name is, child? What's his name? Y'all, what's Latoya's ex? Oh my gosh, what's his name? There you go. Some thug. There you go. Another one. Okay. You see, it's the culture. Just like Atlanta has a culture, right? Like every place has a culture. And that culture impacts the type of men you can find out there. Like the men you find, their mindset, how they look at women, how they look at relationships, how they look at monogamy, etc., 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 etc. Right? So it's like the type of games they play out there, you're not ready for that.
When a girl goes viral.
Hey, yo. I'm not that nigga. I'm not that guy. I'm not that man she went to Houston for. Y'all dragging my name through the streets right now. When y'all really should be trying to buy a home.
Okay. And that's his culture. And you can't be mad at it. Oh, that's his culture. You can't be mad at it. Like you gotta be very careful. And that's why sometimes it's better to go hunting in the fields that you're familiar with, right? Your little church girl, okay?
I have been intentionally pursuing somebody.
You are a little church girl.
I've actually known him.
Little church girl, stick to it.
I feel kind of bad because he's always been trying to pursue me like hard. Pressure was a very. I wasn't gonna talk about Talitha, but I got like. We spent the weekend together in Houston.
You see? It's the culture. Hey, Mark. Sorry. So when you want to date a man, I had another friend too. Like my friend called me today, and she's like, this dude's trying to date her. And I was like, girl, you better go learn his culture, because he's from Ghana. I said, girl, what you know about men from Ghana? She's like, I don't know much. I was like, well, you better find out what's happening in Kumasi, because, girl, you have to know his culture, because you need to know what kind of man they are. Because I don't know, because she has a friend who's Ghanaian, right? And I was like, well, you need to ask your friend, like, what's up with her mans? Like the men in her country, like what they up to, right? You got to do your research, because people have their culture. So when you move from one state to another, right, you got to know how those men think, because it's a different culture. Like your home state, that state is different. Especially moving to Texas, like Houston, Texas. That place is known for pimps. Now that's just their mindset. They probably won't get married until like 45. Okay, but if you don't know that, You'll keep trying and trying and trying to win him over. You cannot. That is not his culture. Over there. Yeah. All right. Over there, people get married like when they're like 50 or something. They don't get married. They don't get married. Huh? Yeah. Because it's a pimp culture. You know? One of my favorites are, oh my gosh, me and these songs, right? I hope I don't get a copyright strike, right? Hold on. Okay. This is one of my favorite songs. Oh, I love this song so much, right? Oh my God, I love Outkast. I love him so much, right? But this is one of my favorite songs, right? Here's Pimp C. They don't get married. It's like if you move somewhere and you try to be with men down there, you got to ask, like, okay, these men out here, how they think. Because they have a different culture. Like if you go to Washington, D.C., men from Washington, D.C. going to have a different culture, right? You go to L.A., men in L.A., they have their culture. They look at relationship differently. That's why you got to ask around. You know what I'm saying? Let me see my favorite part. Hold on. See if I can find it. Hold on. I can't stand these ads, right? But you have to ask. And it's like with her, I just feel like when it comes to her, though,
The best.
I felt when it comes
Is you cool? I got like, you don't know our relationship.
I feel like when it comes to her, she just assumed that I'm gonna move and gonna be just like no, girl, no, that's not how it works. Hold on. Wait a minute. Is it right here? Hold on. Right?
To choose it, lover never without a rubber, never in the streets like it on top.
I'm about to get in trouble. They should let you play music on YouTube though. This is just ridiculous. Okay. All right. But I'm like, you move somewhere, you gotta know what the culture is. You can't just assume because the men are different. East Coast men are different than the South. Southern men are very different than men from the West Coast. Men in the Midwest are also very different, right? You have to make sure that you learn the culture. Do that make sense, you guys? Ladies? Okay. Hey, Bruno. Yeah, you kind of late, Bruno. Do that make sense, y'all? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay.
And I want to respect the boundary that she set. Excuse me. Through your actions, you told me that you didn't respect me.
And the funny
that
part
you
is,
literally verbatim said you don't deserve me. And what did I do?
The funny part about this young
I tried again. Something I learned this year is don't lose your.
The funny part about this young man, she's not the only one. Her, the main girl, they were not the only one. He has beaucoup girls. Oh, yeah, our Pisces is here. He has a lot of girlfriends. That's the culture, right? So I'm like, whenever you want to go fetch a man, wherever, like whatever, how can I say this? Whatever land you decide to go look for a man in, you need to know what the culture is. Okay? Before you hurt yourself. He has a lot of them. He's a cutie. He got mad girls. She's not the only one. Because it's the culture. Hello, boy. He's not going to get married till he's 45. Okay? Houston's a hot ass mess. On top of that, they just had like 25,000 new cases of HIV in Houston. That city is cursed. Sorry, Bruna lives there. I'm sorry, Bruna. Okay? But it's like, oh, yes, Bruna's here. Bruna can tell you all the culture in Houston. I'm telling you, these boys are not monogamous. It's not the culture. It is not the culture. You can ask Bruna. She lives there. It's not the culture. So if you move to Houston, think you're going to be in love and find you a one and be monogamous, y'all going to get married, yeah, you're lying to yourself. Okay? It's not the culture. So I'm like, he has so many little girlfriends. It's not even funny. That's what he does. He's still young. Like he's like, whatever, right? But like I said, to me, I do feel like her father needs to be involved. Yeah. Oh, baby. Okay. Her dad needs to be involved. I mean, I guess it depends on like the city, right? I don't know all the cities, but I'm just saying, like, you have to know the culture. Like, you got to know the cultural mindset of the man in your city, like, or in your state. But I would not be going to Houston to look for a husband, child. Okay? Because it's not a type of place. It's not a type of place. Yes. Right? Because some places, like even Atlanta, would you go to Atlanta to look for a man in Atlanta? Girl, you might find you a man who's bisexual, girl. You know? Because that's the culture. Mm-hmm. That's the culture. Exactly. So, and Houston is another place. It's a very promiscuous city. I think that place is cursed. Okay? So I wouldn't move there. In terms of relationship, I would not move there. I'm not doing it. Okay? That let me see.
Whenever he could, he would buy me flowers. He would pay for things. After everything that happened, I said I was done sharing my personal life on the internet, but this one's too good, y'all. I feel like we need to talk about it. So I have been intentionally pursuing somebody for the past 8 months now. I've actually known him for a while, and I feel kind of bad because he's always been trying to pursue me like hard. Pressure was applied, but I'm like, nah.
You see how people say like good guys always finish last, right? So she comes on here, she cries about the man she wanted, but she couldn't have. And not because she needs to distract herself, she gonna go for the guy that she always had in the friend zone. That's crazy.
I'm not really interested like that right now. Like, just leave me alone. Whenever he could, he would buy me flowers. He would pay for things. Like, I would never ask him to do these things, and he would just show up. And I feel kind of bad because it was one of those situations where, like, you kind of just keep him around, but you're not really serious. But at the same time, you're not going to end things. It was like that. Let's see. Does this match? Oh, I think this will be perfect. We don't have time to do too much makeup. We're running late for our little picnic date. I'm the type of person where you're gonna have to come to me. Okay, I might be stubborn, call it what you want, but I feel like if you want me, you come get me. But I was humbled. Put my pride aside and actually pursue this man because I don't know, it just felt different. Okay. Like I said, I've always known him, but it wasn't until last December where things just went into full effect. I said, oh, I like it over here. Wow. This is nice. I've never been in a committed relationship before, so this is like new territory for me. But I can honestly say this is the happiest I've like ever been. Like ever. The glow don't lie, y'all. The glow don't lie. Very demure. I've never been in a relationship where I am currently tested and like pushed to do better. Like, y'all, I thought the standards were high. The standards have been exceeded. I'm actually about to go on a picnic and I'll show y'all. I guess I'm not showing no faces, but you can see a little something. Since I'm gonna be outside, not too much on the face. Huda Beauty, the best setting powder. Dibs Beauty contour stick. I love it because it is for the dark girls. Like, look at this. This is a contour stick. Okay, Gloria, this the one. Test them next. I don't want to get it in my edge, so we're just gonna put it like that. Is the Live Tinted blush in the color Infatuated. It's pretty on brand. Urban Decay All Nighter, the matte one, because the oily skin girls understand. After everything that happened, I said I was done sharing my personal life on the internet, but this one's too good, y'all. I feel like we need to talk about it. So I have been intentionally pursuing somebody for the past 8 months now. I've actually known him for a while, and I feel kind of bad because he's always been trying to pursue me like hard.
So we're gonna hold on, little baby. Okay. We're gonna move on from this. Hold on, I'm gonna show you something else. Oh my goodness.
Work fine. Just seems like there's this huge kind of liability of the house hanging over my head. You know, it's just like those things like, you know, flood, there's mold. I mean, there could be a tornado hits the house. I mean, and it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, I feel that weight.
Shalom, what happens when your head hits the pillow? Most income, you can stretch that a little in certain cities. And whenever I post guidelines about real estate, or I point out that I make more money renting rather than owning, I get a lot of angry pushback. Some of them.
The 2 weeks before closing, almost every night I had like panic attacks. So just, yeah, like crazy level of anxiety. I think that the psychological like burden of debt for me, I know I felt it like in my body, like in a very, very real way.
We weren't at the healthiest place. On the other hand, like he had to make a decision, financial decision. So a lot of the conversation we had was, I'm doing this for you, but do you want it?
What was your monthly payment on the place you were renting right before this?
We're paying about $1,800 per month for rent. So.
And now, what are you paying?
We're paying $4,150. When I put my head down my pillow at night, it's like, okay, so even if all the numbers were fine, it just seems like there's this huge kind of liability of the house hanging over my head.
I kind of have like this big picture of like, oh, it's fine. Like we'll be fine. And the stress is on him because he does everything for planning and finance and all of that stuff, and I don't. So I live with peace and he loses his sleep.
Meet Jonathan and Shalom. Jonathan's 31, Shalom is 27, and they've been married for 5 years. He works in tech as a program manager, and she is a nurse, having recently finished her second degree. What we're going to talk about today is how they have started to disagree about money when it comes to their house. They recently bought a house, and I want you to hear the way they talk about money and about things like getting a couch, because so many of us will have the exact same conversations at some point in our lives. As always, remember that you can watch this full episode on YouTube, which is quite entertaining to see the facial expressions and body language. All right, let's get to it. Why'd you guys buy this house, by the way? Oh, that's I can't wait for this.
I'll let you speak.
They're just laughing.
You'll let me talk?
Yes.
What made us make the leap?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think...
wow, there's a lot of smiles going on right now. Like, what in the hell is happening? Everybody's like looking down.
I was originally super against buying a house. That kind of, I agreed, let's at least see what's out there, kind of open-minded.
When we first started looking for a house, we did it as a date thing.
Okay.
Like
Sunday date, let's just go see what's around.
Saturdays, you know, like why don't we do open house and see what's like on the market and how much it is and what the process is, because I don't know how buying a house, my parents don't own a place or a house, a property in the US. So we started attending like open houses, and then it just went really fast. And we saw this place and then we had to buy it a week after.
The two of you were like, oh, like, let's go on date night today. What do you want to do? I want to go to ice cream. I want to go to an open house. And then you blink your eyes and you tripped and you fell and you like handed over like $500,000 or something. Like, this is the most expensive fucking date night in history.
I think when we had the conversation, and this is like, housing is so expensive in Seattle, and this was like on the lower house market. And if we ever buy a place, and this might be like the lowest price we would get for the place for the area we're in. And that was the rationale I had. If we end up having kids, that we're gonna need a place that's bigger than like just an apartment for freedom too. Like, we both grew up before I came to the US, or Jonathan also grew up with a big backyard, and like we had a very good memory just playing outside and running around. For me, I want to be able to do that for the kids we're gonna have, and I don't want to like raise kids in a very like apartment, very tight area. And that's with that emotion though, like I think we rushed into, hey, like we need to get the house, and whatever the house, like whatever we can with the budget or with the price that, you know, we can buy it now.
And then things go very, very fast. Like, you start looking at houses and then you kind of get into negotiations, and then things go like very, very fast. The house we were looking at, someone else had an offer down. So I think it kind of got like, how can we, you know, win the house? And then the issue is once you put your money down, put big earnest payments, then.
What was your first bid for the house?
So our first bid was about, we were originally going for like 700. So.
And what'd you end up getting it at?
So we had to counter with the full price.
Full was what?
730. I don't think realized just financially and emotionally, just everything that goes into buying the house.
What do you mean? It's just, you look at the internet and everybody says you buy a house and then it prints money. And then if you don't like it, you just rent it out. And that's how you create generational wealth. What are you telling me? They're not telling you the full story, Jonathan?
No. And, I did run the numbers, as it were. But I would just say that there's things that, you'll look at a spreadsheet and it works out. The numbers may work, but just kind of the psychological element of being in that much debt, and then how there's like fixed costs are not the same thing as your other money. Just it's required for you every single month.
All of this is hilarious, and I really like Jonathan and Shalom, so we're all having fun. One thing I do want to point out is that offhand comment she made about if we have kids, we're going to need a bigger place. And we grew up with a lawn and it has so many good memories. It is no accident that when people go through life changes in America, they all say the same thing. I'd rather have a small wedding and put a down payment on a house. Or we're having kids, so we need a bigger car and a house with a yard. Do you find that interesting? Do you think that every one of us just independently came up with the exact same phrases? Do you think that other people in other countries say the same things? Or do you think there might be a series of organizations who stand to profit from you believing you need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at a very specific time in your life? Just remember, these peculiar beliefs about money pop up in very specific circumstances over and over again. If you decide you want a house with a lawn or a certain type of car, fantastic. If you can afford it, you run the numbers and it's joyful to you, great. But do not simply slide into someone else's idea of a rich life. What was your monthly payment on the place you were renting right before this?
Yeah, that was part of the thing that was really stressful. So we were paying about $1,800 per month for rent. So
$1,800, and now what are you paying?
We're paying $4,150, which I didn't put on the plan, but next year it's going to be going up $500, and then the year after that it's going up $500.
No, that can't be, because everybody tells me that real estate allows you to lock in your price and you never pay more. That's what the internet told me. And by the way, your utilities cost $400 a month, right? Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of a considerable jump, right? You went from $1,800 a month in rent, which was all in. That's how much you paid. That was it. To now $4,500 plus assorted phantom costs that haven't even really been added. Let's just say, I don't know, $400 or $500 extra a month, ballpark. That's a huge jump.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys, I had to eat a little bit. Okay. But you see, with this one, the issue is he's older than her, right? He likes her. He loves her more than she loves him, right? Okay, she's African. He's white American. She's like, oh, growing up, we both had houses, big houses, right? But I'm like, girl, the price of a house in Ethiopia and the price of a house in Seattle, Washington, it's not comparable. So just because you had a house back in Ethiopia doesn't mean that you get to have a house in Seattle. It's really, really expensive. So because he knows most likely he's not the man she really wants, right? What does he do? He puts himself in financial ruins. Okay. And then he can't sleep at night anymore. Right. And it's like, it goes back to this chart right here that we saw this. Yeah. Okay. This is how your life is going to be. Okay. And I'm like, this boy is right here. He is stressed, bait and switch, right? Because she's not stressed. Like, she goes to sleep and he can't even sleep at night. Yeah. He makes more than her. And not just that, she doesn't care. You know, because she cares about impressing his family, and she doesn't care what he's doing to this boy right here. I don't know if she's working. I don't even know. So they go crazy to get this house, and then they can't even afford furniture. Hold on.
And double.
when I put my head down my pillow at night, it's like, okay, so even if all the numbers work fine, it just seems like there's this huge kind of liability of the house hanging over my head. You know,
You don't see
it's just like those things like, you know, flood, there's mold. I mean, there could be a tornado hits the house. I mean, and it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, I feel that weight.
Shalom, what happens when your head hits the pillow?
Hey, Meta, take a photo.
I fall asleep.
Oh.
No.
So interesting.
I kind of have like this big picture of like, oh, it's fine. Like we'll be fine. And the stress is on him because he does everything for planning and finance and all of that stuff. And I don't. So I live with peace and he loses his sleep.
It's so interesting. I wonder if there are any patterns here. The person who just kind of lapsed into taking care of the money is the one who's consumed with worrying about it. And the one who, you know, goes to work and says like, oh, I trust him. She's fallen asleep within 2 seconds. Any patterns here, anybody? You'll see the pattern?
I just see, yeah, I can see the pattern.
I think mainly in probably a fear side of things. So we put the offer down in the house, and Lilad woke up the next day, and actually for the 2 weeks before closing, I almost every night I had like panic attacks. So just yeah, like crazy level of anxiety. I think it started to kind of the psychological like burden of debt for me. I know I felt it like in my body, like in a very, very real way.
We weren't at the healthiest.
And you would think if it's causing you this much anxiety that he would say, I don't want to do it. Or she would say, you know what? It's okay. I don't want you to die. You know, because I'm like, if it's causing him this much anxiety, what if he dies? Who's going to pay for this house? I don't have the money, right? You would think she would say, oh my gosh, husband, like, I'm scared for you. Like, because what if he has a heart attack? She don't care. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like, there are a lot of people like that. There are a lot of women like that. They don't care. She wants what she wants. Doesn't matter what it costs this boy. You know, because I'm like, she had to see that he was having severe panic attacks, right? Because he's really scared. They're going from like $1,500 to $5,000 a month. And she's like, oh, I sleep just fine. No, he looks stressed, but it's not that bad. Okay? She's evil. And that's why being a simp, it never works. This whole thing about, oh, happy life, happy wife, you will end up killing yourself because she will never stop and have any empathy for you. Like, you know what? If this was me, how would that make me feel? Okay? Empathy, she don't have it. Because you'll see she cares more about what her family thinks. Because her parents never owned a home, right? But somehow she's going to pressure this white boy into buying her a house just like that. Oh, if we have kids, you don't have kids yet. Ask her when she intends to get pregnant. She don't even know. But you're going to make this boy spend all this money. He can't even sleep. They like all their money, all his money goes into paying for the couch. Paying for the mortgage. He has nothing left over for himself. And she thinks it's okay. And then tomorrow she's like, I don't want to have sex with you. And if he says something, he's a narcissist. But nobody's going to call this good lady a narcissist, right? Because it's always the man that's the problem. But I remember watching this, I'm like, this girl is really evil. She's very mean. How can you do this to this person? Because he loves her more. And I'm like, she probably realized that, you know, this guy really likes me. And he knows I have a type. But since he's not my type, he's going to compensate with money. No, baby, hold on.
Yes, place, both of us. I got attached to the house because we toured so many houses. And this felt like it was the house. And for Jonathan, one hand, when he says no, he felt like he was not doing the right thing for me. On the other hand, like he had to make a decision, financial decision. So a lot of the conversation we had was, I'm doing this for you, but do you want it?
This is the most American story I've ever heard in my life. Two people are just going out for coffee, having a nice walk. They stumble into a Saturday open house, and then they go, you know what? We should do this every Saturday. They do it for months. They get so tired. In their ears, meanwhile, people are chirping, saying, you need to buy a house. You're just throwing money away on rent. Meanwhile, they're looking at prices going, how are we ever going to afford something like this? Then one of them starts going, well, what about kids? Well, we don't have kids yet. Well, one day we're going to have kids, and then we need to have a yard and a lawn for them. Then the other one starts having panic attacks. Then they start arguing, what about me? What about you? And finally, they go, screw it. Let's just write a check. I'm done with this. And then 7 months later, they end up looking back and going, we're paying more than double what we paid in rent. Okay, look, buying might end up being a good decision for them, but the way they made this decision is fascinating to me. It is exactly what the real estate industry wants people to do.
I had to live by myself so we got married right after graduation. So I never had to experience, even after getting a job, what it means to plan or like actually like budget. A lot of it has been done by Jonathan. Even if our income is combined, but a lot of it is done by him, how we budget our life and what we do.
Kind of early on in our relationship, I was kind of the one who just had a little bit more fluency around money, a little more background around money. I probably in the beginning of the relationship, just kind of, I handled things. I wouldn't say I was overly controlling, but just that's kind of the default roles we fell into.
So what is an example of something that you previously were totally aligned on financially speaking?
Traveling. We do a
go?
lot of travel. We've been to a lot of different places: Italy, Mexico, Ethiopia,
Sweden.
Yeah, we travel quite a bit. So in those areas, we tend to agree on how much we spent and the amount of money we allocate to those things.
What would be perhaps the most expensive trip that you have taken together?
Europe, Italy, and England.
So how did you decide how much to spend? Was that decided ahead of time or was it after the fact? Talk to me about that.
I'd say we kind of went in with a budget. I think we did end up exceeding it a little bit, but yeah, we were pretty careful in how we went forward with spending and so forth.
Who came up with the budget?
Jonathan did.
That was me. So
I'm gonna guess that's a trend, right?
Yes, and it's a reflection I'm actually like thinking about right now. We do travel a lot together, but a lot of the budgeting is put by Jonathan, and I don't even have to worry about like how much we're planning because he does a lot of the planning, and I kind of like trust his planning, and I trust whatever happens afterwards.
So I have a question for you. You said I don't have to worry. I noticed you used that word worry. Is thinking about money the same as worrying about it?
Yeah, sometimes. Since we moved in, there's a couple of things that needed to get done, like painting the house and like fixing floors and that kind of stuff. And now for me, it's like, let me furnish the house. But Jonathan has been kind of like putting a pause on those things and saying like, we don't have the budget for that now and we can't do those things. And in my head, the house is empty. So we need to go and like actually like make it feel like a home.
Is it empty? Like literally empty?
Not literally, but
how is it dangerous for her, Callie? She pays for nothing. I don't even think her name is on like she pays for nothing. If this goes left and he can't make the mortgage, it's on him. She told you she sleeps. She don't care. And look at him, right? He wanted to be her hero so bad that I'm gonna take her on trips. He wants it's like he thinks he's a millionaire. Like, fam, you are not. You are a regular employee. You need to chill. And all the stuff that she wants, the house and the furniture, is because of her family. She has a very greedy, competitive Ethiopian family. And they see this white boy as their moo-moo. Like they came to America and this white American, right, is going to subsidize their lifestyle. They want a big house because she didn't care about a house until her mom and her dad said, oh, get a house, because one day you're going to have a child. But I'm like, girl, does your dad even have a house? Your dad doesn't own a house. Your parents live in an apartment, but they're stressing you out to tell your husband to go through this, right? And if tomorrow this messes up your marriage, what's your mom going to do? Yeah. I don't even think her mom had that type of life. But I'm like, it really is excessive. From like $1,600 a month to like $5,000, you guys. My gosh. And it's like his salary has not changed. He still has the same salary. And she still wants more. And she wants more. The guy's like, I'm having panic attacks. She's like, oh, well, make it happen. And she's laughing. She thinks it's funny. And he's laughing too. I'm like, you're about to die. You know what I mean? But I'm sure also she doesn't really have sex with him. I don't think he's her type. But I mean, he's her type to pay. Yeah, they sure will. They're so ridiculous. They are so ridiculous. I'm like, what are you doing to this boy? Like, it is not okay. But you see, he thinks he's doing the right thing because he wants to make her happy. to the point of like denying himself. I'm like, no, you have to put your foot down. Like, no, we're not paying for this house. $730,000. Then now they can't even afford furniture. She's like, well, I want a couch now. I want a couch now. Girl, he can't afford a couch. I'm like, where is your money? She doesn't care.
There are things that should be there that are not. They're not there.
Can I see?
The living room? Okay.
All right, let's get a look here.
House tour.
So this is, how new is this house?
We moved in completely like last week.
Oh, wow. Okay, pretty
Yeah.
new. All right, and you just bought it, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
So it's a little messy, but this is what it looks like right now.
All right, hold it right there. Don't move. So we're looking at, what is this, your family room?
Yes.
Beautiful living room. And show us what else are we, so you think that's missing like a couch?
Yeah. So like having a couch would be better to have a couch, but we have another couch that's by the entrance, which is right there. So there's all the paper on the floor. So excuse me for that.
Don't worry.
Jonathan wants that couch to move on that side, and we don't need another couch.
Ah, and is that a source of disagreement with the two of you?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure there's more, but I think we get the idea.
Yes.
Sorry, y'all, I'm eating. And do you know why she wants a couch? Guess why she wants a couch? It's not hard. Ask yourself, why is she so pressed to have a couch? Why does she want that couch, you guys? Is it for her? Because they obviously have chairs to sit in. Ask yourself, why does she want that couch? Her family, exactly. Her mom, her aunties, her sisters, they want to come over. Because right now, they come over, where they going to stay? So now her husband has to go buy a couch so that her family can have somewhere to stay. He's already paying for her house $5,000. Why don't you go pay for the couch? Okay? Yes, you get it. I'm like, just evil. I'm like, oh gosh.
That's cool. I like that we just got the home tour. Thank you. This might be the first. Are we the first people to have ever seen your house?
Yeah,
I think so. We haven't had people over yet, so we're probably doing a housewarming party in a week or so.
Love it. All right.
Maybe I'll send you an invite.
All right, please. Me and just a few million other people who are going to see this. This is great. All right. So you move in about a week ago, and you've been talking about getting new stuff, furnishing it.
I say we should probably get a couch for the living room. And Jonathan responds, you can go ahead and respond.
Yeah, I usually kind of couch it in terms of like trying to create a budget for it and then planning for it and distributing that amount we put every month to getting it. So usually I kind of defer it.
I don't get upset right away, but I try to have like I try to get rational out of him. So yes, budgeting makes sense, but at the same time, we just moved to a new house. And like after we do the basics, then we can save. Like getting a couch, and then we can put money if we need to do anything else on the house.
So how long do you want to go before you get a couch, Jonathan?
It's a good question. Probably a good year. So I guess I tend to have pretty simple requirements. So
that noise was Shalom bursting into laughter.
Yes.
Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because it's funny to me. Like, how can you live without a couch for a year?
This is actually pretty interesting. It's funny, but I can also see both sides. Jonathan says we should save for a couch, then buy it. Shalom is like, how long can you live without a couch? A year? Remember this detail. Well, this is going to happen pretty soon, right? You're having this get together next week?
Exactly.
Oh, wow. The stakes are high. Wait, so what's going to happen right now? If you had people come over tonight, what would they do?
Will you please answer that, Jonathan?
I mean, we do have a nice backyard, so it'd probably be kind of like a lawn party kind of thing.
Standing?
Could be standing, yeah, or picnic blankets maybe. So
I can't wait to see that.
What does a house mean to you?
We live in a community. This space provides that like home for those people too. Like family comes to stay with us, friends like traveling, they stay with us, and having that space for me is huge versus like, oh, it's just the two of us and Yeah, basically like a little shelter.
All right. What does house mean to you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'd say a house. To clarify, do you mean like just renting a house, owning a house, or just house in general?
Your house.
My house. Yeah, I would say that the house is not really a good investment, but I think for me also, there's an element of which when I'm kind of done living in a house, I don't end up in a worse financial situation, even if I'm not getting great returns on it.
When it comes to house, he does not care. It's not like literally we lived in a 500 square feet apartment, and that was his idle space to live in.
So he doesn't care, but you care.
I care about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
When it comes to the house, there's kind of all these different things around like remodeling the house. So furniture is kind of the first thing, but we talked about, we had contractors come in and do estimates. Sean really wanted to get the kitchen done, and turned out it was going to be about 60,000, I think was what we were looking at. For me, that was just like complete shock. I reacted kind of very strongly and said, there's no way, we just put down a huge amount for a house. There's no way we can go ahead and throw more money into the house. I'm not sure I'd ever want to spend 60K on the house. I think is kind of where I'm at. It feels like I'm putting all of my, extra cash in something that for me, isn't, I would say, as much part of my rich life. It's more of those things like experiences and so forth. And kind of one of those things that really triggered it for me, or kind of brought on everything was we just celebrated our 5th year anniversary, and we spent about $1,000 kind of celebrating, and it was a really fun time. But then I remember about 5 years ago when we got married, it was about 15 grand for a wedding. It was pretty decent, but first day we owned the house, we ended up remodeling the floors, and we paid the same amount. And so kind of in my mind,
you paid 15K for the floors?
Yeah, 15K for the floors. And so for me, kind of, I pay attention to numbers quite a bit.
And you see, and my thing is, like I told you guys, right? Even if your family wants to come over, you should tell your family, like right now, if we're doing the housewarming party, we don't have chairs, or we don't have a couch. People can come with they can come with foldable chairs themselves, right? Yeah, they can come. I mean, like even in Ethiopia, they sit on carpets. Bring some rugs, right? Bring rugs. A lot of Ethiopian culture is on the floor. Don't act brand new now. Not to be offensive, right? But I'm like, they can bring foldable chairs. They can bring rugs, right? They can get comfortable, but they should have mercy. Oh my.
But the amount of, joy and happiness that we had kind of at our wedding, and how much money we spent, how much we're able to create really wonderful environment, really wonderful experience. And then the satisfaction kind of I got from wood floors, which don't get me wrong, they're great wood floors, but just kind of that for me helped kind of clarify, I think, where I see myself wanting to spend money.
Sounds like you got much more enjoyment from 15,000 spent on your wedding than 15,000 spent on floors. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Shalom, what did you enjoy more, your wedding or the floors?
I think, oh my gosh, this is so hard. The floor. I think I would choose the floor because we're going to have it for the next 30 years.
All right. Wait, I don't even know what to say right now.
Yes, I loved my wedding, and it is a wedding, and I cherished it. But like the floor, it will last forever. Not forever, obviously. We're not going to live here forever. But it sounded really stupid.
Okay, I was 100% sure she was going to say, I loved my wedding more than the floor that I walk on with my dirty feet. And Shalom looked me straight in the eye and said, I love this goddamn flooring. I am speechless. This is why I love my job.
Where we live, it's actually, it's more expensive mortgage than to rent. So we couldn't make the money. I think it's about $3,500 to rent a similar house. So we're already paying kind of more than it would cost to rent.
Can I just articulate that so everybody understands it? So you're telling me to rent a similar square footage, similar bedroom, bathroom in your neighborhood, it's $3,500.
Correct.
Everybody listen up and listen closely. It's $3,500 to rent a similar place, and you guys are paying how much per month? all in, how much would you say?
It would be close to 5.
This year, it's probably going to be like 5, maybe 5.5.
Yeah, exactly. 5,500 conservatively. Yes. So just so everybody understands, people go, it's always cheaper to buy. No, it's not. So you'd kind of modeled it out. In your model, Jonathan, had you calculated that it would cost like 5,500 a month?
No, I think the issue is I use kind of these like ballpark numbers, but I didn't actually like get the real numbers. And so for me, I think I didn't quite internalize it. Like I looked up online, you know, how much you generally spend on things, but because I was kind of using just general numbers, I didn't really personalize it. I think
you're picking like 1% per year for maintenance, that kind of thing, which kind of explains why this couch has become a central focus. Shalom, do you see that?
Yes. Yes,
It's not just the couch, right? It's like that old movie about washing dishes. And who is it? Rosie Perez. She's like, I don't want you to wash the dishes. I want you to want to wash the dishes.
I think the house has to do with like the quality of life we're living too, right? We spend so much time in the house. Whatever we buy for the house or we put into the house, we spend in it more than we spent time traveling.
Yeah.
So it's not just the house; it's also our like dwelling space.
Would you be willing to spend more on the house if it meant you traveled less?
I think house would come first for me.
Have you ever made these kind of trade-offs before with money?
No.
Okay, so if that's the case, and your income is sort of combined and he, quote, worries about money and it seems to work for you, then just out of curiosity, why not just let him handle the money for the house? Why is it different for the house?
That is what's making this a little hard for us too. We both love to travel. We both love to try new things and stuff. I am more into like doing interior stuff and house stuff, and Jonathan dislike or hate that actually. So I think that's why we're having a lot of disagreement. There's like, we don't have the same value when it comes to home and house, but the rest of our values align when it comes to actually like doing stuff together or spending money toward other things.
Jonathan, where'd you grow up?
I grew up on Bainbridge Island. So it's like an island in the Pacific Northwest.
What would you describe your socioeconomic status growing up?
Probably like upper middle class.
Upper middle class. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember your parents? Was it 2 parents, 1 parent?
Yeah, it was 2 parents. You know, my dad, kind of in our family, he's the one who kind of handles the spreadsheets. He's got a spreadsheet just larger than I can possibly imagine. They have horizontal scrolls and vertical scrolls, 100 columns. He's got serious records of every penny that goes out of the house. And it's kind of, you know, my mom, you know, she trusts my dad and, you know, he tends to do a pretty good job at it. So that's kind of their roles. So I think that's definitely influenced me.
When did they talk to you about investing? What age?
So investing, I've actually probably got to give you credit for that. I think even before it comes to investing, aside from saving, I actually came across that idea in your book in sophomore year in college.
Okay, so you found that on your own.
Yep.
You don't recall your parents talking about that?
No, I mean, I went to my parents afterwards and asked my dad a lot of questions, and he helped a lot, just kind of filling in information. But yeah.
Your parents pay for college for you?
No, they helped, but I paid.
Cool. How'd you do that?
So, you know, I went into a fair bit of debt in college, and in sophomore year, I read your book, and then kind of after graduating, I lived what is essentially a closet for, you know, probably a few years.
What was your rent?
What was my rent? I paid $600 out of college. So
okay, what do you do?
So I'm a program manager in tech.
Cool. All right. So your parents were upper middle class. They did talk to you about finances, but not to the level of investing. And you went to school, you sort of sought out your own education, found my book, etc. Lived frugally, and then eventually, I'm guessing, increased your income and paid off a bunch of debt, right?
And you see, and this is what I said yesterday about Keon marrying, what's her name, Shawnee. I said, why would you go marry the ex-wife of a man who's worth $500 million, right? You cannot afford her. this guy too, he grew up with not too much money. He was very frugal. He has a lot of student loan debt, right? But he decides to go be with her because she's very young. She's a lot younger than him. They're like a 10-year age gap. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Correct.
All right. Shalom, tell me about what you remember about money as a kid. Where did you grow up, by the way?
I moved to the US when I was 14. So before that, I was in Ethiopia. 2 parents and 2 younger siblings.
Got it. Are your parents still abroad?
No, they're in the US.
They're in
They live here in Washington.
Let's start back to when you were in Ethiopia. What do you remember about money back then?
Culturally, from what I remember, like people don't really talk about money. But I remember like my parents would try to invest in like
So like I said, right? Don't date girls you cannot afford. Because then you'll just spend money try to keep them. And on top of that, you marry someone who's super young. She's a lot younger than you. And you don't even try to, like, y'all don't talk about money. Oh, you're cute. You're pretty. I'll take you on trips and vacation. Like, trying to be her sugar daddy, right? Instead of acting like an actual husband. So now I'm like, I can see why she treats this man like a sugar daddy. But she comes with no money. Like, her parents know nothing about money. And they are the same people who told these 2 people to go and buy a house. When they have no money, they have no good credit. Imagine.
real estate. So they would have like one home and then they would do another apartment or something to like invest or like to put money toward that, potentially rent it. But there was never a conversation with us about like how we should save or invest money. But I remember in college, my dad was telling me that like I should use money to serve me, not to become a slave of it. And in fact, I didn't know anything about stocks or any of that until my brothers reached, my youngest brother reached high school and he started putting money towards stock. And I remember like coming home, you're about to lose a lot of your money. And he was in high school. He would work like part-time after school and he would put his money towards stock. And I thought it was just like some fraud that people had out there.
All right. And then what happened?
I mean, he is well off now. In college, my parents he didn't take any loans. He paid his college and he bought a brand new car for himself to commute. Yeah, he was very self-sufficient.
All right, great. So when you
You're hovering, wondering if you click buy or book, is your personal info going to be safe? With all-in-one protection from McAfee Plus, it can be.
graduated, how many years ago did you graduate from college?
2017, and then I went back to school again for a different degree.
That's awesome. All right. Fantastic. Okay, so that's great to hear. And just so I understand correctly, you both, when you met, which was more than 5 years ago, Jonathan started taking over sort of like day-to-day what to do with the money. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that common? Is there a cultural thing here, Shalom, where like, where you grew up? No, it's not. Okay.
In my household, my mom is the one who managed the money.
Okay.
And she's very much, like that. My dad is in my position where mom takes care of everything financially or like manages everything. And he kind of he knows, but he doesn't really, I don't think he has the interest, or I feel like we're on the same page. I am interested to the point that I know where the money is flowing, the money flow is going, but not to the point like I want to know exactly what happens month to month. I know it's in a good hand and it's a safe hand in my head.
Okay, with Jonathan. Okay.
Yes.
What does your mom say, by the way, about your money management?
I used to be known in the house for spending a lot.
Mm-hmm. And now?
And now I think I'm better. And actually, they warned Jonathan before we got married that I was very expensive.
And was that like a half joke? Like, ha ha ha, she's expensive, but also like she likes to spend money?
Yeah, watch out, both.
You know, even though they have different views on money, they're both very likable. They're open with how they feel, and they're young. So even if they're not totally on the same page, they still have time to get there. Let's see if we can look at the numbers. Can you read off, you know, assets and then tell us the number that's next to it, please?
730,000.
What are these assets that you have?
I don't know. I think it's stocks.
I don't think it's that.
I don't. Car,
Okay.
property. I don't know. I
Fine.
think it's the house.
Okay, you don't know. That's fine. Investments, what do you see?
90,000.
90,000. All right. Savings, what do you see?
60,000.
And debt?
655,000.
What's that total net worth that you have?
225,000.
All right. Have you ever seen these numbers before?
Not this part.
All right. The patterns always show up. It takes me a little while, but the patterns always show up, don't they? All right. So I love putting Shalom on the spot when she's never seen these numbers in her life. What do you think about this number, 225,000 as your total net worth? Is it good? Is it bad? What do you think?
I mean, it's good. It's a positive number.
Okay. All right. That's what she's got to say. All right. Positive numbers are good. 225,000. The two of you are pretty young. That seems great to me. And then what's this generosity number?
So generosity. So that's kind of a lump fund that we like to keep. So it could be generosity, just with let's say we know someone who's in need. Also, kind of tithing for church and that sort of thing. Basically, whatever causes are important to us.
Your savings is 16%. That's pretty aggressive. Why is your savings so high?
So in general, I hear people say the rule for how much you should budget monthly for house is at least 1%.
This really shows you that when you buy a house, not only do you have to pay those expenses up in the fixed costs, but you actually have to start putting a lot of money for future stuff.
Yes.
It may be future stuff that you know about, like we want to do the backyard landscaping, or it may be future stuff that hasn't broken yet, but it will break. Oh, he's looking down and he's putting his head in his hands. What's going on?
You mentioned the landscaping, so that's a whole other topic.
Oh, well, why don't we just get into it right now?
Sure.
You know, I live for this.
It was the first day after we put the offer down. I was at kind of a family gathering, and of course, the house comes up as sometimes does. And we mentioned we put an offer down, and I showed pictures, right? That's the thing you do after you say you bought a house. People want to see pictures, and so I go around with Redfin on my phone, just kind of showing people pictures. And my brother-in-law, who actually does does a fair bit of gardening. He used to do landscaping back in the day. He looks at the landscaping. He's like, "Wow, that's gorgeous landscaping. I hope you like landscaping." And just kind of give you some background. I'm someone who loves books. I don't do anything really other than I'll mow the lawn. So, but when it comes to kind of maintenance, that kind of thing, I didn't realize it until that conversation.
Wait, hold on. Do you like Home Depot?
I absolutely hate Home Depot.
I
have a bit of trouble.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. You got to get the baby. Did you just see how she said she brags about wasting money? Like in my house, I was known for being the spender. And when I met him, I told him I was expensive. Okay. And instead of running for his dear life, he thought it was cute. I'm like, you're not a millionaire. You make good money. You make great money, right? But it's like a woman that's when a woman does not care about money, it is not attractive. It is not cute. Especially a grown woman who thinks money is it's like paper, like Monopoly paper. No. Run for your life. Right? So I feel like in her head, maybe she tells herself, since I told him I was expensive, it's perfectly fine to act this way. And it's perfectly fine for him to be stressed out to the point that he can't sleep at night. Right? You understand? But I'm like, it's funny how these people should have done this before they got married, because they have two very diametrically opposed views when it comes to money. They don't look at money the same. Right? They don't look at money the same. And because he wants to make her so happy, he's like, okay. But then he can't sleep at night. And I'm like, one day he's either going to die, okay, or they're going to get a divorce because this is not sustainable. And she doesn't care. That's the part that really made me sad. She doesn't care because she cares more about making her family happy than what happens to this man. Because everything she wants is because of her family. Because otherwise, it's housewarming. Like somebody said earlier, like they could buy them stuff like her family, his family. They could put money together and buy them things that they need. Or come with some rugs. Or you can come with your own chairs. Okay? Or you don't have to come at all. How about that? And then it's like, okay, you have all this debt you have to pay. You can't even afford a couch. But you have a generosity fund. Trying to be some socialist. You can barely make it. And I promise, that socialist fund is just money that her mom told her to tell him to set aside so they can send the money back to Ethiopia. Okay? That's exactly what that's about. I'm like, they're just like, I'm like, you're swindling this white boy. It's giving a love scam. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's why talking finance instead of having sex with people, that should be people's priority. Like, oh, let me make sure we have the same mindset about money because it matters. Money matters. Do not marry a socialist, okay? Marry people who care about money. You got to have a discussion about money because money matters. You know what I'm saying? Because like you see how they say, okay, y'all could have rented in the same neighborhood, almost like the same house, the same square footage. You could have rented that for $3,500, but you went and bought. So because you bought, you're paying $5,000. So had they rented, she could have had the couches that she wanted because they would have had extra money. Right? So when it comes to a house, it's like, even if you can't go high, go low. Just have, you don't want to be house rich and like, how's it called? House poor, where you have like a big house and you have no furniture on the inside. You know what I'm saying? He's being taken advantage of. He truly is. It's not nice. It is not nice. And tomorrow when he has a divorce from this girl and he starts going crazy and mistreating women, oh my gosh, all men are trash, right? No, a lot of men are damaged because they met a witch.
Trauma, I think just childhood trauma. My parents would spend like hours trying to find like a light fixture.
Wait, me too.
Yeah,
I hate this place.
Yeah. And there's like something like that smell of like wood chips and chemicals and
wood chips and despair. So your brother-in-law mentions this to you, and then?
Yeah. So my brother-in-law mentions landscaping, and he's like, especially the shrubs. The shrubs is like you're gonna have to like hire a pro to do it. You're gonna have to really, go on YouTube and watch videos. And
I would have hired somebody off like Upwork immediately. Well, it's not even Upwork. I don't even know where you hire people to come to your house, but I would have been like, bring a chainsaw and bring a garbage bag.
That's exactly what he said.
Here's
God.
$20. Be gone in 10 minutes. I don't care how you do it. Did you say that?
I actually, this is probably one of our biggest fights actually with the house. We've had some disagreements, but Shlomo was in the background and I just told my brother-in-law, I'm like, oh, well, I can give the shrubbery a trim. It won't need another one. And yeah, we'll be gone. Just
done. Functional, very utilitarian.
Shlomo heard like chainsaw and the shrubs, and she got, let's just say she had a reaction.
Wait, what was your reaction? I'm asking very intently because one day this might happen to me and I need to know.
Well, it sounded very ignorant. He was telling your people around the party that he's gonna just literally take that thing out when he goes back. And then I'm just hearing that she's like the lady who was here, she put a lot of work to it, and they're not cheap shrubs. Like you call them whatever you want, but they're not cheap trees.
I'm listening. Keep going. This is so funny.
Yes, so that's what happened.
Like he wasn't even kidding. He was serious. I'm going to just.
He was going around saying that.
This is amazing. All right. So, are the shrubs still there?
Yes, they are.
And who takes care of these beautiful things?
We're trying to figure that out right now.
I don't want to put my generosity money for the shrubs. I don't know.
I just love the idea of walking into their house. Jonathan and Shalom are sitting at opposite ends of the table, both of them looking at their phones, so angry with each other. And I'm like, hey guys, it's Ramit Sethi here. How's it going? And they totally set aside the years that it took for them to get to know each other, the unlikely journey it took for them to meet each other, to get married, to buy this house. And they just look up and they start cursing about these shrubs. You know what? I have this guide I put together of questions to ask before you buy a house. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add an extra section on expensive shrubs that can add massive relationship fights. Go ahead. You can find that link right in the show notes. I'm not kidding. Click the link. It's in the show notes.
I think it kind of goes back to my principle of like putting as much money as possible in creating experiences, everything. And I just, for me, you know, it is a small amount of money. I could probably compromise. I think for me, it's just, I kind of feel I'm like already at kind of the top of what I feel comfortable spending for kind of total housing expenses.
Shalom, what did you just hear?
That he does not want to put more money into the house.
There is a part of that. I think I've heard people often say like, you know, any money you put into the house, you get it back. And like the top percent, if you're really lucky, in the right market and everything, you'll get about 80% back on something.
Exactly.
And that's like best case. And in my mind, and maybe this is kind of where I focus too much on spreadsheets, when someone says, I have an investment for you and it'll return you 80% of the money you put in it, I don't, you know, I guess I have a hard time going with that.
I agree. First, let's just clarify
what triggers me is that this man gave, like, honestly, he gave her a $730,000 house, right? Instead of being happy and like, you know what, we got it. Like, this is the house I wanted. Let's just build slowly. Like, let's just buy furniture slowly. Even like trying to find stuff on like, what's it called? Facebook Marketplace. No. She's not happy because she doesn't have the couch that she wants. And then she's not happy because she doesn't like the shrubbery on the outside. Right? I was like, girl, it's almost $1 million house. And she finds the smallest things to be unhappy about. Meanwhile, when her dad brought her here from Ethiopia, she lived in an apartment and she was fine living in an apartment. Yeah. You didn't mind living in an apartment. Now look at you. I'm like, why do people act like this? Her behavior is so gross to me. It really is. It is so gross to me. That's excessive. I'm like, this is financial abuse. This is a lot of stress.
Jonathan is saying, which is that, you know, a lot of people say like any money I put into the house basically turns into equity. And so if I paint or if I upgrade the kitchen or whatever for $50,000, then I'm going to be able to sell the house for $50,000 more, which is largely bullshit, because most upgrades people make in a house is purely a cost. You're not going to recover much on it. Like, just go look at some people's ghastly kitchens or the window treatments. It's like, I'm not going to pay for your horrible taste. I couldn't care less that you spent 30 grand on that. Too bad. There are a couple renovations in a house that tend to pay a little better. These are all easily Googleable. But all that said, we should also remember that you are living in a house with your partner. And this isn't purely a flip that you're designed to spend as little as possible and squeeze out as much ROI, right? That's different. You're actually living in this house. Because truthfully, Jonathan, if you wanted to take that approach and we took it to the logical extreme, you would have old floors, you know, like you wouldn't do any landscaping, because why? You're going to make no money on it. Obviously, you live there. You got to do something. Okay. The question is one of degree. How much money are you willing to put in? Shalom, what do you think hearing this?
I think you had a fair point, and that's something I'm struggling with. I think communication or clarity is a big thing, and I've been trying to communicate that. Like, yes, I'm understanding like the whole idea of like, it's actually not just a house, it's an investment, but at the same time, it's a place we live in. So it has to be livable for both of us.
Shalom, what happens when Jonathan gets hit by a bus one day?
That's scary. Yeah.
And you know what, you guys? This whole thing, like, oh, it's not just an investment. It's a place where we live and it has to be livable. You know why she says that? Because since she's not stressed, since she goes to bed when she feels like it, since she barely puts any money towards the house, since she gets to keep her money. I mean, I don't think she does much. She barely cleans, right? Okay? It's giving. She spends all day on Instagram. looking at these nice houses. You know how like Instagram will have all these DIY places, and you know there's like all these pretty houses on Instagram with beautiful furniture, etc., 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 right? And I'm like, I'm thinking that's what she does all day. She's on Instagram consuming content, okay, from these influencers who make money. Okay, she makes no money. She's like, oh, I want that too. I want that too. I want these couches. I want that. I want this. I want that. It's like, girl, there's no money. So either you're going to make more money or you're going to learn to be happy with what you have. Right? Makes sense? I'm like, that's what she consumes all day. Home decor type of content. Because there's a lot of that on Instagram. It's a lot of that on social media. Even all this obsession with, oh, we vacation, we go to Norway, we go to Ethiopia, we go to Finland, right? I'm sure all these destinations, she was exposed to them from Instagram. So she had them on her bucket list. And she found these goofy sucker little white boy, okay, to make those things come true for her. Because she told him, I'm expensive. And he thought it was cute. And now here he is. Reducing time off his life. I'm like, because all the stress ain't going to kill you. It's not worth it. It truly is not worth it. They could have gone from like $1,300-$1,500 to like maybe like what? A $2,500 apartment, right? And it's still going to be big. It's still going to be nice. This is a lot of stress. And you're not even pregnant. And she has no plans. She has no plans of getting pregnant. Okay? She just said that to guilt trip the boy. You know what I mean? Exactly. I'm like, you cannot see stuff on Instagram. Like these Instagram people, social influencers, many of them make a lot of money. And for many of them, home decor is what they do. They get paid for that. So either use your phone and start posting content or learn to be happy with what you have. Because you chose to have a really big house. You know what I'm saying? Because it's really sad. I'm like this. I really feel bad for this boy. I really do. When I first saw this episode, I felt really bad for him. I'm like, he loves her so much, and he wants her to be so happy, to the point that he's willing to hurt himself. Oh my gosh! Oh, it's so sad. She's like, oh yeah, now I'm starting to get it. Now I'm starting to get it. I'm like, all the stress this boy been through, you're now starting to get it because she's talking to Remit. Had Remit not talked to this couple, it would have been probably worse. Yeah.
We heard about this and we talked about this. When I signed up for retirement, I got angsty because I didn't know what to choose and what to do with all these numbers. And I started losing it, saying that like, I wish I had this much education when I was in high school, or like the kind of education high school should be giving before we actually like become adults. Because now I'm like, late 20s, then I'm freaking out about like signing up for retirement or what.
It's so late. You're so late. There's no chance you can catch up now. 27. No, you're that's it. It's over. You had a chance, but you didn't learn it.
So
all right. So anyway, back to my question. What happens if he gets hit by a bus?
I don't know. That's a very good question.
And Jonathan, do you ever think about that?
Yeah, no, I have thought about that. And one of the things that I think was really helpful. We almost never talked about money when we were first married, and we've come a long way. But it just seems like because the house is such a big burden that it's forced us to connect on that deeper level. And I think we're still trying to have those kind of conversations. So
yeah.
If
you have like a bad habit in some part of life, when the stakes get higher, that habit emerges. It's like I don't know, if you're bowling and you have a certain thing you do when you're bowling, it's fine when you're just playing with your buddies. But if you're playing at the professional level, that's going to get exposed really quickly. And in your case, for the last 5 years, it's been fine. Your earnings were probably really good. Taking a trip for an extra $1,000, no big deal. But getting a house is the biggest purchase you ever do. And so any lack of communication, any bad financial habits, such as one partner doing everything and the other not really participating, it gets exposed and there's a gap that becomes wider between the two of you. Does that feel like it resonates with you?
Yes, for sure. Like when we had less to pay for, when we first got married, again, money was not a thing we talked about. It's just you know, he made and I made the money. We come together. We put some.
And also that the fact that they didn't talk about money when they first got together. As the man and as the leader of the house, I blame him because he should have made sure, because it's not cute. Like this whole, oh, I'm expensive. What does that even mean? Okay? Because don't go marrying somebody who truly has no care in the world about money. And if she realizes that she needs to learn about money, it's like, why haven't you done it yet? They're worrying about the couch. Use some money and buy you some books. Okay? And learn about money. But this was really sad. It was a really sad episode. Hold on.
Some for traveling, rent or whatever. And we never kind of discussed, oh, like we should probably like save this much, or like it just automatically goes to things. But now because there's this big thing called house and there's a lot of things I want to do with it, I feel like we have more fights when it comes to money, more conversations that we've never had before. And yeah, that's totally right.
Now, what do we get? What do we get to do with that money? You're going to set up your monthly meeting. You're going to talk about it. You're going to have a calm way of discussion. You go, oh, you know what? I think we misallocated this. Gosh, this is how I'm feeling. And when I look at this is what I think. What do you think? I don't know if I agree, but like, tell me more. And we talk about it. You go, oh, okay, I see your point. Let's go ahead and amend it. Done. But you can't live your life playing defense with tiny little decisions like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ironically, for the biggest financial decision of all, the two of you both admitted that you rushed right into it. So there's a pretty fascinating dynamic going on.
And he rushed into it because he's obsessed with her. You know, she's probably, in his eyes, she's probably the prettiest girl he's ever seen. Oh, she's so beautiful. Oh, wow. I can't believe a girl like that wants a man like me, right? He has low self-esteem too. So because he doesn't have a high sense of self-worth, right? He puts money first. And when you're a man and you put money first, it's not going to end well for you. Because then all she knows is to love you for your money. Because you're the money man. She won't see you as a human being. That's why you can have all these panic attacks and she's not flinching. She's like, oh, we're still going to do it. We're still going to do it. Right? Because you led with your wallet. Because you didn't know how to be confident in yourself. Right? You have to learn to lead with who you are as a man. Right? And if you, especially somebody who works as a project manager, so it's like, this is what you do. Like you do all this planning, all these worksheets and stuff like that. She got to be on your program. Show her about money. Teach her about money. Right? Make her mindful of money. Like all this, oh, I'm expensive stuff. It's not cute. It really is not. But she also gets that from social media. City girl, get flued out. Ooh, okay. It's like this stuff is not practical for real life. And now you're sitting in a $730,000 house, and you don't have furniture. Okay. Yeah. You don't have furniture.
Here, I'd rather have you spend more time on the big stuff and less time on the little stuff. Okay. The other dynamic I want to point out is that this is a good start with the CSP. It does feel a bit theoretical in the sense that you, like Shalom, you don't talk about a CSP, you talk about a couch.
One night, after staying back late at his clinic doing admin, Dr. Tom was buried alive.
So, like, this is how I would approach this conversation, Jonathan. I'd be like, okay, Shalom, I understand that you want a couch. And what gets you excited about having a couch? Like, why do you want one?
A place to sit, to host.
Okay, but don't we have that little couch by the front door?
Also, the aesthetic.
Oh, you want our house to look good. You don't think it looks good right now?
Not yet.
So, like, if we were able to get a couch, how much do you think a couch costs? Like, ballpark?
Let's say $2,000 with everything.
$2,000. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want a couch? It would be $2,000, and
you see how she's talking about aesthetics? Where do you think she get this whole aesthetic from? I'm telling you, it's Instagram. She's on Instagram and she consumed those house decor thing. Like I'm telling you, like some people's houses on Instagram, they're so beautiful. But my thing is, they have money And many of them, that's what they do. They're like house influencers. They're like home decor influencers. They work. You see it as content. These people, that is their full-time job. Right? So start becoming an influencer. You know? But that's why, that's why they say, like, what's it called? Comparison's a thief of joy. When you're on Instagram all day, you're like, oh, I want this, I want this, I want that. And you're not even seeing that the more money you ask, you're killing your husband. This boy's going to die. That's why he asked her, like, if he was to die tomorrow, what would you do? She's like, oh, ooh, what? You see, it's a lot of money. And she's not, and the thing with her, and another problem is also when you have a house that big, you guys, you have to decorate like every room. Like you probably have like 2 living rooms, 1 dining room. You got the kitchen. You have like what, 3 or 4 bedrooms, right? Like you got to decorate the whole house. So it's like this girl right here, she's not going to be happy until she's decorated the entire house and her entire family can come over. Because the real gag is they're using that white boy to live in a nice neighborhood in a big old house. So she wants the entire house decorated for her entire family to come over and stay. But she can't tell him that. But that's her big plan. I'm like, girl, you're not slick. And you're going to have the whole Ethiopian circle. Like, just, your family going to destroy your marriage, girl. Because if you lose this white man, you're not going to find another one. Okay? You might be prey to him, but you're not prey to that many people. And plus, you don't work. You don't understand money. And you're a liability with your big old East African family. Okay? But I'm like, they're trying to come invade that house. Like, her family wants to invade that house. Exactly. I'm like, girl, you had no problem growing up in an apartment your whole life where your daddy brought you here until you met this man. Exactly. I'm like, this is crazy. You know what this reminds me of? You know how like someone doesn't have a problem eating Chick-fil-A or McDonald's, right? But as soon as somebody says, oh, I want to take you out to eat, now they want to go find the most expensive restaurant that they've never been to and that they can't even afford. I'm like, you're extra. No, I'm not taking you there. And that's why a lot of times I'll say this to a guy. When you invite somebody out to eat, you invite a woman out to eat, you pick the restaurant. Don't let this heifer think like she can just get whatever she wants on your money. You got to be civilized. And even when you go to a restaurant, too, like, be mindful of what you order. You have people, they'll order everything off the menu because they're not paying. Have some manners. Be mindful. Oh, you know, is it okay if I order this? Is it okay if I order that? Because you don't know how much they got. You know, but it's like someone is taking you to a place that you can't even afford to take yourself. And now you want to act like this. Like, who raises these people? Like, that's insane.
Like, how soon are you thinking you want that couch?
I was thinking like, and maybe in the next 3 months.
Okay.
But then that's not going to allow us, right? The budget. So
Yeah.
I can wait.
How long can you wait?
I can wait a year.
You can wait a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be like, what? Look at Jonathan's face right now. The guy's like,
I'm impressed.
Shalom's change in perspective about the couch seems small, but I think it's actually a bigger lesson that we can all apply. Most of us go through life seeing something and saying, I want that. I want that coffee. I want that night out with friends, that car, that house. But very few of us have a system to help us decide. We basically just buy whatever we see, and we use very loose logic to decide if we can afford it. And then we wonder why we're not getting ahead. This way of making decisions stays with us as we...
Queen, you're right. Yeah, she's lying. She doesn't want to wait a year because she has her home, what's it called? Her housewarming party soon, right? She doesn't want to wait a year, but because Ramit is here, she wants to act like she's sensible. I promise you, once they got off that call, she went right back to her normal self, right? She's very selfish. And she gets that from her family. She wasn't raised right. I'm like, who raised you? Like, this is just, I mean, like, it's crazy to me. $730,000 on a house, and you're still not happy.
Become more financially successful. That's why you hear multimillionaires on this show who still agonize over the price of gas or blueberries. It's not because they don't have enough money. It's because they are arbitrarily making decisions. They have no system. With Jonathan and Shalom, you see this pattern. Jonathan analyzes purchases. Shalom is much more casual about what she wants. but they haven't developed a way of making financial decisions together. The couch is really just a symptom. It's a small thing like training wheels. But together, they're going to face thousands of decisions about money together. So from my perspective, this is a great opportunity to develop a shared vision, a shared system. And just note, about 45 minutes ago, Shalom couldn't even believe waiting a year to get a couch. Now she seems much more open to it. Let's hear their follow-ups. Jonathan said, during the call, I was absolutely shocked that my wife said she would prefer to spend $15,000 on new wood floors than our wedding if she had to pick between the two. One of the biggest takeaways was the value in financial simplicity, which can take.
Yes, I was taking care of Maverick. When she said she'd rather spend 15 grand on the floors as opposed to their wedding, because I'm like, she does plan on divorcing him. So most likely she'll try to keep the house. I'm telling you, her and her family are up to no good. They are truly up to no good. She'd rather spend money on floors than the wedding because she intends to go through a divorce and ask to keep the house. And then her and her family gonna move into that house. Her loyalty is to her family. She doesn't look at that husband like he's her family. Okay? She came to America. She met a goofy ass white boy who's very green. Okay? Who's not street smart. You understand? And she gonna use that little boy to pay for everything her father couldn't do for them. And you see, and this is why, I'm not trying to be mean, y'all, and I'm not trying to be funny, but this is why I understand why the red pill community exists. Because people like him are just too nice. Okay? He needs to hear from a few assholes who gonna help him to be woke. Because in this life, it don't matter. If you're a woman, you're a man. If you're way too nice, you will be taken advantage of. So it's like you have to be exposed to like people who are also crazy. So you can find like a nice middle. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, she has plans for this boy. And he's probably thinking, like, oh, she's my wife and we're going to be married forever. Child, please. She going to get you to do everything for that house. Buy all the furniture for that house. And then one day she'll wake up like, oh, I want a divorce. And she's going to ask you to leave the house. And then her family going to be in there. And like they said, she's going to remarry her own kind. Because very seldom do you see Ethiopians like not marry fellow Ethiopians. I'm not trying to be funny, but that's how I feel, right? They usually marry within each other. So I'm like, you married a white boy? But I can see why. Because he's a citizen, because he's from here. He can do way more for you than your dad, your own people, right? And then once he gives you everything and he fixes this house the way you want it, you will just simply file for divorce. And because we're in America and the woman is always right, believe all women, right? He's going to be made out to be a bad person. And then he's going to have to pay you and you're going to get to keep the house. And you're going to destroy his credit. And I can see why, like I said, I can see why many people do not want to get married. Okay? Connection phase, engagement, planning, wedding, honeymoon, all the little travel stuff, right? Investment phase, spending money on family trips, school activities, and hospital calls, right? Children, house, car, bills. Then all of a sudden, the wife becomes a feminist. Next thing you know, bait and switch phase, bait and switch. Husband works 80 hours weekly. Wife becomes unhappy because she don't have a couch. Wife starts having girls' night out, affairs, marriage counselors, less sex, more. Okay, yeah, sure. Right? 4, disengagement phase, divorce, family court, child support, counseling, alimony. You lose your kids, you lose your house, you lose half of your assets, right? I'm like, this is what she has in store for this boy. And it's not okay. This is very evil.
Take a lot of time and effort when there are two people involved with their own dreams and perspectives. Simplicity is not a starting point, but something that is reached through a lot of communication and compromise. Reflecting after the call, what surprised me most was how much time we spend focusing and arguing about small financial decisions, like whether to buy a couch or which restaurant to visit, and how little time we spend on large, important, life-changing decisions like buying a house, where to live, travel, and our long-term savings goals. I'm grateful we had the opportunity to talk with Ramit. It really helped to get another perspective on our relationship with money as well as each other. And Shalom's follow-up, unfortunately, we never heard back from Shalom. And we tried even as recently as last week to reach her. I'm wishing Jonathan and Shalom the very best going forward. I really enjoyed speaking with both of you. And for those of you who enjoy...
You see, I told y'all, after the call, she's going to go right back to being her old self. She doesn't want to change. She doesn't want to change because she's set in her ways, because her family is behind it. And her family, through her, they find a sucker. They find an American that they can take advantage of. I'm like, you see, financial exploitation. This young man's getting exploited. Okay? And tomorrow, if he becomes a red pill guy, oh my God, they're stabbed. But you see this? Nobody deserves this. But this is not, there are other, like, the child, there are other, like, he has other episodes I've watched. I was like, what the heck is this? This is crazy. But I hope you guys understand, right? That it's not enough. I don't know where he got it from, girl. This is from Coach Greg. This is his channel. I don't know where he got it from. Okay. It's a 1 hour and 12 minutes. So it's called Why Being Called a Husband. You see, why being called husband material and handsome is an insult. Okay? Whatever he's saying. Just something like, for me, I don't think he's evil. I just feel like sometimes like he's a bit vulgar for me, right? But I understand what he's trying to do also. Because a lot of nice guys are getting got. So someone has to open up their eyes, like, pay attention. She's not into you. She's using you. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, Jonathan is sad. But I'm like, she has a plan for this boy. And it's all about her family. Whatever her mom and dad tell her to do, she gonna do it because they want to live in that house. And they gonna make that white boy pay for all the furniture in every single room. He's their cash cow. He's their freaking financial slave. Okay, that's why she's not happy. She wants that couch. And what did they say here? Let me see what they say right here. Hold on. That if she don't get what she wants, what she gonna do? She gonna start manipulating. Where is it?
If you want to be good, do what they say you should. But if you want to be great, you innovate.
Help. All right, I didn't go get help for myself, so I just lashed out on you. And then you wonder why I come up with the marriage wheel. Man, gentlemen, dude, listen, this is why I don't want you to think, well, maybe women are different. Maybe I'm going to find a different woman. I'm telling you, I'm giving you the recipe. I'm giving you the recipe, and I will not lead you astray. Any men that is dealing with that, they're just Stockholm syndrome. They're just accepting it. And then you jump on Al Gore's internet and you take the position where you can preserve your social media account, right? And this is the only thing that they can do. If she would have came out and apologized and say, I was out of line, they would have been like, nah, girl, don't be out here apologizing. Mm-hmm. So he comes out and wins them over. Wow.
I know my wife recently flipped out after giving birth to her fourth son. She was battling many emotions internally that I could not understand. And eventually she couldn't hold it in anymore. She exploded.
What would that be if a man did that? Okay, man was going through so many emotions and he couldn't hold it in anymore and he exploded. What would that be called? Anybody? This is abuse. You're an abuser, mentally, emotionally. Okay?
I could not allow this to fly as a man.
You know what nobody talks about when it comes to building a content creator business? That if you're not using a tool like HoneyBook to stay...
Boom, boom. No peace leave in 3 days. Let me give them some. All right? They can use it also to get aroused by you. Issue again. She's going to wonder why you're addressing the issue again. She's going to say, why are you bringing that up? We made up. I apologize. And you're going to be like, you didn't apologize. Yeah, we did. I apologized to you last night. When I opened my legs. That's what I'm telling you. Guys, I'm here to help you. I will not lead you astray. I have told no lies. Not on YouTube. I haven't told you lies. I will not lead you astray. This is how they accept. This is how you accept apologies from them by letting yourself being used sexually. So they use you for sex so they don't have to apologize. We have 2 women that said that. One woman said cry, which is even more egregious. I was wrong, so manipulation. The other woman says, I'm not even wrong. I'm never wrong. So this is what you're dealing with. This is what you're dealing with. It's in a situation where you can't win unless you are aware.
You can't win.
Because I'm here to get you to accept this. I will not lie to you. Let's hear. Continue.
Crying.
Why are you crying?
Because then it's like guilt tripping it.
There we go right there. Crying. It's like guilt tripping him. I tried to warn you. You guys don't believe me. Crying is for guilt tripping. And she goes, that's why I tell you, man, a woman cries, I'm done. Meaning that, nope, fix your tears, come back, we can address this shit later. You're a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Now, what we haven't heard was cooking. I think the third.
I ended a relationship and cut off an engagement from a great man. He was a good man. He loved God. He was a praying man. He loved and adored me. He was there for me. He was handsome. He was well educated. He didn't have any kids. He checked all the boxes, but there was still something missing. And I just knew that I could not go through with this marriage. There was just something that did not connect. I felt that there should have been a connection between he and I in order for me to be his wife. And so I cut off the engagement. And it was so difficult because he was a good man. It's easy when a person is not good. You can justify why you cut things off. But when a person is truly a good person, it's hard to explain. So I found myself trying to explain it to family and friends, and they were asking me a whole bunch of questions that, I could not say, exactly why, other than the fact that I just did not feel the connection. There was something that was not there that I needed to be there in order for this to be my husband. And so I stopped trying to explain it, and I just trusted my decision, and I went on. But then I got an epiphany, and it was just like, have you ever been shoe shopping and you saw a nice pair of shoes and it's like, ooh, I love the color. I love the style. The heel is the right size and it's a reasonable price. Like it's on sale and it's a good shoe. But then when you approach the shoe, you see that it's a size 6 and you need a size 7. Does it take away from the fact that the shoe is a good shoe? Does it take away from the fact that you're getting a great deal for the quality? Does it take away from the fact that the heel is still the right size? It doesn't matter. All of that still makes the shoe is still good. But if it's not your size, it's not the shoe for you. And so that is what I had to accept. Yes, he was a good man. But what that feeling was is that he was not a great fit for me. It didn't take away from who he was, but it was just confirmation that he was not a good fit for me.
Before a while.
So earlier this year, I ended a relationship and cut off an engagement from a great man. He was a good man. He loved God. He was a praying man. He loved and adored me. He was there for me. He was handsome. He was well educated. He didn't have any kids. He checked all the boxes, but there was still something missing. And I just knew that I could not go through with this marriage. There was just something that did not connect. I felt that there should have been a connection between he and I in order for me to be his wife. And so I cut off the engagement. And it was so difficult because he was a good man. It's easy when a person is not good. You can justify why you cut things off. But when a person is truly a good person, it's hard to explain. So I found myself trying to explain it to family and friends, and they were asking me a whole bunch of questions that, I could not say, exactly why, other than the fact that I just did not feel the connection. There was something that was not there that I needed to be there in order for this to be my husband. And so I stopped trying to explain it, and I just trusted my decision, and I went on. But then I got an epiphany, and it was just like, have you ever been shoe shopping and you saw a nice pair of shoes and it's like, ooh, I love the color. I love the style. The heel is the right size and it's a reasonable price. Like it's on sale and it's a good shoe. But then when you approach the shoe, you see that it's a size 6 and you need a size 7. Does it take away from the fact that the shoe is a good shoe? Does it take away from the fact that you're getting a great deal for the quality? Does it take away from the fact that the heel is still the right size? It doesn't matter. All of that still makes the shoe is still good. But if it's not your size, it's not the shoe for you. And so that is
called Holy Girl Hangs. And when I started it, I was like, okay, I'm really excited about it, all the things. But I was super nervous about the first one, right? So we made it through the first one. I was like, oh, it was great. We did it. But then me and my cousin were talking after, and she was like, you did it. Like, you finished it. And then I was like, well, I did it. But then this is just the beginning, you know? So immediately I started to feel some pressure to be like, oh my God, like, how do I keep going with this? How do I sustain this, right? And I could just feel God. And he's been telling me this the whole time because I've honestly been pretty nervous the whole time. I'm always nervous about starting something new, especially when it involves other people, right? But I felt like he was reminding me like, hey, you're not the one, you're just the steward of this. You're not the one who's holding it all together. You're not the one sustaining it. All you have to do is keep trusting me, keep following me, and I will be the one who holds it together. I'll be the one who keeps it moving, keeps it going. I just need you to be a willing vessel. And so I feel like there's some of you also who God has called you to, especially when it involves other people, right? But I felt like he was reminding me like, hey, you're not the one, you're just the steward of this. You're not the one who's holding it all together. You're not the one sustaining it. All you have to do is keep trusting me, keep following me, and I will be the one who holds it together. I'll be the one who keeps it moving, keeps it going.
So here we have another lady. I found her today. We're going to go quickly through her video, right? So she said, God told her he's a sustainer. So she started something. She's building something, but she's not going to sustain it. God told her he's going to sustain it. So I left a comment like, what are you even talking about? Okay, what are you? These women are you, my Lord, my goodness, my goodness. I'm so sorry to say, but it's a lot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Imagine a man is hired, an engineer is hired to build a bridge for a city, and after he builds the bridge, he says, I'm not gonna sustain it. I'm gonna let God sustain the bridge. Look, what you mean? Sir, what? You're not gonna leave the blueprint with the city hall at City Hall? You're not gonna come back and check on your bridge? You're not gonna provide maintenance for your bridge? Like, no. I'm gonna let God sustain the bridge. Would that be good enough? You decide to build something, but because it requires hard work and dedication, you say, oh no, I ain't doing it. God gonna do it. Right? And you see why. I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys, but because I'm like, I need y'all to understand the other side. I'm like, I see why today a lot of men also do not want to be married. Because a woman like that, or with this type of mindset, she'll start a marriage and she'll be like, I'll let God sustain it. How despondent can you be? It's your vision, right? You chose to do it. You start something, you finish it. It's up to you to sustain it. How can God sustain it? It's yours. You built it. But no, these women are always hiding behind God so that if it goes left, it's not their responsibility. God told me to marry this man. He's asking for sex, so he must not be my husband. I want to have a divorce. I'm asking for a divorce. They have a problem, and many of them always use God. What's the number one thing they always say? God, 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 God. You move to Houston for a man, you say, oh no, I did it because I had to get close to God. Okay? You start going back to church. Oh, I'm so glad he used my body up because he broke me so much that now I got to stop being a good Christian. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? That's why I say you need to the way they have these car recalls, microwave recalls, air fryer recalls. We need to recall all Black people's Bibles. Give it over here. Give it back. Give it back. So I think when you start taking the Bible away from people, they're going to be forced to read books. They're going to be forced to be intelligent. And they're going to be forced to say, it was my decision to do X, Y, and Z. And because it was my initiative, I have to sustain it. There ain't no God. There's no God. I'm like, there are kids dying in Palestine. Are you that self-engrossed? No, there needs to be a recall on Bibles for Black people. Yes. We got to take these Bibles back because it's excessive and it's causing so much harm. Do you guys not see all the harm I'm showing you? The majority of these people, they're being led by the Bible. goes God and God. I'm like, it's giving mental health at this point. Y'all need some straight jackets. It's like they need to be locked up somewhere in a cuckoo home. And God, and God, and God. They never say, I decided. I wanted to do it. It was my idea. No. Like they don't have free will or something. Like they're being coerced or like, being held at gunpoint, do this stuff. No, you are an adult. You know what you're doing. Okay? You are an adult. These are your decisions. So you say, I decided to do X, Y, and Z. No, you got to take their Bibles back. Because one thing I will say that I agree with Keon is that Black people need to read other books besides the Bible. But I say, take the Bibles back. We need to have a recall of all these Bibles. Because when there's no more Bible to lean on, what else you going to do? You're going to have to start thinking for yourself. And then you're going to have to start taking accountability for your choices. I decided to do X, Y, and Z. It was my idea. It was my initiative. Imagine God talks to all these people. I'm like, it's giving insanity. You sound insane. I don't even know. Cuckoo, I don't know. Everything is God told me, God told me, God told me. I'm like, when was it actually your own idea? So God told you to build something and he's going to sustain it. How does that ever work? And I left a comment on her page. I'm like, imagine Jeff Bezos saying, I'm going to build Amazon and I'm going to let God sustain it. It never would have got this big. What if Elon Musk say, oh, you know what? I'm going to build Tesla and have self-driving car. But when it comes to technology, I'll just let God sustain it. People will start dying. Right? Imagine if and I even said, imagine if Jamie Dimon said, oh, you know what? I know I have all these Chase banks, but I'm gonna let the banks sustain themselves. People's money, like this is insanity. And like Kevin said, Marlene put it up again. I sure will. And this is why you have what you have. Let me take my face off. Here you have people who take their own destiny. These Indian people don't read the Bible. They take their own destinies in their own hand. You will never hear an Indian person say, oh, God told me, God told me, God told me. You're not going to hear the Japanese man say, and the God told me, and I heard from God, and I heard from God. Black people always hear from God, and here we are. God told me, God told me. God didn't tell you nothing. Go sit down somewhere. And Latinos are right next to us too, because they also talk about God. Okay, Dios me dinga. No, be quiet. Be quiet. Cállate. It's enough. Okay? So the less you rely on God, quote, like quotation marks, right? The less you rely on God in quotation marks, right? And you take charge of your own life, you're up here. The more you rely on God, okay, for everything you do, and you have no personal initiative, you are right here. Okay? Because God told me, God told me. What are you saying? What do you want to do? What do you think is the right call to make? Exactly. God told him to lose his basketball scholarship. And, God made me injured. I broke every bone in my body. God broke every bone in my body. I'm like, Keon, be quiet. You didn't train enough. And you didn't focus on your strength training, right? You were not lifting enough weight. So like for the volume that you were doing, it was too much and your body gave up. It was not God. It was your lack of proper training. And you know this. Why are we doing this? Like, why are we being so dishonest? God broke every single bone in your body. Like, you are insane. There are bigger problems out here. God doesn't care about you like that. You're not like, and I think this whole God thing is like, it got people thinking that they're so unique and God cares so much. There are children dying in Palestine. You're not that important. You're safe. You're okay. Use your own intelligence and get yourself out this problem. Okay? You're smart enough to do it. You don't need God. I mean, I'm like, oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. I was like, what is this? What is this?
I just need you to be a willing vessel. And so I feel like there's some of you.
What does that mean, a willing vessel? What does that even mean? A vessel of what? I'm like, Oh my gosh. It's insane.
You also, who God has called you to do certain things in your life. He's called you to build stuff. He's called you to be, right? Like you're a mom, you're a homemaker, you are, you have a business, you are a part of a business where you're high up or not, you know, like you're just trying to live your life, right? To the best of your ability. And you're feeling like, oh my God, like, how am I supposed to do this on my own? Like, how am I supposed to do this? And I just think he wants to remind you, like, he's the sustainer. He's the one who's holding it in his hands. And so all he's asking you to do is just trust him and follow him, right? This is something I say all the time on the channel. But I wanted to dig into a verse that keeps coming to mind too, as we talk about this. And hold on, so I don't actually like read the verse wrong. Let me get my laptop real quick. Okay, so the verse is Colossians, verse 1. Excuse my hair, it's doing what it wants. Verse 16 through 17, and it says in the NIV, "For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him." And here's the verse you need to hear for real. Well, you need to hear all of it, but this is the verse. Verse 17 says, "He is before all things, and in him all things hold together." Meaning,
so how does that dissolve you from what you have to do? So here is, for in him all things were created, okay? Things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or ruler or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Okay, therefore what? I'm like, so therefore what? So therefore whatever you do, because it's so like what you do is just so amazing that God's going to be like, oh my gosh, yeah, I got to hold it together. Girl, it is your dream. It's your vision. You're going to fight for it or you're not. Because to me, when I read this verse, right? When I read this verse, I'm thinking more about the earth. Like everything that's out here, God is holding it all together. Now, as it pertains to your personal desires, your personal ambitions, you got to do what God did. Become that you hold your own stuff together. They don't know how to read those texts. They don't know how to read the text correctly. That's why sometimes you got to read the entire chapter, not just pick a verse because you're trying to like have confirmation bias, right? Because they're saying like for in him, all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, right? The visible and the invisible, whether thrones or powers, rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. He did that for his vision. God had a vision. This is how he made it come to pass. You should say, well, since God did this, I'm going to do the same thing for myself. So you have to be the glue that holds your stuff together. Not God. That's not his personal interest. That's not his personal business. It's your business, right? If I start a business, I need to educate myself. I must do everything I can, right? For my business to hold together. If you have a family, you must do all things because that's your family. Fight to hold it together. If you have children, you fight to hold all things together. You inspire yourself and make it happen for yourself. But it does not say that, oh, I don't see where it says that if you create something, then somehow it becomes God's burden to hold it together for you. What are you doing? What about your hands? What about your intelligence? What about your time? You're intelligent, you have free time, your hands are free. Make something happen for yourself. It is your job to educate yourself. It's your job to research. I mean, whatever you have to do, right? But it's your job to hold your vision together the way he held his vision together. But just because you care about something, just because you care about your business, doesn't mean God has to care about your business and hold it together. That's not his job. You will never hear like Jeff Bezos say things like that. Oh, I'm going to let God to hold it together for Amazon. No, you hire people who know what they're doing and y'all start working. Like it's insane. I was like, what is she even talking about?
He's holding it all together. It's all in his hands. Every single thing that has been created, everything he's telling you to do are things that he is holding together. This is his. I think we sometimes think that.
And she swears because like you start teaching like that, it's making it seem like so you've never seen a person that's a Christian that had a business and the business failed. So if you're a Christian, if you have a business, you will never have failure because that's based on her logic that, oh, whatever you do, because God loves you, you'll never have failure because he holds it together. You haven't seen Christians go through divorce. You haven't seen Christians having to bury their children. Girl, what are you even talking about? You haven't seen Christians who failed classes before? Because if you don't study, God's not going to hold your education together. If you don't show up and do your exam and study and pass your test, God's not going to hold your GPA together. If you don't pay your taxes, God's not going to hold it together. Okay? It is your life. Why do these people refuse to take charge of their own life? It is so weird. I'm like, it's really sad. I'm like, and that's why I'm like, you got to take these Bibles away. Like, you really do. I'm like, what?
Our lives are at the center of the story. And it's like, yeah, you can have, because we keep hearing like main character energy, which is something you should have in your life, right? But y'all, as a part of history, as a part of the whole story, that's God's job. Like, or this is God's story. We are living and being a part of God's story, not God is a part of our story. Does that make sense? And so when I say that, I'm telling us that, reminding us of that, so that we remember that, like, he's written this story already. And so he's the one who's going to make the story come to pass. He's the one who has all the pieces of the puzzle. He already knows what they are. And he's the one holding it and putting the pieces together. Right. So we get so caught up and we get so honestly, we get.
So what she's saying is just start and then sit there to watch God do everything for you. Where does it say in the Bible? She got all of that from 2 verses. And I promise you, if you get to know her, she probably listens to Sarah Jakes, because that's the kind of dumb stuff Sarah does. Like Sarah, she tries so hard to extrapolate things out of verses. It's like, Sarah, that's not what the verse is about. She'll try so hard. I'm like, girl, what? How did you get this from the text? Like, what are you even talking about? Yeah, she lists. This is the stuff that Sarah Jakes does. She'll find a verse, I don't even know, like some random verse, and she'll like squeeze everything out of it. I'm like, girl, you're doing too much. Like, she tries so hard to extrapolate things. I'm like, that's not what it's talking about. Like, because think about it, right? Think about it logically from what you're saying. Therefore, if a Christian starts anything, because God is in it, they want no failure. A lot of Christians fail. Not because God ain't good, because they refuse to study. I'm like, you can be a Christian, but if you rather go to church every day than to go to class, you're going to fail your class. You can't say, oh, I'm a Christian. God's going to sustain my GPA. I'm going to be at church all day. I'm going to do prayer revival all day, like Keon did. You're going to lose your basketball scholarship. Okay? You don't get to have life be made easier for you because, quote unquote, you're a Christian. Okay? You don't. You have to work hard. I think because she started something new and she has anxiety about it, she's like, well, God will just sustain it. Because she's afraid. Okay? You don't know how to, okay, how do I go to the next step? Baby girl, you have to start activating your network. Start doing more research. But you can't let your fear of the unknown or the fact that you are ignorant as to how to move forward stop you. Go on Amazon. Find a book that pertains to your situation. Use your brain. But it's very silly to stand there and to tell people, oh, just build it and God will sustain it. What are you even talking about? Oh, get married and don't try. God will sustain it. Okay? Have children. God will sustain them. Somehow they're going to have food on the table. I don't have to work because God going to sustain it. God going to sustain the children. What are you talking about? Right? If you have a car and you drive your car all kinds of ways, you don't change your oil, you don't put gas in the car, God going to sustain it. Okay, sure. I'll see if you pass the inspection at this rate. And you're not. Right? You have to take charge of your life. Now, God can help. God most likely will help you, but you got to also prove yourself. You got to work. Got to work. And I think a lot of Christians, especially Black Christians, they truly believe in fairy tales. Right? And I tell you, I blame the Second Testament. Because all this miracle talk, it got people thinking like, oh, everything's going to be a miracle. I don't really have to work hard. You do. whatever you decide to do, you have to become a student of it. It is your job. No one is going to make your dreams come true but you. These are your dreams. You're going to have to fight for them. I know God sustaining nothing over here. You sustain it by being a good steward. But God ain't going to sustain it. Now, God can give you great health, though. Yes, He can keep you healthy, keep you, give you, let you have a sane mind and a good heart. Yeah, sure, whatever, right? But you got to do the work. Okay? That's crazy.
Prideful about the things that He's called us to do. And we think, oh my God, if I don't do X, Y, and Z, then it'll never be held together. It'll never do what it, be what it's supposed to be. And that could be true. Like God wants you to be exactly who He's created you to be in every season. And so there are moments where, yes, you can kind of, jolt the plan a little bit if you're not really following Him. But ultimately, He's in control. And so whenever I think about me building something, it removes pressure from me because I tell myself, hold on.
You see what she said? She's avoiding the pressure because she's scared. And that's why I told you, church, the whole church stuff is for losers. It's for people who are defeated. You understand? Because I'm telling you, even when you think about it, who always prays all the time? People who are scared. Because people who can't, they just do it. Okay? Do you see, when you think about the U.S. military, do they pray before going to war? No, they just be dropping drones on your ass. Baby, they ain't praying for nothing. They gonna drop the drones. Who prays? The one's about to get his butt whooped. Right? When people have money, they just go and buy what they want. When you don't have money, you pray for more money. You're like, oh God, please give me a job, God, because you ain't got it. So you pray. Right? It's always defeated people who pray first and act last. When you got it, you just do it. If something costs $20,000 and you got the money, you're gonna go buy it. You buy it. It's like, why would I pray for this? You pray. A lot of people pray because you lack, you don't have it. You're defeated, right? You don't have it. So you pray. It's like I'm saying, oh God, what am I gonna say? Oh God, sustain my YouTube channel. How? If you don't make content, you're not sustaining nothing. Okay. Now you can say, God, give me the energy, right? Or give me the topics, give me some good topics so I can do videos about. But it's like you have to make the content. If you don't make the content, then the channel will not be sustained. It's going to die. When I went and had the baby, my money just went phew, nosedive. I said, I have to come back and make my videos, right? But it's like you have to do the work. You can't be like, oh, the pressure. Everything worth having has pressure. And a lot of Christians do not know how to deal with pressure. So they pray with their eyes closed. They try to fast for 30 days. They pray all day because they're scared. They are scared. Okay, a lot of Christians operate out of a spirit of fear. You are scared. You're scared. You're like the pressure's getting to you, right? It's like, make it make sense.
I just about burned the crap out of my hand taking something out of the oven, and y'all can hear all the noises. So anyway,
it's like me saying, okay, you burn your hand. Why didn't God sustain your hand? He knew you were cooking. Why didn't He sustain your hand? You weren't paying attention, so you got burned, right? Your hand was not sustained. It got burnt. Make it make sense.
Like I was saying, whenever you really take that verse to heart and you really take it into account, it helps you to remove the pressure off of yourself in order to make something happen or make something shake, because you're like, well, wait a minute. This is just God's anyway. I'm just a steward. I'm just here. Now, it's not I'm just a steward. I don't have to do nothing, but it is I'm just a steward. So God will not make this fall if I am following Him, if I am really, truly trying to, stick with Him. And so I just want to encourage somebody today who maybe you're struggling to start because you haven't even gotten past square one, because you're already thinking about, well, how am I going to sustain this? And how's this going to keep going? And who's going to do this? Who's going to do this? Pieces of it. And it's like, God is like, I didn't ask you to figure all that out. Everything is created.
If you don't figure it out, who's going to figure it out? No, I'm like, but do you see the difference? Like, do you see the different mindset between white entrepreneurs and black entrepreneurs? White entrepreneurs, they gonna figure out a way to make this happen. They don't rely on God. Black entrepreneurs say, I don't know. I don't know what to do next. Call someone. Okay? But it's your business. It's your homework. It's your test. Nobody gonna take it but you. Right? But she thinks it's like, oh, I'm gonna start an initiative and I'm gonna give it back to God. God is invisible. How you gonna give it back to him? Doesn't have hands. Okay? I'm like, it's your business. He gave you a vision. It's up to you to work hard to make it come to pass. But you're gonna have to do the work. It is your work to do. Like Jesus said, it's your cross to bear. Okay? It's like, stop expecting someone to come save you. And that's the thing with like this whole being black Christian socialist thing is like, you always think there's a savior. Oh, build it and just give it back to God. Oh, the government gonna help me. Oh, someone's gonna help me. Oh, I need $4 million. Let me go ask 2,100 people. No. No. Figure it out on your own. Okay? And my thing is, if you waited 5 years to have a church, you can wait 5 years to build another one, Keon. You don't need to raise $4 million in 21 days. You don't have to. You can raise $4 million in 5 years. You're going to be okay.
Created by me, through me, and for me. So all I'm asking you to do, again, is to trust me and follow me and obey me when I give you instruction. And so if he's only giving you one instruction, just do that one thing. Like, don't try to do 25 things when God has only told you to do one, right? Like, that's what we really do because we want to see the end from the beginning, but we don't know the end from the beginning. We're not God. His ways and his thoughts are what? Higher than ours, right? So, look, I'm about to chop myself up trying to talk to y'all. But it really is like something that we have to remember, and it's something that is so freeing, and to know that we have the grace of God over our lives to do so many different beautiful things. And all we have, like, he's wanting to partner with us. Like, he's not telling us to do something and then dipping. Like, he's not saying like, hey.
But yeah, she's talking about partnerships. So, oh, he wants to partner with us, but not dip out on us. Right? Remember, that's exactly what you're trying to do. You want to build something and just throw it off on him and just run for your life. When you're in partnership with someone, you also have to work. You don't stop working. That's what partnership is. I was like, what is wrong? You guys, my head hurts.
Hey, I want you to start this. You know, for me, I want you to start this community, but I'm gonna leave. So you got it. You can go do it yourself. You figure it out. That's not what he's saying, right? So I just want to encourage somebody with that. And I want to tell you also, as a part of that, like, since God is the sustainer of all things, but he also, like I said, really wants to partner with you in some ways. And y'all, when God tells you to do something, do it. When God is telling you to build something, build it. It's not going to make sense. It shouldn't make sense. Let's just get that in our heads. It actually shouldn't make sense if God is telling us to do it. And it shouldn't be.
Once again, using the Bible to justify and to encourage other Black women to be impulsive. Just because you think God told you to do something, please wait. You ask for confirmation. Ask for some serious confirmation. Not, if I'm gonna see a yellow card, that's it. Do you know how many yellow cards are out there on the market? Okay, you need some real confirmation, right? And just because God told you to do something and you received multiple confirmations does not mean that you should not have a business plan. Do not just jump into things because God told you. And then I saw a yellow card. And then when I was young, I saw a yellow card. So therefore, that's confirmation because my mom also used to drive a yellow car. And my granddad used to have a yellow car. You just happen to like yellow. Like your family just happens to like the color yellow. That is not confirmation, right? Your business plan. And if your business plan makes sense, that's going to be confirmation. But stop telling people to be so impulsive like that. They're like, oh, I'm living by faith. No, you're living by idiocy. You're acting like an idiot. Okay? You ask for multiple rounds of confirmation. Then you write a business plan. Make sure it makes sense. Have other people read it and ask them if it makes sense. Okay? Because everything that's in your head always sounds good until it's time to apply it to the market. Oh, wow. I didn't expect it to go like this, because it never does. Nothing ever goes according to plan. Okay? Oh my gosh, people are so confused.
Because it requires so much of him. It requires us to really depend on him and to seek him and to trust him. And it requires a strength that we do not have in ourselves. We just don't have it, right? And so God's power is made perfect. His power is made perfect in the earth through our weaknesses. And so you have to lean into your weakness, AKA you have to lean into not understanding. You have to lean into not knowing. You have to lean into not being able to grasp why he's calling you to do something. You got to be able to be okay with that, right? And to just go for it. May we be those who just go for it. Maybe be those who do the things that God is calling us to do when he tells us to do them, and just stop trying to figure it all out first. That's not our role. That's not our role, y'all. And so I just I feel like there's some of you who are dragging your feet and doing the things that God has called you to do. And I'm speaking to you because it was me, right? Like, I've been talking about starting a community or, women's things specifically.
God, I'm not. I bought the tape and I went, and it was a tape from Bishop Jakes, and he was giving a prophetic word. And the prophetic word was this: you have gone as far as you can go through your own efforts. Get out of the way, and I'm going to do something in your life that is going to be beyond human comprehension. And when he spoke those words, there were two people in the church. I was listening to the tape at home, but there was a man in the audience. And we were the only two people that just started jumping and screaming, because I knew that God was telling me that you've gone as far as you can go with the things that you've done. And I knew that I had. The affluent life, it wasn't satisfying my soul. All the childhood dreams that I had, you gotta have money, you gotta have wealth, you gotta have the house, you gotta have the clothes. I had it, and I wasn't happy in my soul.
Yeah.
And so when God had that prophetic word.
And she swears that if she's homeless, she's going to be happy in her soul. Oh, my Lord. So if you're homeless, then you'll be happy. Like, what are these people even talking about? Right? So hold on, because she has a GoFundMe. Lacey sent it to me. Right? Talk about God told her to sell all her stuff.
Spoken, I knew he was talking to me. Mm-hmm. And when he began to tell me how to dispense the wealth and started breaking me down, all it meant to me was God was in control of my life.
So dispense it. He told you to give it away.
He told me to give it away. And he told me who to give it to, what to do, how to do it. And it was amazing, because it was like I was in a spiritual place with God, where he was guiding me step by step by step by step.
So God told her to sell all her multi-million-dollar houses so she could live in her car. And now here she is. She has a GoFundMe because she needs money. So hold on. But didn't you say money don't fulfill you? A house don't fulfill you? So then why do you have a GoFundMe then? Live like a bird. Right? You sell all your properties. You sell $1 million houses from California all the way to Mexico. You just jettison all your real estate portfolio. You just sell everything. And you give it away to the poor. Who are these people? Now you spin the block, and then you say, oh, money did not make me happy. All these houses never made me happy. Money did not make me happy. Okay. Hey, Cash. And now you said, oh, I need money now. So now you realize that money matters. So was it God who told you to sell these houses? Because you can't say one thing and then say another. Or you going to take this money too and give it away to, you going to give all this money away to the poor, or you going to keep this money to yourself? This is just utter madness, right? So now here you have this other one who's saying, oh yeah, just trust him. Don't ask questions. If you're confused, just do it anyways. No business plan. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. And then when you do it, he'll sustain it. Because I read Colossians 1, verse 16 to 17. When the bank comes knocking at your door, When the people come knocking at your door, what you gonna say? Oh, well, 1 Colossians 16, verse 17. You think that's enough? Why are people like this? If something goes left, what you gonna do? Go quote a scripture? Oh, Mr. Sheriff, right? Have you ever read 1 Colossians verse 16 through 17? They're gonna think you're insane. Well, what is wrong with you? Like, are you okay? That makes no sense. Right? You would like we have to stop being so impulsive and saying, oh, God told me. Talitha, oh, God told me to move to Houston. No, you're chasing behind this boy. Being so impulsive. Now you over here crying and crying and crying and crying for a boy named Kevin, allegedly. Being impulsive. Not actually sitting down and actually thinking this thing through. Writing a business plan. Write your business plan. If you are too lazy to write a business plan, you have no business having a business. Okay? Stay home.
For a year. Like some of the girls who are part of it now were like, I remember you saying this last year. And it's like, yeah, you're right, because I definitely was talking about it last year. But we have got to be those, again, who are like, we don't drag our feet. We do the things God tells us to do when he tells us to do them, because there's a reason that he's telling us in the season that he's telling us.
It is not about dragging your feet. Okay? It is not a race. Success is not a race. It's a marathon. Right? Slow and steady wins the race. Like the Bible says, do not despise small beginnings. It is not a race. So you don't have to make your feet fast. You got to make your feet steady. You got to be steady. It's better to have a steady walk. It is better to have a steady walk. It's better to have a steady walk. It's better for your feet to be steady. Walk slow, but be steady. Be steadfast. Then to run a race and your feet are wobbly, you didn't train properly, your breathing is off, your hydration is off, and your muscles are tired. You're not going to go far. Because I'm assuming whatever he gave you, hopefully, is for a lifetime. There's no rush. There's no rush. From the time that, what's his name? Prophet Samuel anointed David and told David he was going to be king of Israel. It took like 17 years. 17. Jesus had to wait 30 years to start his ministry. Yes, ma'am. Right? Joseph, from the time Joseph had all these dreams where like he saw himself being so powerful, it took over 20 years for it to come to pass. Right? A lot of people in the Bible that God loved, they had to wait. Sarah had to wait until she was like, what, 100 or something before she got pregnant. She was a century old before she got pregnant. Elizabeth had to wait until she was old before she got pregnant with John the Baptist. Okay? It's okay to wait. And as you wait, it's okay to nurture your vision. Do some research. Get to know people. Build your network, right? You don't have to just go into it, just jumping into it blind. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. There's no rush. It's your life. If it's meant to be, it will be. In due season. It's the same thing with Keon. Just because you got a word when you were 6 years old does not mean it has to happen by the time you're 21. There is no rush. Everybody wants to be a prodigy so badly. Oh, I graduated high school at 16. Okay, good for you. It's no rush. Stop trying to be a religious prodigy. Okay? It's okay to go slow. When you go slow, you go far. You go fast, you go nowhere. Okay? All right. God, exactly. People had to wait 440 years for a prophecy to come by. And you think waiting 1 year is too much? You even have to wait 9 months for a baby to come out. An elephant, she got to wait like 2 years for her baby to come out. Did you know that elephants were pregnant for 2 years? Oh my gosh. It's okay. It's no rush. Because when you're rushing, it lets me know you're competing with someone that you have no business competing. Keon, I got to have $4 million by tomorrow. By when? Boy, bye. But before, it took you 5 years to get a church. So if you waited once, you can wait again. What's the rush? I got to have $4 million in 21 days. Are you insane? You get the money when you get the money. Okay? Do the best you can with what you have and be grateful. Right? But you got to be a student first. To get a bachelor's degree, you at least have to do 4 years. Yeah. Keon is because he's an envious person. He's jealous and he's envious. He's in a competition with people. He's competing with people who don't even care about him. They ain't checking for you. You gonna compete with Joe Osteen? Are you insane? You gonna compete with Bishop Jakes? Are you demented? Like, are you slow? Okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like me. You know how, like, let me show you, right? You know how I decided to grow my hair? Right? You know I'm growing my hair, right? And I've been cutting my hair and cutting my hair. Let me show you something. Hold on. Be right back. Give me a second. Let me show you something. So you can understand what I mean. Okay. I am back. Okay. You see, I've been growing my hair. So I've been cutting my hair and stuff, like, you know. So here's like one side of my hair, right? I'm like, because I need to really focus on my hair. So this is my hair journal. Okay. I write everything that pertains to my hair in here so I can stay motivated. Okay, cool. Because I want my hair to be long and even. Okay. So here's what I wrote. Hold on. Let me show you what I wrote. It has to be here somewhere. Hold on. Okay. You see this part? Because I told myself, like, because I looked at a lot of people, right? That in order for me to have the hair I want, it might take like 5 years. I told myself that, like, it's in my head, like, Marlene, you know, what you're trying to have, it might take you 5 years. So here's what I said to myself, right? See, I gave myself a goal for every year. So that way my heart is not in, like, I don't have anguish. I don't have anxiety. Like, you know, I don't have like this long suffering because it doesn't happen overnight. What's worth having will not happen overnight, right? So I cut my hair so much, like now my twists are so short, but they're more even, they're more thick. So I say year one, what I say right here, okay? Learn, practice, experiment, and try your best. Year two, trim, grow, perfecting what we've learned in year one, okay? Year three, intermediate, my hair should be past my armpit and creeping towards broad strap. 3 years for that. Then year four, mastery, Jedi level of 4C hair. By now, you truly understand your hair and what your hair needs in order to thrive and grow. Okay? You got to give yourself time. Just because you have a vision doesn't mean it has to happen overnight. So like, that's just one of my journals, right? It's for my hair. Because I want to have really long hair. Like, I want to have beautiful hair. That's my thing. I told myself that. Like, I'm going to gift that to myself. Okay? So, for that, you have to pace yourself, right? Because the hair I want, like, however long I want my hair to be, it might take me like 5 years to get there. And it's okay. In the meantime, enjoy the process. And every year, you dedicate every year to something like, you know, to something meaningful. Okay? But eventually, you will get there. You don't have to get there overnight. Makes sense. Even for this channel, I was like, you know what? Because I've been thinking, you guys, I've thought about so many things with this channel. I was like, oh my gosh, what do I do? But I do feel like, right? Relationship talks and stuff, it might be better for this channel. I think so. I'm going to keep this channel for like relationship stuff, like marriage stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. I like it. We're going to do that over here. Okay? But I was like, you know what? I'm going to commit to do it for 5 years. I sure will. Okay? Because you gotta, like, when you do something, you have to commit to it. Not for a year, not for a couple months. No, like 5 years or more. You gotta do, okay, I'm gonna do it like steadily for 5 years. Right? Especially if I could just sit here and talk. If I don't have to do all this extra stuff, it's not a problem, right? But that's what you gotta do. Give yourself 5 years, maybe more. I don't know, right? And every year you set a goal for that year, right? And you do the best you can. And be consistent. Right? Be consistent. There's no magic trick to success. There's no like, oh, I'm gonna pray and close my eyes, and then boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be all types of successful, right? Gotta pace yourself. You gotta give yourself time, right? So in 5 years, like what, 5 years from now, Maverick could be so big, okay? But give yourself time. Like tell yourself, okay, I'm giving myself 5 years to do X, Y, and Z. What you got to cover for year 1? What do I need to know for year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? Do it that way. Okay? Yes, baby. Hold on.
To do them. There's people who are waiting for you to stand up and be who God has called you to be. There are people who are waiting for you, waiting to see how God works through you and works in you and in your life, so that they can see him for the way that he needs them to see him in their lives. And so I'm not coming here and talking about, oh my God, God has so many blessings for you and God has this and that for you. I'm not talking about that, because honestly, those are, again, I think I said this in another video, those are byproducts. Those are extra. Blessings are extra. And I wish people would, I just wish today we would I'm getting frustrated. I wish we would dig into that more. Blessings from God are byproducts or are secondary to what we get first and foremost. And what we get first and foremost is we get to say, I am being like my Father. I am becoming more like Jesus. I am living my life like Jesus is telling me to live it. That's first and foremost. We get to have intimacy with him.
There you go. She's another deranged Christian socialist. She wants to live her life like Jesus. And I'm like, she has a house, so I'm sure she has a mortgage, she has bills. Maybe, I don't think she's married, okay? But imagine if she's saying, oh, I want to live my life like Jesus. She wants to live her life like a Messiah. Why do you have to live your life like Jesus? Live your life. I'm like, Jesus lived his life. Live your life. Live your best life without hurting other people, without stealing and killing, right? But live your life. Why do you want to live the life of a Messiah? And I'm like, just like other people too, she thinks she's being noble because it sounds good. I want to live my life like Jesus. You're not Jesus. He already lived that life. Live your life. What is your life supposed to look like? Okay? Live your life. Live your best life. Like I told you, I said, Kevin, like the teachings of Jesus, like it caused a lot of harm. Right? And it's funny how she's not saying, I want to live my life like Paul, because Paul had more structure than Jesus. Jesus has all these miracles. And that's why people want to live like Jesus, because you can just pray for miracles instead of working hard, becoming a student, being patient. People want miracles. The majority of Black people who are Christians and go to church, they're looking for miracles. Houses they haven't built, cars they haven't bought. They want things that they're not willing to work for. Because when you read the Bible, the Second Testament, Jesus is all about these miracles, right? He puts them there. There's money in the mouth of fish. He multiplies bread out of thin air. He multiplies fish out of thin air. He walks on water. He's like a superhero, right? Whereas like Paul's a human being. Okay? He doesn't do miracles. Like, what the heck? He preaches. So now that's boring. I want to be a superhero. I want to live like Jesus. You are not Jesus. You are you. So you got to live your life. You have a human experience. You're not born of a virgin, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have immaculate conception. You're not Jesus. You are you. Make the best out of your life. Okay? Don't do that. Success, it takes time. And you're not Jesus. And you can't live like Jesus. You have a house. You need to pay your bills. You can't be like praying, verily, verily. No, you have to pay your bills. So you need to make it. So therefore, you can't live like Jesus. You don't have to live like Jesus. And because the Bible, like I showed you, oh, sorry. Because it tells you that, the rich man has to sell everything and give it to the poor, right? So now people just want to free fall financially because they think it's honorable. No, it's stupid. It's idiotic. It's not just to keep your money. Make sure that you make more money. Okay?
We get to know him deeply and know him intimacy and know him in this intertwined way, so that we can live out our lives the way that he's calling us to live them and get the blessings and abundance and live through really hard times and know how to, make it through really hard times and stuff like that. But the blessings and all this other stuff is secondary. Primarily, it's intimacy with God and becoming more like him, right? And the way that you do that, one way that you can do that is by doing the thing he calls you to do, being obedient, okay? And I'm getting so amped up because, y'all, there are so many Christians, specifically Christian women, specifically Christian millennials, who are living such subpar lives. I'm gonna just go ahead and say it. There are so many of us who are living subpar lives because we're not being obedient to what God is telling us to do. And there is an issue with that. We are in this earth doing things that are halfway or doing things that are not at all what God has called us to do. And then we're trying to figure out oh no, why doesn't the world know who God is? Because you're not representing him the way that he's calling you to represent him in this season and in the right time. God he is in control. He knows everything. He has end from the beginning. He knows your life. He knows the perfect way for you to live your life. All you have to do is keep asking him how and keep leaning into and accepting what he says, right? And so I just get amped up about that because I just see so many people not living their lives in the way God is truly calling us to live our lives. And then we're going to church. And I hate to be that girl because I don't like when I really am getting tired of the narrative of the churches are only talking about this, that, and the third. It's well, yeah, that's going to be a thing because church is for one big part of church is for encouragement, right? It's so some people really are coming into churches and they just need to hear they just need to hear everything's going to be all right. That's what they really need to hear. They don't need to hear, hey, I'm going to keep suffering. You're going to keep suffering and you're going to this and you're going to that. And I know that
So see, once again, she's saying that churches should be extremely positive, sell lies to people. You're going to be all right. Every day's a good day. No. You don't pay your bills, it's not going to be good. Okay? You don't take care of your health, it's not going to be good. Tell people the truth. There are consequences. And it's not negativity. Okay? You don't manage your money, you will die poor. Okay? So the church also needs to keep it real with people. Every day is not going to be a good day. Things are not going to get better if you don't decide to change your mindset and become better. Praying alone does not make things better. Okay? If you're not good at money, your prayer life is not going to fix your financial situation. You have to learn about money. If you're not a good student, you cannot pray your bad grades away. Okay? If you don't go to class, you keep skipping class, you don't have good grades, they will fail you. You won't be able to graduate, and it's not going to be a good day. Okay? Yeah. No. So I'm like, y'all, I'll give her 3 more minutes. I gotta go to bed. Hold on.
Absolutely need to hear those things because some people come into the faith thinking they're not going to suffer. But these are things that, the church is really harping heavier on the blessings and things like that. But I hate being that person. I hate talking about that. However, it's necessary right now because there's so many people, again, who are just not living their lives according to God's word and according to his will. And then they're trying to figure out what's wrong with their life. Why they're not getting the most out of a Christian life. And it's because you're not being obedient, right? But yeah. So
lies. the reason why your life is like this, you're not getting the most out of your life, or quote unquote your Christian life. You don't have routines. You don't have discipline. You don't have a clear vision of what you want. You don't have patience. But one thing a lot of people need is discipline. Consistency, myself included. Discipline, consistency, having a clear vision. And once you have the vision, stay focused and stay the course. Tell yourself, I'm giving myself at least 4 years, 5 years, like what it usually takes to have a bachelor's degree, right? It's like 4 to 5 years. Stay the course, right? Find what you want. Be focused. Be committed. Work hard. Stay the course. And every time you know that you could do better, make all the tweaks that you need to, right? But it's focus. When you focus on a thing and you commit to it and you're patient with it and you're humble about it, like you can take feedback and stuff like that, most likely you'll be very successful. Success, it takes time. But what a lot of people don't have is that discipline. If you're highly disciplined, I think you'll enjoy your life. I think you'll enjoy your Christian life. You'll enjoy most things, because when you really think about it, the more discipline you have, the more freedom you have. When you do whatever you want, whenever you want, you don't manage your time well, you think you're free, right? But you're always running late. So discipline is truly discipline is a true form of freedom, right? But a lot of so-called Christians, they do not like to have discipline. You got to have discipline, and you got to be consistent, and you got to hold yourself accountable, and you have to stay the course. It is not about going fast. It's about being steady. Have a steady walk. So he's fighting sleep.
Anyway, I don't know where I was going with that part right there, because like I said, I don't like to be that girl who's like, this is what's wrong with the church, yada yada, because I love the church. We have to support the church. We have to pray for the church, because the church is it's needed. The church is necessary. It is. It's Jesus's bride. And so, in more than we criticize her, I want us to be praying for her and doing the things that God is calling us to do, so we can actually, lift her up, right? So anyway, I just wanted to come and tell somebody that God is the sustainer. So you can take the pressure off of yourself to do the thing that he is calling you to do. Go do it.
God is not the sustainer. God is the sustainer of the things that he built, his vision. Your vision, you're going to be your own sustainer. Right? God did not carry the cross for Jesus. Jesus carried his own cross. You're going to have to be your own sustainer. Okay? And for that, you're going to need to have a lot of discipline, consistency, patience, and you got to have a good vision. Like, what do you want to do? Right? What is your vision? And you will have to commit for it. You're going to have to sacrifice for it. And all of that is part of having discipline, consistency, accountability, stay focused, start a race, be steadfast. And you'll see great things happen for you. But usually it takes about 5 years. So if you want to start a YouTube channel, you have to commit to it for 5 years. You got to say to yourself, right, I'm going to do this for 5 years. So if you start in 2024, right, you're going to be consistent until 2029, 2030. You don't stop until then. You don't do it for 6 months. Oh my gosh, it's not going where I want it. No. Because it's for 5 years. There you go. You got to have a 5-year vision and a 10-year vision, right? But you need to have discipline. Once you have the vision, then you have discipline. Your discipline is going to sustain your vision. Got to have a routine in place, right? Just like me, to have the hair I want, I had to cut my hair and cut my hair and cut my hair. Oh my gosh, I've cut my hair 3 times already. October, I'm cutting my hair again. And even for that too, I had to because I wasn't the type to cut my hair, because I was like, what the heck? But I'm so surprised. I've matured. I'm I'm just cutting my hair and I'm not even sad about it. Why? Because I prepared myself, because I know the time. I know the way I want my hair to look. So for that, sometimes you got to take a step back so you can leap forward. So it is what it is.
It will not make sense. Let's just everybody say that together. This will not make sense. Okay. And so once you get that settled in your mind, you get it settled in your mind that he is the sustainer. He is the one who has created you. He's the one who's created the plan for your life. He's the one who's created the purpose that he has for your life. He's the one who's done all that already. And he is asking you to just take a step of obedience, right? And so that you can live the most fulfilling life, but so that you can look more like him and you can display him in the way he's calling you to display him in this earth today, in this season, right now, because what he's calling you to do is needed right now. What he's calling you to do is needed right now. There is urgency. I think I said it in another video. I realize I say a lot of the same stuff in a lot of my videos, and it's because it's heavy on me. Like when I get around people and I see so many people being so fearful or being so confused and allowing those things to overtake them more than they take action, it bothers me. It really bothers me because we have so much power and authority in Jesus. When we live for Jesus, when we have said, yes, you are my Lord and Savior, immediately we get the authority of God over our lives. We have authority in our lives, right? And so we have to be those who are exercising our authority and know how to do it against fear, against doubt, against confusion, against the enemy. He's coming with a lot of stuff against us because he knows that if we actually really truly live in alignment, 100%.
Okay. So she's saying, oh, there's an urgency. There's an urgency. No, there isn't. God has multiple people. Trust me. If you can't do it right now, he'll find somebody else to do it. Okay? There's no urgency. You don't go into the battlefield unprepared just because you see a bunch of bodies. You're going to get killed. And if you die, how are you going to help more people? You got to be smart about it, right? There is no urgency. You just want to feel special, right? If you really want to help people, train yourself first. Be the best version you can be, just like on a plane. If you really want to help somebody, take care of yourself first. Put your oxygen mask on, then you can help the next person. Otherwise, you're all going to die. There is no urgency. No one is dying. You're making things up in your head, right? There are a lot of people who serve God. You're not that special. There's no urgency. Okay? Calm down. Stop being hysterical. Pace yourself. Yeah. You're not that special. There's an urgency. There's an urgency. Sis. You're not an ER doctor. You're not a surgeon. You're what? You're a regular person. There are no emergencies. You're just making things up in your head because you want to feel special. Okay? No. What you want to do, God go find somebody else to do it. There are no emergencies. So therefore, take all the time you need to prepare yourself. And he's not going to hold that against you. Because as Jesus said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So if you try to do something and you're not fully educated, you're not fully versed in it, you're going to do more harm than good. And the whole purpose is not for you to cause more harm. It's for you to be, for you to take care of yourself and maybe to help other people. But you gotta cause the least amount of harm. And the best way to cause the least amount of harm is by making sure that you know as much as possible. That's why no doctors is going to train, go do a surgery before they're properly trained, right? But there are people who go to the hospital every day. We go like, oh, you know what? What's the point of having somebody do 4 years of med school? There's an emergency. There's an emergency. People are dying. But would you feel better if they just let first year, second year med student perform surgeries on people? No. The best way to keep people safe is by having tradition of order. So we're not going to make med school 2 years or 6 months just because there are emergencies. These people are not fully trained. They're going to kill people. Okay? So the best way, you're going to keep med school at 4 years, but make sure they have the best training. And then they do have to do their residency. But we're not going to rush the process because people are getting sick every day or dying every day. Okay, get somebody else to do it, but you got to be trained properly. Your time will come. Stop trying to be so special, right? You're not a spiritual prodigy. It's okay to breathe. Okay, breathe. Okay? It's like everybody wants to feel so special and so unique. Oh my gosh, look at me. I'm so special. God talks to me. No, you're talking to yourself. You are talking to yourself. You're not a prodigy. You're not a prodigy. You're not a prodigy. What is it? Prodigy. You are a person, and it's okay. It really is okay. Okay? Take as long as you need, actually. Take as long as you need. And then when you're ready, get to work. It's no rush. Instagram got people so messed up. Like, there is no rush. Whenever you're ready, it's going to be the time for you. If you're not ready, you're going to cause, a prodigy, right? You're not there yet. Like that, I'm like, I don't even know if a lot of people are spiritual prodigy like that, right? But stop trying to be so special, though. You're putting too much pressure on yourself, okay? It's like, take as much time as you need. When you're ready, when you study, when you're ready, when you have discipline, when you're committed, when you have consistency, then you can start, okay? God's in control. It's good.
100% in alignment with what God has called us to do and who he's called us to be. He knows just how defeated he will be. And he already is defeated, but he's getting so many of us so distracted, and we're looking at the new shiny thing rather than us looking at what he's called us to do and who he's called us to be. And that's a problem in the church today. So I just want to punch you and punch a jolt of empowerment into you and a jolt of encouragement into you, that even if it doesn't make sense, even if you don't have anything past step one, go for it. And I just want to tell y'all for real, like as a prime example,
you're encouraging people to be impulsive. That's not okay. If you don't know how to go past step one, you're not ready to go for it. You should at least have like 5 or 6 steps before you know you're going to start it, right? I mean, she's insane. And a lot of times too, like when you want to do something and there's like a spirit of fear or anxiety, you have to honor that, because it's letting you know you're not fully ready, right? There's something you don't know. It's like if you have to go take an exam and like you have this anxiety, it's because you didn't study well enough. You haven't done enough practice problems. So you don't feel as though you know this really well. So you have anxiety, right? So when you study real hard. Do as many problems as you can that you feel like, yeah, I got this. You should feel confident. If you want to do something and you still have fear and anxiety, go back. You're not ready yet. So you keep practicing, you keep reading, right? You keep working until you get to a point where you feel confident. You want to be confident, not fearful. And confidence comes from practice. You have to do a lot of practice problems. The more you practice, you're going to build up your self-esteem. And then you're not going to have fear. But that fear that you're feeling, it is telling you something. It is letting you know you're not fully ready. You're not fully ready. You might get a C, but you're not going to get a B. You got to go back. You got to study harder, right? So if you want to do something and you still have anxiety about it, then you should know you're not ready yet. You need more time and you need to practice more. And it's okay. It's not a rush. Like if it's your destiny, it's going to happen. But make sure you're ready. And you will know when you're ready because you'll be very, very confident, right? Because practice makes perfect. Okay? So practice more.
Me starting Holy Girl Hangs, and like I said, it's only been one. We've only had one hangout, but we have had 2 whole weeks of people like just digging into community already through a group chat. All I knew to do was to post and ask if people would be interested in it. That was all I had. And then God gave me kind of a vision of us being at a park or being outside. And so that's why I keep having stuff outside or keep saying we're going to have it outside, because I just keep seeing a vision of us being outside and just being in a, having a lot of us out there and all of us just digging into the word, but really just digging into community with one another. And so those are the only two things I've gotten vision wise, right? Like, I don't know what else he wants to do with that. I don't know where he's going to take it. I keep hearing things like in the spirit and hearing things from other people about what they are seeing. And I'm taking it to God and I'm like, okay, what do you think? How do we do this? I'm just continuing to ask how, but all he asked me to do was post. All he asked me to do was post. And then he gave me the next vision. And then yesterday we hung out and I started getting even more vision. And I'm asking the girls, I'm taking everything to God, but I'm not acting like I'm doing this by myself, y'all, like in a human sense, natural sense. So I'm asking them, I'm sending surveys. I'm like, hey, what do y'all want to do? What day works for you? Because I don't want to just create this and saying like, well, this is what I want to do, so this is how it should be. No, I got to think about the people who God has called me to. I got to think about the people who are going to be a part of this and make sure that it's something that's conducive to their lives. And yes, it will make them uncomfortable. Yes, they will have sacrifices in order to be a part of it. But I want to make sure it's something that they are even going to, first of all, start coming to, right? Like I want it to be something they're excited about coming to. So I'm trying to make sure that I hear from people, I listen to people, but more than anything, I take all of that and I bring it to God and I don't try to do it myself. And I remember that he is the sustainer, meaning he's sending the people to me that's going to help me with this thing. He's sending the ideas. He's sending the vision. He's sending the capacity, right? He's sending all of those things to me and has already sent them. He's just awakening them now, igniting them, activating them in my life. And it's because I said yes to one action at a time. One step at a time. I have learned that over my life. You take one step at a time. Okay. Don't try to do too much.
Okay. And this is why for this sister girl right here, I would ask her, whatever this is, write a business plan. Even a non-for-profit could benefit from a business plan because your vision is what's going to attract what you need, right? Because if you just gather people, especially women, okay, to go outside, and there's no vision, there's no clear purpose as to why you're coming together, it's going to turn into a gossip group. Because when there's nothing to do, people start gossiping. So the first session gonna be cute, but after a while, if there's nothing to do, it's gonna turn into a gossip group. And next thing you know, y'all gonna start talking about each other. Because the vision you have is what's gonna keep people focused. And that's what's going to, it's going to create how can I say this? It's going to attract, the vision determines the quality of people that you're going to attract. There you go. Right? If there's no vision, random people going to start showing up. Now, based on the quality of the vision, it's going to filter out the people to bring you quality people. It's like when you have a product, right? If you have a business, and you have a product, the price of the product, right, is going to determine your clientele. If it's really cheap, well, there you go. If it's really expensive, you're going to have some fancy clients, right? But first, when you think about the product, you also got to think about the vision of the brand. What's the vision of the brand? Because you got the vision of the brand, you're going to make the product, right? And the vision is going to help you create your marketing to know how to attract the clientele that you're looking for. We're almost done anyways. You should stay. We're almost done. Okay? Makes sense? So I'm like, you need to have a business plan. Even if it's just a non-for-profit, even something small, we'll just, have a vision, because if you don't, I'm telling you, it's going to turn into a gossip group. It's going to go left. Because without a vision, you're attracting all kinds of people. And that's not what you want. All right? So a business plan is going to help you to have narrow things down. Write your vision. Write your mission statement. You need a mission statement. Y'all meeting together to do what? What is this for? Right? So that way, it's going to help you determine what kind of people you're looking for and what kind of people you don't want. As the Bible says, write the vision, make it plain. Okay? Don't start calling people outside without you saying okay, what is my vision? And based on my vision, who am I looking for? Right?
At too many times. So I could probably talk all day about this topic, but I'm going to read the verse one more time because y'all need to hear it again. And so the verse is Colossians 1:16 through 17. And it says, for in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or powers or rulers or authorities, all things have been created through him and for him. Verse 17, he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. The amount of times that this verse used the word all needs to be noted. All things. You, your purpose, your life, your plan, your family, your everything, all things, all of it, everything has been created by him, for him, through him, and is being sustained by him. So you can go. I hope you feel empowered, or you feel kicked. I don't know. I hope you feel something, but I just hope that this video actually pushes somebody into action. I hope it pushes somebody into action, because that is what we need more of in the body of Christ. Action and authority, action in exercising our authority, action in doing the things God has called us to do, action in being the people he's called us to be, action in really displaying him in the way he's called us to display him, action in being image bearers, and action in being ambassadors for Christ. Okay. We trying to bring more people up into the kingdom. That's the goal. Everything you do, you should be trying to bring more people up into the kingdom and displaying God in a way that it makes him makes him attractive. Okay. So I could go on another tangent with that, but I'm not going to. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you got something out of it. And I pray that if you did, that you would subscribe to the channel. I definitely make videos about like showing you my life, but I definitely make these.
Right. Yeah. My vision, since we're talking about my vision, okay, is to bring more people into the kingdom of wealth. Okay. Money. All right. Yes. I want to help people to make more money and to understand that you're not bad because you're rich. You're not a wicked person because you're rich. It is okay to make money. Okay. It does not make you a bad person. And it's okay to keep your money. You don't have to give all your money away. Okay. People can also work for themselves. All right. So with that being said, you guys, we're done for tonight. I hope you enjoyed today's live. Okay. Maybe I'll switch tomorrow, Saturday. I'm going to take a break tomorrow. Maybe I'll be back on Sunday. Right back on Sunday. I'll see. Okay. I think I'll be back on Sunday. I'll take a break tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, I did pretty good this week. I came outside every day with Maverick. It wasn't easy, but hopefully as he gets older, he'll sleep more. Okay. But I'll see y'all later. I'll see you on Sunday. Okay. Bye. Oh, of course, Kevin. Anytime. We are in the kingdom of wealth. We want to make some moolah. All right. Love y'all. I'll see y'all. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know about tomorrow, but if I don't, Saturday for sure. No, Sunday for sure. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'll see. Okay. All right. Bye, y'all. If the video goes down, most likely I got a copyright. So I got to I'll have to trim stuff. If not, it'll be up. The kingdom of wealth, Kevin. Yes. People need to live in financial abundance. I really want to help people with that. People need to be financially abundant, because when you have more resources, there's less stress. When you have less stress, you have more of your time. And when you have more of your time, you can do more for yourself. Okay? So bye, y'all. Love y'all. And I'll see you guys later. Bye. Mm-hmm.